endlos, nach langer Fahrt kreuz und quer übers Meer. Sind wir endlich im Paradies ferner Welt. Niemand kann uns das verbieten, was uns hier gefällt. Denn am Strand gehört mir alles, alles, was ich fand. Hab ein Mädchen, ich wohl ganz allein. Küss ich sie im Mondenschein. It is wonderful to stay with a little girl to play in the moonlight while the night on the bay of Hawaii. It is wonderful to stay. It is wonderful to play while the night. Oh yes, all right.
Through the Eyes of the West. On mass extermination and suicide attack. Quote, "In some respects this world we live in is, in fact, a hell." Irving Kristol. Instead of a preface, an enemy determination after October 7th. It has long been a tradition for Israelis to take a trip to India to clear their heads after completing their military service, often traumatized by their experiences in the army. In the West Indian beach resort of Goa, backpackers from Israel gathered with young Indians and Europeans to dance to psychedelic sounds in the open air and celebrate life. From there, Goa trance, an electronic descendant of the earlier hippie movement, spread all over the world. Today, Israel in particular is known for its Goa parties in the Negev Desert. Anyone who has ever attended such a party knows that the most unsuspecting people imaginable come together there. The Supernova Festival, which began on the evening of October 6th in Israel, promised its visitors a parallel universe in which dance floors alternate with safe zones and chill-out areas for friendly conversation with strangers or the relaxed winding down of a drug trip. The audience and DJs had traveled from numerous countries, from Japan to India and Brazil. Hundreds of people awaited the rising sun with tired feet and presumably happy exhaustion after a night of dancing, as the Hamas murderers appeared in the sky with motorized paragliders. The massacre they carried out after overpowering the few security forces was perpetrated on people in a state of extreme defenselessness. They lay in wait for them at the emergency exits, shot those fleeing in the back and tortured and executed injured people lying on the ground. In the nearby villages, they went from house to house, surprised families at breakfast, tore senior citizens from their sleep and murdered children in front of their siblings. The horror of what happened in Israel on October 7th must be put into words, not only to arouse empathy for those attacked, but also to give an approximate understanding of the united front that has formed against Israel and the Jews. Hamas recorded the gruesome details of the attack on video and made them known to the whole world. Just a few years ago, the Islamic State, IS, used the same method to publicize its atrocities. As well as spreading fear and loathing, these videos were already used back then to recruit followers who took sadistic pleasure in martially staged beheading and shooting scenes. Who knows how many people secretly enjoyed watching these videos back then? They may have shared their perfidious enjoyment of such scenes with others in school playgrounds and on sports fields, often in the knowledge that they were not only breaking a taboo that was not just official, which forbids taking pleasure in the torture of others. The minority who was prepared to openly break this taboo either made their way to the Syrian Caliphate or conspired to bring jihad to Europe. But never, not even after a Western-led, international coalition declared war on IS, has a mass movement formed that backs the butchers of the Islamic State, even if it is under the pretext of solidarity with Syrian civilians. The case of Hamas is different. Protests all over the world openly testify in support of the terror mob's program for a Palestine from the river to the sea, as Hamas has declared. They were hardly disguised as peace rallies condemning the Israeli reaction, but already began on the day of the massacre of 07/10 as joyous celebrations in a frenzy of victory. The evidence of Hamas's atrocities, photos and videos of the hostages and the murdered, were openly presented on numerous occasions as a public demonstration of power and strength, accompanied by malicious laughter. The smirking faces repeated what could already be seen in the Hamas footage, as abused women's bodies were driven into Gaza on pickups and in car boots like spoils of war to be enslaved. Passers-by did not stop in disgust and horror, but ecstatically joined the triumphal procession. In the Islamic world, the deeds of the IS had still been met with distancing and condemnation, albeit often with contortions. This time, however, it is against the Jews, and Hamas is not a Salafist desert gang, but a warring force that has been fed by Iran, Qatar, Turkey, and the West for decades and has its advocates everywhere. The Hamas attack must indeed be seen as the prelude to a worldwide attack on Jews, their synagogues, and their state symbols. The attempted arson attack on a synagogue in Berlin, the attack on a kosher restaurant in London, and the fatal shots fired at an Israeli tour group in Alexandria are indications of the spread and intensification of Hamas's terror in the wake of the 07/10 attacks. However, the murderers who identify as Palestinian, their sympathizers, and those who exculpate them are also concerned with the annihilation of Judaism because the history of humanity, and that is, the history of civilization, crystallizes irrefutably in the history of the Jews. Just as the annihilation of the European Jews by the National Socialist genocide irreversibly destroyed principles of the history of civilization that had previously been understood as anthropological constants, the primacy of self-preservation, the notion of labor as a meaningful activity in which the individual connects with society, the interweaving of immanence and transcendence accessible to human knowledge, so the Palestinian barbarism of 07/10 is not simply the expression of a cultural atavism which the civilized world should have prohibited, but barbarism at the height of the times. They not only burn the bodies of their victims as if they were witches, not only desecrate the dead and perform prepotent dances of joy on the mutilated bodies, but also use 21st century means of communication to transmit the shame in real time to their fans, who no longer just gather around them as an analog mob, but applaud them as a digital crowd across nations and states in the form of like thumbs and LOL emojis. They share a hatred of the most rudimentary traces of happiness, luxury, self-indulgence, and self-excess with many of those who publicly condemn their actions, but after 5 minutes at the latest, when discussing the attack, point out that it might not have been such a good idea to organize an open-air party in such a sensitive region. That it is not proper to go out at the wrong time, that you should treat everyone with respect everywhere and at all times, i.e. not ask unruly questions or express unruly opinions, that it is overbearing and inconsiderate to enjoy your own life too visibly if you have the opportunity to do so, such a furor of self-effacement that terrorizes your fellow human beings with constant morality, hygiene, and correctness checks, has long since become so ingrained in the inhabitants of the West, even those who take offense at all this, that many of them feel, if not secret satisfaction, then at least respect in the face of Islamic terror, i.e. a diffuse mixture of fear, embarrassment, and caution, but in any case rarely justified fear, contempt, and controlled courage, as would actually be appropriate. Tolerance towards pro-Palestinian calls for violence has nevertheless waned, at least in Germany. In view of the acts of 10/7, many rightly draw comparisons with Himmler's Einsatzgruppen, which roamed the whole of Eastern Europe and massacred defenseless Jews, even if the Hamas terrorists do not need such historical role models. Rather, as they combed the orchards surrounding the Supernova Festival to execute survivors seeking protection, a hadith that is also quoted in Hamas charter must have rung in their ears. The hour will come when the Muslims fight and kill the Jews until the Jews hide behind stones and trees. But the trees and stones will say, "O Muslim, O servant of Allah, here is a Jew hiding behind me. Come and kill him." In this spirit of pure evil, Hamas has committed every genocidal crime that its global supporters have always blamed on Israel in the space of just 24 hours: infanticide, feminicide, rape as a weapon of war. In the pathological projection of persecuting the Jews for every abominable deed each of them has in mind, National Socialist and Islamic anti-Semitism are aligned. And the peace in the religion of peace is closely related to the deadly silence that peace protesters who demand a ceasefire, i.e. Israel's self-submission to its mortal enemies, wish for. Such peace basically means nothing other than the state of the inorganic, towards which, according to Freud's teachings in Beyond the Pleasure Principle, all life strives according to its own tendency. It is a tendency that should be raised to consciousness, reflected upon, and resisted in a Hegelian determinate negation, in order not to abolish death, but to finally break its power, which is identical with the powerlessness of human beings. Moral caretakers, the culturally sensitive, and hazy peacemongers resemble each other in their refusal, based on fear and contempt for freedom, to comply with this first duty of civilization, to oppose the cult of death, the most threatening manifestation of which today is Islam. The differentiation they insist on in the face of solidarity with Israel is an expression of the need for crude undifferentiation. The doubt they claim for themselves is a camouflage of cowardly obedience to the threat of terror. While in the West even former supporters of Middle Eastern equidistance are sometimes shocked by the horror whose promotion, patronage, and trivialization they have approved of for years, no one in Israel is surprised by the methods their enemies are prepared to use. What was surprising in the worst sense, however, was that Hamas succeeded in putting its plans into action. The failure of the Israeli border police has weakened confidence in the army. The fact that the largest mass murder of Jews since the Holocaust could take place in Israel comes as a shock because Israel, of all places, which sees itself as the nation-state of all Jews, has become a deadly trap for them, and thus radically calls into question the self-image of Jewish sovereignty as a safe haven for those persecuted worldwide. Because Israel's enemies used this moment of weakness to show off, it is essential that Hamas is now dealt a total defeat. The murders of October 7th, the massacres by Palestinian gangs in southern Israel are so brutal that you want to stop reading any description immediately, so barbaric that a retelling of the violence does not pass the lips or paper. But the lie begins where we are no longer told what happened. Without insight into the atrocities of October 7th, the conditions of what happened cannot be criticized or put into words. Without confronting the deeds, there is a risk of falling prey to those who deny, trivialize, or celebrate them. A volunteer from the organization Zihwi Korbanot Asin, Zaka, which recovers bodies after accidents and terrorist attacks according to religious beliefs, reports at a press conference on the operation in Kibbutz Be'eri on October 7th. We went in. The first house we saw there was a couple, father and mother, sitting on their knees on the floor. They were on their knees, now they were head down, hands tied to the back. On the other side of the dining room, it wasn't the living room, it was the dining room, whatever, was a 7-year-old boy and a girl, I would say about 6 years old, sitting just against the parents. Hands tied to their back, same position. The bodies were tortured. While, now I start using my imagination. Who was tortured before? Who saw, if this was on purpose, if this was the children looking at the parents being tortured, the parents seen, and when I say tortured, I will say, missing body pieces. An eye. Just taken out an eye. One eye. Fingers been. All this happened, and at the end, they all had a bullet hole in the back. And, it's still not finished, in the middle there is a table. Those terrorists were sitting and eating the Saturday meal that was prepared for this family and was prepared for this family. They just took it, they were hungry probably, they took it and they ate this meal while torturing these children and these parents. 3 of my, I broke. I blanked out. What remains are the survivors and relatives. A woman whose 18-year-old daughter was murdered by Hamas murderers and whose 49-year-old husband was kidnapped in the Gaza Strip told CNN about her 2 surviving children, aged 9 and 11, who attended the funeral of their older sister. It was a closed casket, of course, you couldn't see it, and they wanted to hug her. They just wanted to pet her curls, and hold her. And they admired her. She was a loving kind, a ray of light, she was pure good. Seriously, she was so good. I don't understand, how can you kill? It's like killing a unicorn. You can never kill a unicorn. The Shoah survivor and now also a survivor of October 7th, Sarah Fishbein, who narrowly escaped the murderers from the Gaza Strip while her granddaughter was murdered, speaks on Israeli television. Why am I still alive as a 94-year-old and my granddaughter was murdered so brutally? I keep asking that, and I want to forget the horrible way she was abused before they killed her. I want it to stop repeating itself in my head. In order to come to terms with the horrific terrorist attacks of October 7th, it is necessary to look at their context. Acts such as those described were carried out by a proto-state that Hamas has established in the Gaza Strip. It has control over the coastal strip within fixed borders and, with the help of international aid organizations, but this is also nothing unusual, provides the inhabitants of the coastal strip with public goods such as a health and education system. The only thing it lacks is external sovereignty. This proto-statehood is often ignored in the global debate about ending the anti-Semitic violence that has been trivialized into a Middle East conflict. Only if it is pretended that the inhabitants of Gaza are discriminated citizens of Israel can the Jewish state be accused of apartheid. Only if one completely disregards the quasi-state structures in the hands of Hamas can the myth be maintained that the establishment of a Palestinian state with full sovereignty, including externally, would suddenly bring peace to the region. The proto-state in the Gaza Strip is based on a rentier and racket economy. Unlike other national rentier economies, this one is not based on resources such as oil or gas, which could be extracted and exported with little effort and the profits thus generated distributed among the inclined clientele. What Hamas has brought to the national Ummah in Gaza in recent years under the eyes of Israel is development aid from the West and direct support from Arab and Islamic states. In order for these so-called secondary rents to flow, the conflict must be kept simmering, the misery in the Palestinian territories must be reproduced, and the violence against the Jewish state of Israel must be constantly perpetuated. The actions of the Palestinian Refugee Relief Organization UNRWA are the clearest example of this perpetuation of misery. The emerging establishment of diplomatic relations between more and more Arab states and Israel, on the other hand, is an acute threat to this rentier economy. Hamas' attack was also aimed at this policy. However, Hamas does not have a monopoly on the use of force or a unified ruling apparatus in the proto-state of Gaza. This was demonstrated not least by the attack on Israel on October 7. In the negotiations on the release of hostages in exchange for imprisoned terrorists, Hamas had to grudgingly admit that it does not know where all the hostages are and who actually kidnapped them. This is likely to have worsened their negotiating position. Islamic Jihad, Al-Aqsa Martyrs brigades, and not least considerable divisions within Hamas itself are multiplying the proto-state violence inside the Gaza Strip. Where the attacks by Hamas and others on October 7 were reminiscent of a pogrom, this was also due to this racket structure in the Gaza Strip. This combination of rentier and racket economy in the proto-state of Gaza affects the constitution of society and the individual constitution of its citizens. Political Islam is not so successful in this society purely by chance or merely by tradition. It helps the believers, who can hardly sell their labor, to settle into their economic situation, even without having to be productive in the sense of capital. It stabilizes the family structures for the distribution of profits internally and ideologically secures the connections to the outside world, to Qatar and Iran, without which a large part of these profits could not be made. The result is an Islamization of the racket and rentier economy, with a simultaneous racketization and, as we saw once again on October 7, permanent brutalization of political Islam. Because for popularity in the Islamist International, one competes with IS and Taliban for the cruelest images. The murderers of October 7 also wanted to prove themselves to these groups. In view of this Islamist competition with the outside world, it is not least anti-Semitism that guarantees both the relative and at least selective unity of the rackets within the Gaza Strip as well as their retirement from the world. Together with a myth of sacrifice and martyrdom that often has national Islamic connotations, a disdain for life in this world and a desire for expansion and missionary work, it plays a significant role in legitimizing Islamist genocidal violence, not only but especially against Jews. The common enemy Israel makes the enmity between Islamic Jihad, Al-Aqsa Martyrs brigades, PFLP, and others fade into the background. At the same time, it would probably be unthinkable that the Palestinians would experience the same financially strong pseudo-solidarity if their attacks were not directed at infidel Jews but at a neighboring Muslim state. Individuals cannot escape this Islamized racket society. For the psychology of Gaza's inhabitants as racketeers, this means considerable pressure for immediate identification with power as well as conscious adaptation to the rule of the rackets. Critical reflection is hardly possible if distance from the leaders of the rackets can be sanctioned with the loss of livelihood security. Rational behavior must adapt to the racket and rentier economy. The family is not a counterpart to this racket society, it has long been integrated into the racket structure as an extended family, clan. It is not without reason that the Israeli government is considering transferring power in the Gaza Strip to clans distanced from Hamas after the war, and thus making use of the familiarized racket structure. The role that anti-Semitism plays in the psychology of these racketeers became apparent on October 7. For without the definition of an absolute enemy, as provided by anti-Semitism in the Jew, violence is hardly conceivable. However, it is not completely absorbed by it either, and the cruel acts must be examined more closely if we want to learn something about how they became possible. So much is known about the eliminatory attack of October 7 and the massacres in the Israeli heartland because the murderers filmed their actions. The GoPro went along with them as they invaded the kibbutzim and slaughtered unsuspecting people. Where no action camera was available, the perpetrators also used the victims' cell phones and streamed the murder of a woman on her Facebook profile, in front of her grandchildren. This is reminiscent of the terrorist attacks in Christchurch or Halle, where the perpetrators also broadcast their murders live. This new form of staging the murders leads to a derealization of the murderer's own deeds, which at least encourages further brutalization. One adapts the aesthetics of one's own violence to the depictions of violence from video games. What is possible in the game can suddenly be repeated in reality, even if the game is no longer able to satisfy one's own fantasies of violence. Armies, including the German armed forces, have long been using gaming aesthetics in their advertising. The Islamic State distributed graphics with statements such as "This is our Call of Duty and we respawn in Jannah" in reference to a famous video game series and the possibility of re-entering the game after death. both in the case of the Nazi murderers from New Zealand and Germany, and especially in the case of the multiplication of this technique by the terrorists of Hamas and Islamic Jihad. The live streaming and filming of one's own deeds also has a confirmatory character. One must not fail in front of the camera, must show no weakness, no mercy for the victims. The crime is immediately communalized through the medium. This form of documentation corresponds to the psychosocial socialization in the Gaza Strip, which makes it difficult to make a reflected separation between self and family. Of course, the live streaming of the murder presupposes an audience that does not turn away in horror at the violence, but applauds the murder of defenseless victims, celebrates even the cruelest excesses, and wants to identify with the murderers. Point-of-view shots of the killers make you feel as if you are in the middle of their murderous shootings, and you join in the excitement and celebration. The assassins of Halle and Christchurch found this audience in right-wing extremist and male-led gaming forums. The assassins of Nir Am, Cholet, Alumim, Yad Mordecai, Erez, Kfar Aza, Ein Hashlosha, Nahal Oz, Be'eri, Kisafim, Riyam, Nir Oz, Karam Shalom, Zikim, Sufa, Megan, Carmiya, and Mafalsim, Netiv Ha'asra, Steret and Ophakim, on the other hand, throughout the Palestinian territories. Even after the massacres of October 7 and Israel's vehement military response afterwards, more than 60% of Palestinians in a survey considered armed struggle against Israel to be the best means of achieving their own goals, while only 10% believed that Hamas had committed war crimes on that day. However, filming the acts is not only aimed at the self-affirmation and brutalization of the perpetrators, it is also the key to why the identification is so strong, especially among many Muslims and the global left. It is not because Hamas and other gangs have committed such horrific massacres that they are excused or celebrated, but because their actions are both cruel and well documented. The terrible benefit of documenting the crimes by the perpetrators themselves lies not least in the creation of allegiance. This does not only concern the competition between Islamist groups for the most gruesome images. The acts documented so shamelessly are so brutal that it is almost impossible to identify with the victims. It is simply unthinkable and unbearable that what the Zaka volunteers, the grieving mother in the CNN interview, or the survivor Sarah Fishbein report could happen to you. And so the Ummah and the left turn to Hamas and its associates in the urge for collective identification. The deeply felt powerlessness in the face of the conditions under the state and capital, despite all the self-accusations of privilege, is projected onto the warriors of extermination of Hamas even at the moment of the most extreme balance of power. Their thousandfold murder of defenseless civilians is celebrated as empowerment. The identification with the powerless, indeed merely reactive murderers, and the lack of empathy towards the victims is held together by the anti-Semitic perpetrator-victim reversal. How evil must the Jews be for us to do something like this to them? The films of the perpetrators, but also numerous reports from survivors, testify to the good humor, the downright ecstasy on the part of the murderers and rapists. The perpetrators can laugh because they know, and are reassured by the cinematic documentation, that they are not threatened with punishment by their authorities, but that gratification beckons. The murderers' laughter speaks of a release of tension. The post-pubertal insecurity regarding one's own nature is dealt with in a murderous way by assuring oneself of one's own vitality and naturalness through the most brutal methods of killing, by mutilating the victims before and after the deed. This can also be seen in another audience that the perpetrators organized with unimaginable cruelty, the family members of the victims. The perpetrators not only laughed in front of them, they also wanted them to watch them eat the food they had prepared, torture and murder their parents and grandparents, children and grandchildren, brothers and sisters. The aunt of a freed underage hostage reported on French television that captured children were forced by Hamas to watch videos of the violent excesses of October 7. This is no coincidence. The collective suicide bombing of October 7 probably served the terrorists, like others before them, to escape the Oedipal constellation. On the one hand, the murderers can catch up with the authorities of the family rackets as martyrs without really threatening them. On the other hand, Oedipal conflicts are acted out on the victims. Revenge on one's own parents and self-hatred in the face of powerlessness in the family are the motivation to torture and kill children in front of their parents or parents in front of their children, both delusional and projective. The social and familial cult of martyrdom is also a socially rewarded form of parental death threat, regretting fatherhood in its most extreme form. And so the jihadists of October 7 were still able to take revenge on their parents in accordance with their wishes, as the call recorded by Israel from one of the Hamas extermination warriors from the kibbutz Mafalsim made clear: "Your son has just killed Jews, Dad. Open WhatsApp and take a look." This constellation is economically secured by the martyrs' pensions for the surviving dependents of anti-Semitic murderers, a budget item in the budget of the Palestinian proto-states that will grow massively with the help of international support after the end of the current war if Israel is unable to put a stop to it. The academically and socially accepted version of the aforementioned blaming of the Jews for their own murder and deportation, "How bad must the Jews be for us to do this to them?" is the vehemently expressed desire for a contextualization of the massacre. The demand for contextualization is based on the wisdom of the lie, which is so false that not even its opposite is true. For the contextualizers of the mass murders of October 7 want to know nothing of Islamist ideology, of the competition of violence between Islamist rackets. They don't want to hear about the eliminatory anti-Semitism of Palestinian gangs, which has been manifesting itself constantly for years, be it in the Itamar murders of 2011, in the suicide attacks of the second, or the assassinations of the knife intifada. They do not want to talk about the extreme cruelty of the Hamas barbarians, which cannot be explained without a constant dehumanization, or write about the sexualized violence, which cannot be explained without an anti-Semitic misogyny. In the open letters of these academic activists, not even a single sentence is dedicated to the massacres. Since the Hamas massacres in Israel on October 7, 2023 and the subsequent collective punishment of Gaza, reads an open letter from critical academics such as Daniel Loic and Paul Metrel to German politicians and the public. The unconscionable violence of the October 7 attacks and the ongoing aerial bombardment and invasion of Gaza are devastating, and are generating pain and fear among Jewish and Palestinian communities around the world, according to Bartov, Rothberg, and others. The murders are dutifully mentioned, but they do not raise any questions for these Holocaust researchers and anti-Semitism experts. They are not looking for a context to critically determine the actions of Hamas, otherwise they would not be able to get past the political economy, ideology, and social psychology of the perpetrators. These critical academics are looking for an occasion to address what they are actually concerned about: the rejection of Israel's existence. 75 years of displacement, 56 years of occupation, and 16 years of the Gaza blockade have generated an ever-deteriorating spiral of violence, write Bartov et al. Loic and colleagues hide their resentment behind Amira Haas, whom they quote approvingly. "You Germans, according to Haas, have betrayed the responsibility arising from the Holocaust by your unreserved support of an Israel that occupies, colonizes, takes people's water, steals land, imprisons 2 million people in Gaza in an overcrowded cage, destroys homes, drives entire communities from their homes and promotes settler violence." The desire for contextualization stops at the actions of the Jews. The political framework, critical scholars, in which far-right parties and the settler movement have gained strength in Israel, to which the expulsions of 1948, the occupation of 1967 and the blockade of 2005 were a reaction, must be concealed. There is no need to contextualize Israel's actions. They do not raise any questions, but are simply evil. Anti-Semitism is similar to anti-Judaism in that it accuses the Jews of what it does to them. If Jews were tortured in the Middle Ages in order to extort confessions from them that they had tortured the Lord God in the form of a host, attempts are being made to destroy Israel from the day it was founded in order to chalk up the Jewish state's successful defense as a colonial crime or, more recently, as genocide. This cynicism also becomes clear in the arguments put forward by Bartov, Rothberg, and others in a second article. As bad as the terrible events of October 7 were, there was no existential threat to Israel, they know how to proclaim with reference to an IDF general. This is undoubtedly true for October 7. But it was not due to a lack of genocidal commitment on the part of Gaza's citizens. The fact that the coordinated attacks from land, air, and sea could be repelled so relatively quickly was due not least to the blockade of the Gaza Strip, which for years had prevented an even more massive armament of Hamas and thus an even worse genocide on October 7. What sets October 7 apart from the Shoah in terms of its quality is the existence of the State of Israel as the strongest power in the region, and Bartov and his colleagues are right about that. But not in the sense that it was exclusively the violence of this state that made the crimes of Hamas and its great popularity in the Palestinian territories and the Arab world possible. Unlike in 1938 and 1941, today there is a Jewish state whose primary purpose is to prevent anyone from ever again having the opportunity to exterminate millions of Jews. The State of Israel can itself restore the security of its inhabitants, it can and will sanction the perpetrators. The genocidal violence of Hamas has been brought to an end, the acts are traumatizing and the horror for Israeli society continues in the face of ongoing kidnappings, dying soldiers, and rocket fire, but thanks to the State of Israel alone, it is not a new breach of civilization. The academic activist agitation against the Jewish sovereign that manifests itself in the open letters, even in the face of massive genocidal violence against its inhabitants, be they Jews, Muslims, or Christians, should itself be contextualized. Last but not least, the role of academic networks must be considered, whose members sign more open letters than academic publications. In part, however, the resentment against the Jewish state also stems from the conceptual work of these political academics. For example, Daniel Loic, who accuses Israel of alleged collective punishment of the Gaza Strip and stealing land in the open letter quoted above, formulates a critique of sovereignty that dispenses with the concept of totality and trivializes dialectics into irony. With the true theoretical ballast of dialectical critique, he also rejects the critical potential of critical theory as a whole, and so it is hardly surprising that Loic can only recognize the difference between the genocide of Hamas and the self-defense of the Israeli sovereign in that the latter is to blame for the former. Those who remain silent about the totality under the state and capital and the entanglement of individuals in this must trivialize contradictions into ironies, criticism of political violence within states into criticism of the police, and criticism of sovereignty into criticism of Jewish sovereignty. Michael Rothberg is different. The widely respected advocate of a concept of multidirectional memory warns, together with others in the open letter quoted above, against invoking the memory of the Holocaust in the perception of the current war. In his collection of essays Multidirectional Memory, Rothberg wrote, "In contrast to a conception that understands collective memory as a case of memory competition, as a zero-sum game and a struggle for scarce resources, I propose that we understand memory as multidirectional, as memory that is subject to constant negotiation, cross-comparison, and borrowing, and is productive and not dismissive." It seems productive to him when a picture of a Palestinian boy, also with his hands up, is inserted into the famous photo of the boy being taken away from the Warsaw Ghetto with his hands up. However, it is not productive when genocidal violence against Jews in 2023 is placed in relation to the genocide of Jews in 1941. The product Rothberg is concerned with, and his signing of the open letter makes this clear once again, is the abolition of Israel. The benefit for the manufacture of this product is the yardstick by which multidirectional remembrance is measured. The Hamas massacres of October 7, 2023 raise questions that are not being asked in Europe, in Germany, in the global left and elsewhere, and which the Jewish sovereign is forced to answer quite unironically. The lack of interest in these acts is flanked by an understanding of the murders that cannot be concealed by the dutiful and disinterested condemnation of the massacres. The selective contextualization of the murders to the detriment of Israel is the contribution that critical academics make to the anti-Semitic war against Israel. The questions after October 7 should actually be how the political-economic foundations of the rentier and racket proto-state of Gaza, how the racketization and permanent brutalization of political Islam, how the competition of anti-Semitic gangs could be stopped so that October 7 cannot happen again. The answers to these questions and the socialization of individuals carried out under the dictates of the state and capital are the context in which Israel tries to protect its Jewish citizens from anti-Semitic violence. On October 7, 2023, the Hamas attackers put into practice the hadith that they had already proclaimed as their goal in their charter in 1988, the annihilation of as many Jews as possible. The hour will come when the Muslims will fight and kill the Jews until the Jews hide behind stones and trees. But the trees and stones will say, "O Muslim, O servant of Allah, here is a Jew hiding behind me. Come and kill him." Only the Garkad tree will not do this, for it is a tree of the Jews. The fact that these barbaric acts, committed by many hundreds of murderers, were possible presupposes not only years and decades of anti-Semitic propaganda, but also a radical dehumanization of Israelis and Jews propagated by the de facto Hamas authorities in the Gaza Strip and generally accepted by society there, which cannot be rationalized with the undoubtedly miserable conditions in the Gaza Strip, not with abstract terms such as occupation and certainly not with Israeli settlements, which do not exist in the Gaza Strip. So UN Secretary-General Guterres was right in one respect, namely when he said in the UN Security Council about the attacks on October 7 that they were not carried out in a vacuum, but in a context. Only, of course, the context he had in mind was not Hamas propaganda against Jews, which is eagerly tolerated and co-financed by the UN, but, according to the anti-Semitic logic that has become universal since October 7, exclusively the Israeli occupation. Yet it is precisely the closure of the Gaza Strip, which is vilified as an occupation, and the actual occupation of the West Bank that ensure that anti-Semitic massacres by the Palestinian resistance do not occur on a daily basis. For decades, Fatah's al-Aqsa brigades, Islamic Jihad, and Hamas have demonstrated their willingness to kill Jews whenever possible through numerous attacks. The Hamas massacre must have been prepared for months, with cool strategic calculation, in military training maneuvers, and at the same time a fervent fanatical hatred of Jews. From the very beginning of the planning of the attacks on Israel, it must have been completely clear to everyone involved that Israel would be unable to react in any other way than with military force. The fact that the images of destroyed Palestinian homes and dead Palestinian women and children will be broadcast in the world media along with the Israeli reaction must be seen as one of the attackers' intended goals. Not only since this war, but already in the previous Gaza wars, Hamas has ensured that Israeli attacks on military infrastructure are accompanied by as many civilian casualties as possible by targeting weapons and rocket depots, rocket launches, and so on from civilian infrastructure in the Gaza Strip, such as hospitals, schools, and kindergartens. Anyone who celebrated Hamas' brutal attacks on October 7th, whether in Gaza City or Nukoln, had to know that the coming weeks and months would be a harsh and terrible reality of war for all those who have to live in the Gaza Strip. A war that would not have existed without the attack on October 7th and which Hamas could end at any time by capitulating. The claim that the celebrants are concerned about the suffering of Palestinian civilians is therefore an outright lie. They were not only celebrating the bloodbath against Jews. In Berlin, they were also celebrating the fact that they would soon have the opportunity to flood their own social media channels with pictures of killed Palestinian children in order to rationalize and spread their own boundless hatred of Jews. And in Gaza, people celebrated the only thing Hamas has to offer politically, the opportunity to mass-produce martyrs. The fact that Hamas uses civilians as human shields, as it euphemistically puts it, when it prevents women and children from leaving places where the next Israeli attack is suspected, has been amply demonstrated in this war and in past wars. It is not even primarily concerned with thwarting Israeli military actions, as the talk of a protective shield suggests, but with the mass production of propaganda images for the outside world and martyrs for the inside. While this cynical cult of death, which is publicly staged at every opportunity, holds Palestinian society together in a perpetual state of war, and Hamas knows no difference between civilian and military victims, but only shaheeds, the images can be presented to international propaganda as civilian victims. However, this does not stop Western media from using Hamas' cruel propaganda machinery. The Hamas attacks have been described as terrorist attacks. If you add the adjective anti-Semitic to this term, there would be just enough truth in this description to show that it has put Jews all over the world in well-founded fear for their lives. However, the concept of terrorism blurs all differences in political violence, both between the motives and ideologies, in the political context and in the execution. As if there were no substantial differences between arson attacks on prison construction sites or targeted killings of politicians and systematic, uninhibited mass murder. The concept of terrorism is unsuitable because it does not allow a substantive distinction to be made between armed resistance, for example against an authoritarian regime, and calculated, anti-Semitic mass murder. The attacks were also described as a pogrom and thus rightly included in the almost thousand-year history of anti-Jewish pogroms since the First Crusade in 1096. Even if the historical pogroms were by no means as spontaneous as the accompanying propaganda would have us believe, they were not planned with the same military precision as the Hamas attack on October 7th, which was coordinated from land, air, and sea. Also, in none of these pogroms were so many people murdered in a single place in such a short space of time as here. Only the November pogroms of 1938 are likely to have reached a comparable dimension, and that in all cities throughout Germany. Of course, it is difficult to compare October 7th with the November pogroms, and the latter cannot be viewed in isolation from the fact that they were preceded by the complete disenfranchisement of German Jews and followed by the almost complete extermination of European Jews. Nevertheless, if one wants to make a historical comparison, which is not the same as equating them, the comparison with the Einsatzgruppen of the SS and SD after the Wehrmacht's invasion of the Soviet Union seems more obvious. In both cases, the perpetrators were organized military units. In both cases, their goal and their orders were to kill as many Jews as possible. In both cases, thousands of people were murdered, tortured, and raped face to face within hours. It is also important to note that in both cases the murderers acted within the framework of a war of aggression, which in the final analysis can no longer be attributed to any kind of rational political intention, but was driven by the quasi-religious hope of redemption through the murder of Jews. Nevertheless, it is important to note an important difference between the attacks of October 7th and both the Reich pogrom night and the mass shootings by the SS. Unlike in 1938 and 1941, today there is a Jewish state whose primary state purpose is to prevent anyone from ever again having the opportunity to exterminate millions of Jews. Whereas in 1938, at the Evian Conference, the Western states also refused to accept any more Jewish refugees. Today, every Jew can seek refuge in Israel, because Jews can only hope for a safe refuge from anti-Semitism if a Jewish sovereign ensures their security. The lives and security of Jews worldwide are closely linked to Israel's security and ability to defend itself. And incidentally, as communists like to suppress, the communist world revolution also failed to materialize when it was most needed. This is not trivial, not least because socialists and communists agitated against Zionism with some success, promising that socialism would put an end to anti-Semitism in the near future. In retrospect, such agitation before 1933 was perhaps a tragic miscalculation with terrible consequences for many Jews. After the Shoah, such agitation is malicious stupidity. That is why the existence of Israel, and in particular a defensible and militarily armed Israel, is the biggest thorn in the side of all anti-Semites worldwide. For the Jews, the Shoah meant a complete break with civilization. They were helplessly at the mercy of the extermination anti-Semitism of the Germans and their helpers. The murderous activities of the Germans had to be stopped by an international coalition, which sometimes subordinated the liberation of the extermination camps to other military objectives. And the vast majority of the perpetrators remained unpunished after 1945. Things are different today. The State of Israel can itself restore the security of its inhabitants. It can and will sanction the perpetrators. And one more thing, you can be sure that, in view of October 7th, Israeli society and state institutions will themselves also deal with the mistakes of their government's security policy and the consequences of the current war for Israel's future security. For unlike the many German commentators who are currently giving wise advice and harsh criticism from a safe distance, which they justify with concerns about Israeli security policy affects every Israeli existentially. This, too, is part of Jewish auto-emancipation, no longer having to be dictated to by European princes and self-appointed friends as to what is best for their security. The genocidal violence of Hamas has been brought to an end, the acts are traumatizing, and the horror for Israeli society continues in the face of ongoing kidnappings, dying soldiers, and rocket fire, but thanks to the State of Israel alone, it is not a new breach of civilization. It must be emphasized again and again these days, Israel has been forced into this war by Hamas. As recently as October 6, an Israeli offensive in Gaza would have been considered unlikely by all experts and observers. Israel also did not choose the type of warfare against a fanatical enemy that deliberately entrenches itself in densely populated residential areas and hospitals and exploits every Palestinian child killed for its own propaganda. It remains to be seen whether Hamas can be completely defeated. But where so many commentators get the certainty that this is not possible militarily per se is remarkable. It may not be possible to bomb crazy ideas out of people's heads. But you can certainly destroy the military and material infrastructure that makes the material rule of crazy ideas possible in the first place. And who knows, perhaps it will be less attractive to commit oneself to the completely crazy idea of killing as many Jews as possible and dying as martyrs in the process if tunnels, machine guns, bombs and rockets are no longer provided for this purpose, but only kitchen knives, if there are no more financial resources for the pensions of relatives of the martyrs. Or if the open hatred of Jews and the cult of martyrdom disappears from schools, youth organizations, and mosques in the event of a possible occupation of the Gaza Strip. The mass murder on October 7th was already the first victory for the anti-Semitic international from Hamas to Iran. The media war and global propaganda against Israel is the next. This includes the fact that Jews now have to fear attacks worldwide, that an anti-Semitic pogrom took place in Dagestan that was at least tolerated by the Russian government, that incendiary devices are being thrown at synagogues in Europe and the USA, and that the homes and facilities of supposed or actual Jews are being marked with Stars of David and their inhabitants released for prospective extermination. The attacks of October 7th marked the beginning of a global war against the Jews, the end of which is not in sight anytime soon. Israel has little influence on what happens in Europe and the USA, where a broad anti-Semitic front has long since formed, openly calling for the annihilation of Israel and its Jewish inhabitants under the slogan "From the river to the sea" and specifically threatening Jewish students, for example. A frightening alliance is already emerging between Islamists of various kinds and an equally heterogeneous global left, ranging from post-colonial university professors to Fridays for Future and the various European left-wing parties. The fact that a video of Osama bin Laden is trending among young American leftists, not despite but because of his anti-Semitic tirades about the power of the Jews, is something that not even the worst factions of the anti-imperialist left of the noughties would have thought possible. While the danger of attacks by Islamists on Jews and their institutions has once again increased significantly, the political left has now also become a serious threat to the lives of Jews in Europe, the USA, and Israel. In this country, their agitation against the safety of Jews is being met by a civil society which, although the majority condemns the terror of Hamas, has not tired of emphasizing since October 7 that it is scrupulously ensuring that Israel's self-defense does not go beyond the extent that it is patronizingly conceded. In the foreseeable future, there could hardly be anyone left to publicly defend Israel. Even if they have been marginalized since October 7, Europeans also exist in Israel and among internationally renowned Jewish intellectuals, especially among those who work at North American universities or collaborate with them. The prehistory of the Gaza war also includes the bitter dispute over the judicial reform sought by the Netanyahu government, which is largely based on right-wing and religious parties. Although the political issue at stake is certainly relevant, it was conducted by both sides in a way that seems strange in retrospect against the backdrop of the massacre. The question of how the powers of Parliament and the Supreme Court are delineated against each other, whether and if so in which legal decisions the highest judges have the final say, is one that could easily be resolved through political compromise and not one that is about preserving democracy or abolishing the rule of law, as claimed by the respective sides. The mass protests, especially in Tel Aviv, in which the Israeli government was portrayed as the main enemy and which even included calls for conscientious objection, are unlikely to have helped Israel to appear united and ready to defend itself in Tehran, Beirut, or Gaza. The reactions of Israeli society after October 7 and the fact that Gantz and Netanyahu were immediately able to form a war cabinet together, incidentally to the exclusion of the right-wing parties in Netanyahu's government, clearly show that the two are much closer on the relevant political issues in which they represent the broad majority of the population than parts of their respective alliance partners in the fight for judicial reform. It is no coincidence that former General Gantz has gained massive popularity through his decision to join the government at the expense of Netanyahu and the outspoken Lapid, who has attracted negative attention in the past as the mouthpiece of liberal America. On August 4, 2023, a short petition entitled "The Elephant in the Room" was published, which was signed by almost 3,000 Jewish academics from all over the world, including notorious anti-Zionists such as Susan Neiman, known in Germany as a supporter of A. Dirk Moses, as well as renowned figures such as Dan Diner, Benny Morris, Saul Friedlander, and Omer Bartov. Using the metaphor common in English and Russian, they criticized the fact that the protests were not talking about the obvious issue, the Israeli occupation. In doing so, they did not hesitate to speak of apartheid and, in reference to the supremacy of the white race propagated by the Ku Klux Klan and other anti-Semites in the USA, of Jewish supremacy in Israel. However, since the vast majority of supporters of the most important opposition leaders at the time, Gantz and Lapid, did not share the view of the signatories, it was precisely this extensive refraining from mentioning the peace process, the two-state solution or similar nonsense that was decisive for the success of the protests against the judicial reform. The restraint or suppression of moderate to rabidly anti-Zionist groups was the prerequisite for mobilizing such broad sections of liberal, secular Israel, with the Israeli national flag as the most important symbol, beyond the usual suspects such as the Meretz Party or Breaking the Silence and Tselem, for the protests against the Netanyahu government. That this was not just a tactic was shown by the fact that the organizers of the protests stopped them immediately on October 7 and used their infrastructure to support the Israeli government. The last two governments that were formed in Israel before the outbreak of the Gaza war, one including the Arab Ram party and the left-wing Meretz, the other including all religious parties and the radical right around Smotrich and Ben-Gvir, proved to be unsuitable to adequately represent Israeli society and Zionism. It should be added that Zionism has always consisted of a national religious and a secular wing, between which, in view of the horrors of Hamas, no piece of paper fits. The fact that Israeli society therefore appeared to be much more divided than it turned out to be after October 7 may also have contributed to the terrorist attack. The political failure that led to October 7 and the imminent end of the Netanyahu era as a result could open up space for political constellations that are better able to represent the majority of Israelis and that can tackle the tasks that need to be tackled together without providing Israel critics at home and abroad with the beloved enemy image of a right-wing extremist religious government. Smashing Hamas, finally abandoning the idea of a two-state solution and annexing the settlement blocks, cleansing at least southern Lebanon of Hezbollah, weakening the Iranian regime in cooperation with those Arab states that share this interest. To their eternal shame, the authors did not secretly delete their petition after October 7. Rather, Omer Bartov and Shira Klein followed up with a second one, which was even more perfidious than the first and which was only signed by around a third, i.e. a good 1,000 Jewish academics. While Susan Neiman was of course one of the first signatories, Diner, Morris, and Friedlander were absent this time, without it being known that they had withdrawn their signatures from the first petition. The core demands this time were firstly to release the Hamas hostages by exchanging them for murderers in Israeli prisons, secondly to refrain from retaliation in Gaza, as one massacre does not justify a second, thirdly an immediate end to apartheid and the occupation of the West Bank and the siege of the Gaza Strip, and fourthly an appeal to the USA, Israel, and the international community to work towards true peace between Israel and the Palestinians. There is no mention of anti-Semitism at American universities, which for the authors of these lines is presumably a legitimate protest against the oppressive Israeli state, or of Israel's right to self-defense, which was instead decidedly denied by equating a war against Hamas with the massacres of October 7. But even Dan Diner went one better in the FAZ of October 25 and, of all the things that could come to mind 18 days after the most devastating massacre of Jews since the Holocaust, the specific nature of which he, unlike Bartov and Klein, explicitly emphasized, called for the revival of the two-state solution. For him, the reason for Hamas' success was that the Israeli government found Hamas more convenient than Fatah, which was willing to compromise. It is as if he did not know that Abbas has been acting as a kind of mayor of Ramallah by Israel's grace for years, who practically always spouts anti-Semitic incitement at official events, even in the presence of a silent German chancellor, and who is in the 20th year of his 4-year term of office for good reason, because he could no longer win an election. In fact, contrary to what Diner says, not all attempts to circumvent the Palestinians have vanished into thin air, but the paradigms of the Oslo process and the two-state solution, which were based on the assumption that the Palestinians would give up or reduce their hatred of Israel and the Jews if they were unilaterally accommodated and concessions made. The lasting result of the failed Oslo process was the Second Intifada with its bestial massacres and terrible suicide attacks, the murderous success of which is still presented to Palestinian children as a shining example today and shapes not only the murderers of October 7, but the Palestinians as a whole. The fact that Ehud Olmert's last offer in 2008 to hand over East Jerusalem and over 90% of the West Bank to the Palestinians was rejected was over 15 years ago. To carry this nonsense, which has been completely obsolete for decades and not just since October 7, into the anti-Israeli German press or to an academic public is a sad testimony to the extent to which even Jewish academics who have written important works on the Holocaust, genocide research, Arab anti-Semitism, etc., have conformed to an academic establishment, whether out of conviction or, worse still, out of opportunism, the state of which one can get an idea of since October 7 at Harvard, Stanford, Columbia, and elsewhere. It resembles that of German universities in the years before 1933. Since the Israeli army began its military operation in the Gaza Strip in response to the anti-Semitic massacre of October 7, 2023, and now promises to win, there seems to be only one position from the US government to the Junge Welt: Israel should lay down its arms. The call to surrender to Palestinian terror is usually camouflaged by the supposedly liberal side as an appeal for both sides to return to peace negotiations with the aim of civilized coexistence. The fact that, unlike Israel, Palestine is not a state and Hamas is not a ruling party, but an anti-Semitic gang of murderers, is generously ignored. A negotiated peace, however imaginable, based on such denial would itself be anti-civilizational, anti-Western, and genuinely anti-Semitic. A contribution to the perpetuation of Islamic barbarism. The fact that such views are now also back in vogue in middle-class milieus shows that the advance in sympathy that Israel temporarily received after the 1,400 murders committed by Hamas has obviously been used up, at the latest since even more Palestinians were killed in the Gaza Strip than Israelis were murdered before. Since then, Israel has once again been accused of disproportionality and the call for recognition of the suffering on both sides has become louder, usually followed by condemnation of only one side, the Israeli side. For years, Judith Butler has been responsible for the theoretical legitimization of this position, which presents itself as a model case of universal morality. In a text published in German translation in Freitag less than 2 weeks after the Hamas massacre, she complains that the dominant framework in reporting on the anti-Semitic mass murder regards some lives as more grievable than others, wonders whether we can mourn without reservation both the lives lost in Israel and those lost in Gaza, and wishes for an ideal of equality that recognizes the equal grievability of lives. Butler hints at the political consequences to be drawn from such a generalized and thus abstract mourning when she condemns the Hamas murders 3 times in formulaic terms, but without saying a word about what exactly Hamas has actually done, while she accuses Israel of a whole list of serious crimes, from genocidal rhetoric to colonial racism to relentless bombing and apartheid. Since the terrorist attacks of September 11 and the subsequent War on Terror, Butler has been working on an ethics of the political that calls for a world community united in undifferentiated mourning and is intended to convict the USA and above all Israel of inhumanity. When jihadists flew planes into the towers of the World Trade Center because they suspected the headquarters of international financial Jewry to be there, this beacon for an international hate campaign against the Jews and the West was for Butler an example of our permeability for other people, which we must accept. Pain aligns us with one another, she wrote, and wished for an identification with suffering itself. In this way, a community based on vulnerability and loss could emerge, whose only problem would be the highly unjust global distribution of this physical vulnerability. Because the USA and Israel considered themselves invulnerable, but continually hurt others without mourning their losses, they were guilty of dehumanization. We must learn that other lives are just as worthy of mourning and demand the same from us, to be mourned, because only in circumstances in which his death is significant can the value of a life come to light. Those who cannot be mourned live outside of life. In this ethics of mourning, which is an ethics of death, the living only appear as prospective corpses, as not yet dead, whose value of life is measured solely by the expected degree of mourning. Butler's demand to live in order to be mourned appeals to morbid fantasies in which everyone has already imagined their own, naturally tearful funeral. Turned to others, this demand appeals to us to always anticipate the death of our fellow human beings and to enter into a community of sufferers in the anticipated mourning for everyone, not for the specifically individual. However, the uplifting feeling of anticipatory grief does not have to be an authentic foretaste of a real experience of loss. Anyone who regularly gets misty-eyed at the thought of the future death of others, friends and, more often, relatives, is not demonstrating their respect for their lives, but must ask themselves why they keep falling for the fantasy of their death. The song line "Yours is the Funeral I'd Fly to From Anywhere" by the US band Why? Expresses just how close the painful fear of loss and the unacknowledged wish for death can be, oscillating between a declaration of love and a cool farewell, because it resonates with a commitment to the unconditional grievability of individual lives as well as the suggestion of not wishing for a reunion during one's lifetime. In any case, Judith Butler's ethics is not about mourning as an individual approach to the dead, in which all those contradictory moments come together that already characterize even, and even more so, the most loving relationships among the living. Nor does she speak of those social mourning rituals in which smaller or larger groups find their way back to life by mourning their loss together. Rather, Butler is concerned with mourning as a performance, as a collective political event, and with the dead only insofar as they were victims of attacks, wars, or genocides, i.e. victims of political violence that was deemed inopportune. It is solely concerned with the political cult of the dead. In this context, an unequal calculation is made. For example, if the victims of September 11 had been mourned more than the dead of the war in Afghanistan. The life of every human being should count equally. For Butler, however, it is the absolute identity of death that is supposed to establish the equality of all lives. For her, grief is the currency in which every loss of human life must be settled and through whose global circulation a united world community is to be constituted. Like the perpetrators of the mass pogrom of October 7, she does not love life, which she knows only as a qualityless addition of various lives, but death, which, as an omnipresent possibility, indiscriminately characterizes every individual life. And if death, no matter which one, gives every life its identical value, do we not owe the more numerous victims of various wars as much or even more mourning than the Jewish victims of anti-Semitic violence? This is the calculation presented by the so-called post-colonial discourse. What are the Jews murdered by Islamic terror versus the Palestinian dead? And what are the Jews murdered in the Holocaust against the victims of the transatlantic slave trade or the colonial wars? Similarly, historical relativists on the right and left once insisted that more Soviet citizens, more Chinese or more Germans perished in the Second World War than Jews in the Holocaust. Such an accounting of the dead makes use of rational logic, but in doing so it assists an almost passionate competition for victims that attempts to erase the unprecedented nature of the extermination of the Jews as an assumed competitive advantage of the victims, instead of recognizing in it the categorical and irrevocable break with and in any rationality, that the Jews were killed for nothing and because of nothing, Ike Geisel, and that no military strategic, economic or political considerations could dissuade the Germans from their murderous work. Historical and political judgment, which grasps this unprecedented character of extermination death, can neither be guided by mathematical calculation nor replaced by abstract mourning for indifferent deaths, but must, as Dan Diner writes, make an ethically extremely difficult, yet necessary distinction: the distinction between death and death. The qualitative difference between victims of war and victims of the pogrom, between victims of an unleashed hatred of Jews aimed at the whole of humanity and victims of necessary acts of defense, the word collateral damage is not just an inhumane euphemism, is where calculation reaches its limits. Butler does not want to make this distinction, and this is the reason why she cannot even name the concrete bestial acts of murder committed by Hamas, let alone describe them. She would have to speak of public executions that were frenetically applauded by the masses, of women raped to death, of children's corpses burned to death. It would have to admit that Hamas murdered indiscriminately, that the anti-Semitic violence of October 7th was aimed at total annihilation, which it executed on every single victim. It was a violence that said, "This is what we will do to every one of you that we catch." Only the arbitrariness of the perpetrators and no comprehensible rule decided who was to be killed immediately and who was allowed to survive as a hostage for the time being. In view of this total character of the mass pogrom, instead of calling for the universal grievability of all in a sentimental abstract manner, it would be better to ask whether mourning, which is always individual and intimate and takes its starting point from the individual, the mourner as well as the one being mourned, does not reach its limits in such barbarism. Whether the mass murder did not also want to destroy the possibility of appropriate mourning with the individuals in whom it always sought to liquidate the concept of humanity. The fact that on October 7th, everyone without exception within the reach of the Palestinian attackers became a potential murder victim must have been understood by all Israelis and Jews as an existential threat that also touched on deeper layers of experience based on the reports of the survivors. The murderers surprised their victims in a state of extreme defenselessness and inflicted the greatest possible humiliation on them. Zeev Sternhell, the Israeli historian of fascism, recalled his years as a soldier in 2008 and confessed that when his comrades died in the Six-Day War, he thought, at least they died like human beings. They weren't killed by being chased down the street, as Sternhell had experienced in his childhood in the Przemysl ghetto. In this sense, the state of Israel was not a political matter for him, but something much more fundamental, something much more elementary. It means a return to humanity. A return to a life as human beings. On October 7th, this humanity, which allows for a tangible death and a mourning appropriate to it, was negated by the attackers from the Gaza Strip, and Israel's self-image as a guarantor not only of the safety of all persecuted Jews, but also of the dignity of its citizens, was shaken. When a Hamas spokesman threatened after the massacre to prepare a 2nd, 3rd, and 4th October 7th for the Israelis and declared that he would be proud to pay the price and sacrifice martyrs, he made it unmistakably clear that Hamas is driven by the same desire for annihilation as the Nazis, even putting its own self-preservation aside, and that it must therefore be defeated at all costs. It has the backing of 70% of Palestinians in Gaza and the West Bank, who, according to polls, welcome the massacre and have celebrated it publicly by handing out sweets while still under the fresh impression of videos of mutilated and raped Israelis, as well as in Berlin, Tehran, and the rest of the world, without Judith Butler having bothered them with the demand for universal mourning for the Jewish dead as well. The Israeli military, which is taking action against Hamas and its allied groups in Gaza and at the same time has to defend itself against acts of terrorism in the West Bank and rocket attacks from Lebanon, Yemen, and Syria, is responding to the violence of October 7th by trying to render the threat harmless. Of course, it has no genocidal intent and does not carry out targeted attacks on unarmed people, whom it warns of airstrikes and helps to flee. The fact that this response to terror is nevertheless disproportionate, despite all the differences in targeting and combat tactics, is put forward solely with reference to the increasing number of fatalities in Gaza. As of December 2023, over 18,000 Palestinians are said to have died, without it being known whether these figures from the Hamas authorities are correct, how high the proportion of terrorists, both in combat gear and in civilian clothing, is among the dead, and how many of the unarmed victims died because Hamas prevented them from fleeing. The very fact that such a war in Gaza became necessary in the first place is the responsibility of Hamas, which is sending its nation of martyrs to their deaths in the fight against the, fortunately superior, Israeli military. The Palestinian victims are therefore different from the Israeli victims of October 7th. The sacrifices they have made are, as the not exactly anti-German historian Reinhard Koselleck said about the German victims of the Second World War, not first and foremost passively suffered, but active victims. Only this time they were not meant for the people and the fatherland, but for the Ummah and the Palestinian cause. If Hamas were to end this production of martyrs, i.e., surrender unconditionally, most Palestinian lives could be saved. Of course, enemies of Israel like Judith Butler will never fall for such a humanitarian proposal, if only because they would have to admit that Israel has no interest in massacring a population that would no longer pose any threat. The judgment on the anti-Semitic violence of Hamas and the violence of the Israeli state cannot therefore be made solely on the basis of the deaths declared as the unit of measurement. Moreover, if the body count alone, and not even cause and effect, is to be valid, what was done to the living, including the dead when they were still alive, is ignored. Because Butler only speaks abstractly of the dead, and the mourning to which she appeals is therefore abstract and therefore only ritual and not mourning, she ignores the fact that Hamas not only murdered but also tortured its victims before murdering them, that it allowed family members to watch the murder of their relatives via live streams, or that it maltreated children held hostage by forcing them to watch its murder and torture videos and psychologically damage them for the rest of their lives. And what kind of life does Hamas have in store for the Palestinians in the Gaza Strip before their martyrdom? Existence in a completely militarized wasteland, whose inhabitants are trained from childhood to murder and suicide, trained as human weapons and deprived of all freedoms, which they have learned to hate as a possibility rather than to long for. Their lives are to be realized in martyrdom alone, not unlike what Butler envisages, for whom the ritualized wailing of the Palestinians must be exemplary of the longed-for conditions in which death matters. This is presumably the reason why she described Hamas as a progressive social movement back in 2006. On the other hand, those who do not measure life by the significance of death, but value the freedom realized in it, always know how to measure military and political violence by the concrete life they defend and enable. Here lies the decisive difference. Israel fights for the free life of its citizens and takes the death of its opponents upon itself in return. They fight for the death of the Jews and take their own death upon themselves in return. Hamas knows that Israel, unlike the death-obsessed jihadists, wants to preserve the lives of its citizens at all costs, which is why it has taken hostages. At one time, 1027 Palestinian terrorists, including the current ruler of the Gaza Strip Yahya Sinwar, were set free for the Israeli soldier Gilad Shalit, who was released after being held hostage for 5 years. Butler, who is not interested in the living, has to keep quiet about the fact that the Israeli military is not only trying to defeat Sinwar and his henchmen, but above all to bring home its kidnapped citizens, i.e. that this is a hostage rescue operation, and can only speak of Israel's war as a revenge military action in which every dead Israeli is to be repaid. The very fact that Israel neither kills blindly nor allows its citizens to be slaughtered, but protects its own population, i.e. that the military and political force exercised by Israel follows the codes of humanity, reason, and appropriateness to which it is committed, is considered presumptuous by its enemies. Yet it is Israel's duty to do so if it is to keep its promise to be a safe haven for all those threatened by anti-Semitic violence. And unlike immigration law, this is not even an exclusive Jewish right, but a protection requirement that applies to all citizens, regardless of origin and religion. Arab Israelis of Muslim faith are among the hostages freed from the clutches of Hamas in exchange for Palestinian criminals. This general requirement of protection is essential to any civic theory of the state. In return for the individual citizen's partial renunciation of violence, they must be able to expect the sovereign to use the violence monopolized by it to protect their lives, property, and physical integrity against external attacks. That is why Israel not only has the right, but also the duty to defend itself. Whether it can fulfill this duty depends not least on the increasingly reluctant support of the USA, where Judith Butler and her ilk have long since gained sovereignty of interpretation, and not only at elite universities. According to a recent study by Harvard University, 51% of 18 to 24-year-old Americans are in favor of Israel's ceasing to exist and the country being handed over to Hamas and the Palestinians. In the same age group, 67% think that Jews are a class of oppressors and should be treated like oppressors. The program of postmodern performativity theory can be summarized as follows. It attempts to put its own thesis to the test, namely that lies become truth through repetition. Truth, as Jacques Derrida, Michel Foucault, and Gilles Deleuze agree with the American philosopher Judith Butler, despite the differences in their philosophical and political views, is not an essence, as Butler calls such metaphysical remnants of Western thought, but an arbitrary agreement that is believed in all the more firmly the more often it is repeated. Accordingly, Butler has ritually repeated her theory of recognition as a means of understanding anti-Semitic violence ever since she sought to legitimize her barely concealed sympathy with the Islamist terror of Hezbollah and Hamas in the wake of 9/11. She made the most recent attempt in this direction in an essay published in German translation in the weekly newspaper Freitag after the mass murder of October 7, which attempts to understand the origins of Hamas violence without relativizing its atrocities. Butler asks, is there a way to value all lives in the Middle East equally, and to mourn all victims? She ignores the fact that there is a difference between lives in the Middle East falling victim to necessary acts of war or anti-Semitic pogroms that are collectively cheered and accompanied by torture, rape, and sadism. Her understanding presupposes the relativization she claims to avoid. The essay contains all the key words that have accompanied Butler's transition from a queer theoretical critique of gender binarity to the deconstruction of Israeli statehood for 20 years. Butler does not want this deconstruction to be understood as an expression of anti-Zionism, but of a specific Jewish identity. In addition to talking about life as an indeterminate collective singular that does not qualitatively differentiate between individually living people, their stories, and experiences, one of these key concepts is the term recognition, borrowed from Hegel, which tends to be equated with appreciation. For Butler, recognition of all suffering regardless of the question of how it was caused denotes an undifferentiated empathy, while Hegel's concept of recognition presupposes the perception of the non-identity of subject and object and thus the limits of intersubjectivity. Butler links this concept of recognition to a history of violence in which all people are entangled and which hardly allows for a differentiation between legitimate and illegitimate acts of violence, those covered by the state monopoly on violence and those that call it into question. De facto, however, Butler does differentiate between forms of violence. As an object of knowledge that wants to be understood, she considers forms of violence on the part of subaltern groups, which she contrasts with state violence. The contrast that guides Butler's reflections on violence is this difference between subaltern and state, concrete and abstract violence. She first developed the concept of violence in her Adorno lectures published in 2002 under the title Critique of Ethical Violence, which marked the beginning of her preoccupation with the theory of recognition, a word that had no meaning in the book The Unease of Gender published in 1990. The Adorno lectures are linked to her earlier works, above all the essay Hasspricht, Hate Speaks, published in 1997, by the attempt to locate violence less in institutions that are regarded as external and abstract than in speech acts with which individuals maltreat one another. Ethical violence refers to forms of hurtful speech that should actually be kept in check by the taming of immediate, anarchic violence through the state monopoly on violence. By defining ethical violence as a form of violence that permeates all social action and can only be countered through acts of performative dissidence and not by invoking the state as the guarantor of the monopoly on violence, Hasspricht functions as a kind of hinge in the transition to Butler's critique of political violence, as presented in the 2013 book A.M. Scheideweg. Judaism and the Critique of Zionism, published in 2013. There, a subaltern Jewish identity is played off as supposedly subversive against the Jewish state's monopoly on violence. If one wants to pursue the question of why Butler, after her deconstruction of heteronormativity in the 1990s, discovered herself as a Jew and the delegitimization of the Jewish state as her task, one would have to start with the systematic ambiguity of her understanding of bourgeois statehood. In Hate Speaks, she argues for a performative rather than a legal approach to tackling discriminatory speech. She explicitly contradicts the conventional understanding of censorship, according to which it is a state instrument in the fight against anti-state activities. Rather, censorship is present everywhere, just as political power is only seemingly monopolized by the state, but actually permeates all speech acts and all social behavior. Since it is omnipresent, it must be countered everywhere. Appealing to the state for protection from political persecution is therefore naive at best, authoritarian at worst. This idea of violence diffusing into society as a whole and the reservations about the state as a guarantor of civil liberties can be characterized as inverted liberalism. If the weakness of classical liberalism lies in its inability to grasp the contradictory nature of bourgeois statehood and to view the state merely as a means of ensuring economic framework conditions, Butler renders the state invisible in that it is everywhere and nowhere. By denying its significance for the history of bourgeois freedom, individuals mutate into postmodern guerrilla fighters. Even gender trouble was characterized by an ignorance of the progress that, for example, the right to vote and stand for election or the right to abortion meant in the history of women's emancipation. The fact that all these advances provide evidence for granting the bourgeois state a positive role in the history of gender emancipation does not suit Butler either theoretically or ideologically. In Unbehagender Geschlechter, Butler criticizes Helene Sixus, Lucy Irigaray, and Julia Kristeva because they still presuppose a psychosexually based female essence. Butler's position, on the other hand, is brutally nominalistic, since for her bisexuality is discursively constructed. She opposes any feminism that assumes a commonality of interests among women. A bourgeois liberal would perhaps respond to this. Leaving aside the constructivist fallacies of this position, could it not then be an indication that the concerns of the women's movement in Western countries have in fact now largely come to an end? Not because everyone there is free, but because the advocacy of individual and social freedom has passed to the individuals, who only have to answer to themselves for what they do with their lives. Because this conclusion would be too unspectacular for Butler, the most banal acts of life are transformed into struggles for recognition, and every normal person is a performative guerrilla warrior. This leads back to the question of why, for her, the commitment to Jewish identity is compatible with the defense of Palestinian anti-Semites. Like the myriad gender identities that Butler brings to bear against the tyranny of essentialism, this identity expresses rage at the loss of lost substance. Rage that Israel is an imperfect bourgeois state and not the state turned deconstruction. Just as Butler's critique of heteronormativity reflects contempt for the fact that women in bourgeois society are literally equally valid, namely a normal, fallible, profane living being instead of subaltern, Butler's deconstruction of Israeli statehood expresses frustration at the fact that Israel does what any bourgeois state would do in its situation: defend itself against an eliminatory threat using the necessary means of violence. Butler and many who echo her view this as a matter of course as treason. How can Israel defend itself when it was founded to protect the defenseless? Israel, however, has no choice. The women who fought for the right to vote, not only for themselves but for all those with whom they had nothing in common but their gender, had no choice but to have one, because they knew that every human being has only this one life. Butler's career shows the intellectual price you pay when you deny this evidence. An example of what it means to lie with the truth was presented by Philosophy magazine on April 9. Under the slightly threatening-sounding title Der Fall Nancy Fraser, Mehr Komplexitat Wagen, Friedrich Weisbach, who teaches at the Institute for Social Sciences at Humboldt University, published an equidistant reflection on times in which normative boundaries become fragile due to historical crises. The historical crisis does not refer to the anti-Semitic pogrom of October 7, when Hamas henchmen invaded Israeli territory and murdered, tortured, or abducted thousands of Jews, sending pictures of the torture and rape to their Palestinian supporters via social media and thus provoking the Israeli military response that has since been called a provocation by people who want to dare to be more complex. What concerns Weisbach is rather the closure of the discourse space, which he accuses Cologne University of because it has withdrawn its invitation to social philosopher Nancy Fraser to this year's Albertus Magnus guest professorship. The reason for Fraser's disinvitation was that she signed the open letter Philosophy for Palestine, published at the beginning of November 2023, 1 month after the anti-Semitic mass murder, which warned of a genocide not by the Palestinians, but by Israel, accusing the Jewish state of apartheid policies and calling for its boycott. At first glance, writes Weisbach, one might think that the rectorate has reacted prudently and sensitively, because people who call for a boycott of Israel, however famous they may be, are not welcome at German universities. At second glance, however, which, as always with such pseudo-differentiations, is used to pass judgment that was already clear before the first glance, it turns out that Fraser's disinvitation may itself have been latently anti-Jewish because it disregarded Fraser's Jewish voice. Who are we to condemn Jewish women in the debate with the government that claims to represent the Jewish people? Fraser could probably be more precise about what the Jewish people is than Weisbach. For even if she accuses Israel of apartheid, as an American Jew she should be aware that the Jewish people, which is not identical to the Israeli people, includes Jews all over the world who do not have Israeli citizenship, while the representation of the Israeli people, which also includes Christians and Muslims, is not only claimed by the Israeli government, but is actually represented by it. The situation is even more complicated with the Jewish voices, to which Fraser belongs and which are mainly invoked by philo-Semitic German anti-Zionists when Jews criticize the Israeli state. Why Jewish voices against Israel should somehow be taken more authentically and seriously than non-Jewish voices against Israel, and whether the accusation of apartheid against the Israeli state is more credible simply because a Jewish voice raises it, is something that critics of Israel who are sensitive to anti-Semitism remain silent about. The defenders of Jewish voices critical of Israel forget all the more that there was Jewish anti-Semitism long before the founding of the Israeli state, and that although it had a different historical and biographical basis than, for example, German anti-Semitism, it made use of similar figures of thought, i.e. that it is nothing particularly remarkable when Jews express themselves in an anti-Jewish or anti-Zionist way. If such a voice, as is the case with Fraser, also belongs to the tradition of critical theory, it is considered almost sacrosanct, as its pioneers Max Horkheimer and Theodore W. Adorno, as Weisbach writes, already dealt with the systematic anti-Semitism of Nazi Germany in the 1930s and after the war made a significant contribution to coming to terms with the crimes and their underlying causes. They have therefore rendered outstanding services to Germany, which is why it is right that almost the entire ranks of critical social scientists still somehow associated with the Frankfurt Institute for Social Research, Axel Honneth, Rahel Jeggi, Christoph Menke, Stefan Lessig, Eva von Riedecker, Julian Rebentisch, Oliver Nachtwey, Martin Saar, Hartmut Rosa, Alex Demirovic, and Hauke Brunkhorst, have now stood by Fraser against Cologne University in a further open letter in response to Fraser's disinvitation. Whether the disinvitation, with which the university first and foremost avoided a confrontation taking place in the context of the planned lectures, was really the right reaction to Fraser's signature under Philosophy for Palestine is not the decisive question in all of this. In fact, there is some evidence that in the short-winded, politically activist debate on anti-Semitism in German culture and academia since October 7, Israel solidarity is increasingly mirroring the BDS movement's cancel culture, which it otherwise criticizes, and that the last remnants of liberal discourse are threatening to disappear from the public sphere as a result. More importantly, however, Fraser's defenders are by no means the avant-garde of a way of thinking without railings, as Hannah Arendt once claimed, but members of an academic clique firmly in the saddle, in which everyone knows everyone else and the law of patronage applies instead of the law of solidarity. It is significant that Weisbach's text refers to Fraser's supporters as German critical theory, which stands like no other tradition of thought for the fight against anti-Semitism, racism, homophobia, and misogyny. It is significant because almost everything about it is wrong. Not only does the formulation ignore the fact that critical theory was by no means simply German, but was committed to the experiences and intellectual traditions of the Jewish German bourgeoisie, whose members, because they took their Jewishness as well as their Germanness seriously, understood German annihilation anti-Semitism to a particularly strong degree as a break, as a denunciation of everything they believed in and to which they tried to be faithful. The formulation becomes completely wrong when it mentions anti-Semitism, racism, homophobia, and misogyny in the style of group-related misanthropy in the same breath, while the insight into the specific nature of anti-Semitism, which is not discrimination against any marginalized group but always means humanity in the Jew and hatred of universality in Jew hatred, distinguishes critical theory from the critical social science that is practiced today by Honneth, Jeggi, Lessig, and their entourage as an expertocratic branch of science. Fraser herself, especially in the books Der Streit die Differenz, 1993, and Widerspenstige Praktiken, 2003, conceived feminist theory in this sense as a branch of social science critical of domination, which knows nothing but minorities of various kinds coexisting side by side, whose mere representatives are the individual subjects, who are entangled with and against each other in various struggles for recognition, Honneth, but are no longer related to any concept of truth that is superior to them and qualitatively distinct from their struggles. Fraser's supporters, who have come together in the open letter, are similar in that they are all working on a similar left-liberal dismantling of universalism with regard to the research segment assigned to them. Menke and Rebentisch in the field of art philosophy, Saar in social philosophy, Rosa in the theory of time, Brunkhorst in political philosophy. This is no objection to the important work that many of them have written in their respective fields. But it does point to the process of decay that critical theory, which took the division of labor as a necessity founded in the matter, for example in the studies on authoritarian character, quite seriously, but never fetishized it, underwent through its transformation into the Frankfurt School. Last but not least, the transformation of critical theory into a specialized discipline explains why it has since become possible to be a critic of anti-Semitism against Israel and a critical theorist in solidarity with people who consider the Jewish state to be an apartheid state. The price for such self-renewal is forgetting the central insight of critical theory, that anti-Semitism in the Jews means humanity, i.e. that they are persecuted not only as empirical individuals, as Jews, but as embodiments of the promise of enforced freedom and equality of all people, and that it can therefore neither be understood nor fought without an indivisible concept of truth. Disappointment with reality, despair at the possibility of real satisfactions, leads to an escape from reality. When it comes to the protection of health, at least in the West, there is still civil courage, even among students. "Sorry, but you can't smoke on campus," a fellow student politely reprimanded a young man who was being filmed undercover smoking a cigarette on the campus of the University of California, Berkeley, waving an ISIS flag. Apart from this brief interlude, he was allowed to pass by without saying a word. However, this changed abruptly when the young man swapped the ISIS flag for that of the Jewish state. Now it was a hail of vicious insults and threats, the usual from the arsenal of Israel critics, kid killers, thieves, genocide, and the like. Anyone who thinks they cannot draw conclusions about reality from this performance will be proven wrong if they just take a look across the channel to England. On October 16, 2014, Haaretz reported the following from the island. The UK's National Union of Students has rejected a motion condemning Islamic State, claiming it is Islamophobic. A student of post-colonial theory and language, presumably English studies, at Birmingham, black student MP Malia Bouadia, had mobilized against this motion. The students' union eventually announced, "We recognize that the condemnation of ISIS seems to have come to justify war and overt Islamophobia. This rhetoric exacerbates the issue at hand and is essentially another attack on those we intend to defend." The Black Student Campaign within the National Student Association uncompromisingly supports black communities around the globe against imperialism and Western interference, which history shows has far too often led to the suffering of black people. At the same meeting of the National Union of Students, the Eurosceptic UKIP party was condemned and a boycott of the Jewish state was called for. At almost the same time, resistance to the white impositions also stirred at the renowned left-wing Goldsmiths College in London. Sarah El-Alfi, the severely beheaded student representative for educational sciences, called on her fellow students in the university's student assembly to reject the proposal to introduce an official Holocaust Memorial Day at the university, alongside those for the victims of Stalinism, the Holodomor, i.e. Stalin's starvation of the Ukrainian population, and the Armenian genocide, because such a proposal would be Eurocentric and colonialist. El-Alfi added, "Remembrance days should not be reduced to a mere list of European historical events. Given our long history of championing diversity and recognizing many struggles, and given that this is Black History Month, I feel the motion did not go far enough." Her request was swiftly granted with a thoroughly totalitarian majority of 60-1. One particularly sensitive student is quoted as saying, "The motion would force people to remember things they might not want to remember." To counter such statements and reactions with a discrete reference to historical facts, for example to draw attention to the fact that the assumption of homogeneous black communities around the world is a racial phantasm, and that Western interference did not introduce slavery but abolished it and put a stop to the much more extensive Arab-Muslim slave trade, hesitantly, but nonetheless. Or to clarify that the victims of Stalinism were largely exterminated in the Gulag after all, that a Muslim SS division led by a Palestinian Muslim took over the killing in Bosnia, and that this Amin al-Husseini also personally took charge of the extermination of the Hungarian Jews, or that the genocide of the Armenians took place east of Europe's territorial border on the Bosporus, or to politely ask what these exterminations had to do with the recognition of numerous battles, would be completely pointless. For the quoted statements deal with phenomena of a psychological nature. Here, as Freud says, it is exclusively the neurotic currency that counts, i.e. only what is intensely thought, imagined with effect, whose correspondence with reality is beside the point. In the second part of his work Totem and Taboo, which in the eyes of these postmodern students is certainly utterly condemnable because it is Eurocentric, which bears the subtitle Some Correspondences in the Mental Life of Savages and Neurotics, which the Austrian psychoanalyst Salma Mani has pointed out is entirely decent Rick because it is universal, Freud pursues the solution to the riddle of the taboo and makes the following assumption, which is probably deeply offensive to any true Eurocentrist. We may suspect that the taboo of the savages of Polynesia is not after all so far removed from us as we at first wanted to believe, that the moral and ethical prohibitions which we ourselves obey may have in their essence a kinship with this primitive taboo, and that the elucidation of the taboo may be able to throw light on the dark origin of our own categorical imperative. In the question of the psychological genesis of what can be counted among the highest cultural ideals, not only in European Enlightenment philosophy, the categorical imperative of Kant's philosophy of reason and morality, Freud identifies a relationship with the primitive taboo. Far from attesting to European man a central position of his culture among all other cultures, totem and taboo perpetuates this offense, meaning the third, strictly speaking, fourth of humanity after Copernicus, Darwin, and Marx, with the means of ethnopsychoanalysis. If individual psychoanalysis offends the subject by confronting it with its inner foreign world, i.e., the unconscious, the ethno-psychoanalytical approach of totem and taboo offends the civilized, or rather the Europeans, by showing them how much they have in common with the savages, those inhabitants of the outer foreign world. End quote. Just as psychoanalysis does not make a categorical distinction between sick and healthy, it does not postulate a categorical, but merely a gradual difference between savages, primitives, and civilized peoples. And precisely because, in accordance with the latent historical optimism in totem and taboo, it adheres to the Enlightenment idea of one humanity and its one history, it also registers the hierarchical distance between these same civilized peoples and the inferior cultures. End quote. But, and this is also the self-reflexive program of a dialectic of enlightenment before the decline of civilization, it is borne by a considerable skepticism with regard to the power of resistance of these civilized peoples against the increasing hostility to culture, i.e. the mass psychological regressions, as they manifested themselves shortly after the publication of the text in the First World War, in the German folkish mania and the resulting annihilation, and currently in political Islam. Freud's talk of the possibility of a regression that always accompanies and possibly undermines the cultural process, according to which the individual as well as collective groups can relapse at any time to an earlier narcissistic state of development that has already been historically overcome and is characterized by magical wishful thinking, a fantastic misjudgment of reality, the omnipotence of thought, i.e. paranoia, necessarily always implies its counterconcept, that of progress. And thus what should be considered both individually as normal subject development or, if this is massively disturbed, as the goal of successful psychoanalytic therapy, as well as collectively for successful cultural development. The ability to critically reflect on oneself, to realistically judge, love and work, in short, the re-establishment of maturity and autonomy. Psychoanalysis, like common sense or philosophy from Plato and Aristotle to Diderot, assumes that the adult human being has internalized a multitude of external constraints that form an integral part of their psyche. From the psychoanalytic perspective, the adult human being has given up his fantasies of omnipotence, has accepted that words do not mean what he wants them to mean, has recognized that there are other people whose wishes are usually contrary to his own, etc. What makes psychoanalysis an impossible profession alongside politics and pedagogy is, as Cornelius Castoriadis further explains in this context, psychoanalyze und Politik, in Psyche, 1996 Heft 09/10, 907f, due to the fact that those working in these fields must always assume or make use of an autonomy that does not, yet, actually exist. The purpose of Freud's parallelization and translation of ontogenesis and phylogenesis is to demonstrate how precarious both social progress, such as the mediation of domination through law, and individual maturation processes towards a desired strengthening or maturation of the ego have remained to date and must remain so in view of the superiority of objective social conditions, to which the individual is rather helpless and unprotected, at best merely functionally attached as a container of labor. See, for example, Theodore W. Adorno's comments. First of all, it is quite sufficient for me to state for the concept of freedom, I mean, political freedom, not freedom of the will, that free is a state in which I do not have to assume, when the bell rings at 6:30 in the morning, that either the Gestapo or the GPU or another similar institution can take me away without my being able to assert the right of habeas corpus against it. Adorno, On the Doctrine of History and Freedom, 2006, 197f. If one does not share Freud's ontology of the false state, his ahistorical, functional concept of bourgeois society, in which partial and general interest are assumed to be already reconciled, which is why he also unapologetically assumes an acting collective subject of the genus, it is nevertheless necessary to turn the critical insights of psychoanalysis and the potencies that it also exhibits in Freud against some of its authors' limitations, which critical theory, especially in Adorno and Marcuse, then also did. Freud summarizes the relationship between culture and social organization as follows: human culture rests on two pillars, one is the mastery of the forces of nature, the other is the restraint of our drives. Shackled slaves carry the throne of the mistress, woe to them if they were freed, the throne would be overturned, the mistress trampled underfoot. Society knows this and does not want it to be spoken of. But why not? What harm could there be in discussing it? After all, psychoanalysis has never advocated the unleashing of our harmful instincts, on the contrary, it has warned us and advised us to do better. But society does not want to hear anything about uncovering these conditions because it has a guilty conscience in more than one direction. Firstly, it has established a high ideal of morality. Morality is a restriction of the instinct, the fulfillment of which it demands from all its members, and does not care how difficult this obedience may be for the individual. However, it is also not so rich or so well organized that it can compensate the individual accordingly for the extent to which he or she renounces his or her drives. It is therefore up to the individual to decide how he can obtain sufficient compensation for the sacrifice imposed on him in order to maintain his mental balance. On the whole, however, he is forced to live above his station, while his unsatisfied instinctive demands make him feel the demands of culture as a constant pressure. Society thus maintains a state of cultural hypocrisy, which must be accompanied by a feeling of insecurity and a need to protect the undeniable instability by prohibiting criticism and discussion. Psychoanalysis reveals the weaknesses of this system and advises changing it. It proposes that the severity of drive repression should be relaxed and more space given to truthfulness. As a result of this criticism, psychoanalysis has been perceived as anti-cultural and banned as a social danger. This resistance cannot last forever. In the long run, no human institution can escape the influence of justified critical insight. Werke 14, The Resistance to Psychoanalysis, 106f. The Resistance to Psychoanalysis, 106f. However, if some in the West today are increasingly displaying a holy shyness, Freud's translation of the Polynesian word taboo, in commemorating the Holocaust, while at the same time remaining silent about the barbarism of those who are preparing to repeat it, or like the gender professor Antje Lon Hornscheid from the HU in Berlin, who confuses magical thinking with science, do not want to be addressed as men or women, but as revered profs, then these bizarre phenomena, together with the theories underpinning them, should be seen against the background of Freud's dynamic insights as a classic case of an infantile emotional ambivalence underlying the taboos and compulsive actions. For what is obvious about these I make the world as I like it infantilisms is that a primitive avoidance behavior is at work here that bears all the traits of magical thinking, as it consequent replaces natural laws with psychological ones. And it does so insofar as the refusal to even speak of real facts reveals the main and core prohibition in neurosis, which, as with the taboo, also encompasses touch, from which its name Berührungsangst, Desire to Toucher, is derived. Freud points out that the meaning of this fear of touching can also take on the meaning of transferred speech, in the sense of coming into contact. For this reason, thought touch is prohorist, as is immediate, physical contact. Like small children who believe they are hiding if they just cover their eyes, the obsessive British students or the German feminist language fighters believe they are contributing to the fight against evil, in their eyes against the West or heteronormativity, by refraining from certain speech acts, as if facts, historical truth, or even biological sex only came into the world when they were named. So if it is true what Freud says, that it is obvious to relate the overestimations and overestimations of psychic actions in neurotics and primitives to narcissism and to regard them as an essential part of narcissism, so that we may see in the proof of the omnipotence of thought in the primitives a testimony to narcissism, then we can dare to attempt to compare the stages of development of the human worldview with the stages of the libidinal development of the individual. In terms of both time and content, the animistic phase corresponds to narcissism, the religious phase to the stage of finding an object, which is characterized by attachment to the parents, and the scientific phase has its full counterpart in that state of maturity of the individual who has renounced the pleasure principle and, adapting to reality, seeks his object in the outside world. Of course, the division of human history is copied from Auguste Comte's three-stage law of positivism and obviously reflects the linear progress model of the Enlightenment of the self-confident, revolutionary French bourgeoisie. But in contrast to positivism, Freud knows that the earlier stages have not been overcome once and for all, but retain an ever-present virtuality, with the familiar catastrophic consequences. In times of the fantastic fall of positivism, it would therefore first be important to save the consciousness-independent, real external or object world from the illusionary wishful fantasies of collectively regressing narcissists. Otto Fenichel once pointed out that this critical reference to reality in psychoanalytical science can also have exuberant traits. We, neither panicky infants and schizophrenics nor animistic occultists and mystical enthusiasts, we logicians, have created the new criterion of BW. Reality testing in a tough struggle. And so that suffering does not crush us in a renunciation of pleasure conditioned by this criterion, a high reward for this original renunciation of pleasure, a new ethic that sets no other task than that, to decide on reality or non-reality only according to insight, and as such, to remain with what has been recognized for as long as the reasons that led to the recognition persist, but also to always be ready to criticize all reasons anew. It is this new virtue, this virtue of the adult and of the overcomer of all pure pleasure principle, which, according to Nietzsche, is the youngest of all virtues, which is called honesty. Perhaps, bearing this in mind, one will realize that he who carries understanding everywhere he allows himself to be carried is not fleeing from the disparate of understanding, but perhaps struggles for it more ardently and more truly than he who unquestionably and lightly believes his intuition. That consideration is not always sobriety, but sometimes a deeper intoxication than the all-too-cheap one experienced by the thoughtless on the mountain-top. That the experience of logical thinking is no more unholy than that of a lyrical poem, so that I want to conclude by varying a word of Beer Hoffman's about the longing for God. And closer to his throne is my hatred than all the love of his cherubim. Psychoanalysis and Metaphysics. Ein kritisch Untersuchung, in Aufsatzband I, FFM 1985, 29, Max Horkheimer takes a very similar view in this regard when he writes in his essay Zum Problem der Wahrheit in the Zeitschrift für Sozialforschung 4/1935. The direction and outcome of historical struggles depend to a large extent on the decisiveness with which people draw consequences from their insights, on the open-mindedness with which they adapt and refine their theories to reality, in short on the uncompromising application of the insight recognized as true. It is not history that corrects and further defines the truth, so that the cognizing subject need only look on, aware that even its differentiated truth, which contains the others in a suspended form, is not the whole, but the truth is driven forward by the people who have it, who stand by it unbendingly, apply and enforce it, act in accordance with it, bring it to power against all resistance from backward, limited, one-sided standpoints. The process of cognition includes real historical will and action just as much as experience and understanding. The latter cannot advance at all without the former. Nietzsche said that a great truth wants to be criticized, not worshipped. This applies to truth in general. He could have added that criticism involves not only the negative skeptical moment, but just as much the inner independence, i.e., the desired maturity or autonomy that Freudian psychoanalysis has in mind, PW. Not to let go of what is true, but to remain firm in its application, even though it may one day pass away. The process of cognition involves not only intelligence but also character in the individual, and not only adaptation to changing reality in a group, but the strength to assert its own views and ideas. The mature, materialistic moment, according to which science only begins when one has realized that one does not know the world and therefore has to search for ways to get to know it, that one therefore searches for real, not imagined causalities in the natural sciences, historical sciences, medicine, psychology, or sociology. In order to be able to form a critical concept of the individual and society at best, in order to find ways to abolish or at least minimize perennial suffering, is increasingly coming under fire from a postmodern counter-enlightenment, a social deconstruction, or more precisely, the destruction of science with dire consequences. First and foremost for the post-colonial subalterns, for whose alleged rescue from the imperialist and Eurocentric West the whole obscurantist mumbo-jumbo was invented in the first place. Mirananda, a molecular biologist and science writer from India who now lives in the USA and is completely anti-imperialist in her outlook, who must at least be credited with rigorously adhering to the premises of thought, worked out in an article for the Marxist U.S. Journal Monthly Review in 1997, how the ideologisms of Western, postmodern, social constructivist anti-science have a global impact, but are taken up in a specific example by so-called neo-Gandhian indigenous science movements, which are recruited from the Hindu nationalists of the BJP. Bharatiya Janata Party is an Indian Hindu nationalist party and currently forms the government. These are, on the object side, the existence of a mind-independent world that has recognizable qualities, structures, and causalities for the human mind, and on the subject side, the capacity of, 1. Indivisible, reason that is equally available to all people. The latter pit asserted cultural peculiarities against efforts to provide rational education in rural areas and urban slums in India through the people's science movements. For example, the Kerala Sastra Sahitya Parishad, KSSP, with 40,000 active members and nearly 1,500 science clubs in small towns and villages in the state of Kerala. There are many other science-based, consciousness-raising groups, some of them recognized nationally for their innovative educational methods in science, especially the Central India-based Eklavya and the now-closed Kishore Bharati, which in 1972 formed the nucleus of the Hoshangabad Science Teaching Program, HSTP, a program that has now spread to more than 500 schools. Their awareness campaigns advance education in modern scientific ideas, especially those stemming from modern Western biology, evolutionary theory, Newton's laws of physics, and relate these to people's everyday lives using all available cultural means, from classrooms to art fairs, songs, street corner theaters, and science processions. Examples of this educational activity include astronomy courses explaining the orbit of a comet approaching the Earth or those explaining a parasite that caused a national panic about a curse on green vegetables. The indigenous counter-movements, on the other hand, which want to preserve the Indian way of life, i.e. religious obscurantism, the caste system and the subjugation of women, vehemently oppose these undertakings and create completely new sciences in which even the laws of nature are different, since they derive their legitimacy as facts from a worldview that is organically and authentically related to the way of life of the people who live in these societies. Peter Siemianek has already summarized everything necessary about the criminal Gandhi in this magazine in number 53/2007. It is astonishing that even a hard-boiled anti-imperialist like Arundhati Blame the West Roy has recently also massively scratched the halo of this national hero. For example, she wrote the foreword to the very readable and important book Annihilation of Caste by B.R. Ambedkar, the historical opponent of Gandhi, who sharply attacked the caste system and Hinduism in 1936, which was republished by Verso last year. For example, Hindu revivalist parties have replaced modern mathematics with an obviously false version of Vedic mathematics in the states where they came to power. It is not hard to see that not being able to do maths or being able to do it incorrectly is certainly not one of the best prerequisites for destitute Indian subalterns to be able or forced to face the brutal constraints of the world market. In any case, both the indigenous Indian and the Western social constructivist ideologues for popular stultification share the essential assumptions of the strong program of the sociology of science according to David Bloor and Barry Barnes, that physical reality no less than social reality is fundamentally a social and linguistic construct, that scientific knowledge, far from being objective, reflects and encodes the dominant ideologies and power relations of the culture that produced it. That the truth claims of science are inherently theory-laden and that the discourse of the scientific community, despite its undeniable value, cannot claim a privileged epistemological status with respect to the counter-hegemonic narratives emanating from dissident or marginalized communities. It may well happen that different theories compete at a given moment to describe and explain the same phenomenal domain, but in the long run the one that has a greater depth of explanation than the competing ones will prevail, that is, the one that can explain why other theories make the false assumptions that they do, or why they also come to the corresponding false conclusions that they do. Marx's critique of fetishism, which underlies bourgeois classical as well as neoclassical economic theory and the everyday consciousness of people that guides their actions, is the best example here. A remark by Albert Einstein also points in the same direction. The development of physics has shown that at any given moment, out of all conceivable constructions, a single one has always proved itself decidedly superior to all the rest. Nobody who has really gone deeply into the matter will deny that in practice the world of phenomena uniquely determines the theoretical system, in spite of the fact that there is no logical bridge between phenomena and their theoretical principles. Can we ever hope to find the right way? Nay, more, has the right way any existence outside our illusions? I answer without hesitation that there is, in my opinion, a right way and that we are capable of finding it. Einstein, Ideas and Opinions. Or to put this nonsense in the words of cultural psychologists Kenneth and Mary Gergen, there is no particular configuration of words or phrases that is uniquely associated with what we call either the world out there or in here. We may wish to agree that something exists, but whatever exists makes no demands on the configuration of phonemes or phrases that people use to talk about it. For this reason, we deprive any person or group of the privilege of making a superior claim to knowledge about what exists. In terms of truth, a fit between word and world, or reason, the arrangement of words themselves, no science, religion, philosophy, political party or other group can claim ultimate superiority. To put it more positively, the world does not control what we make of it. The world does not control what we make of it. Pippi Longstocking would certainly come to no other conclusions. The result of this magical cosmic harmony is, however, consequent to the end, that there is or can be no difference between the delusion and its criticism, between Himmler and Adorno. The assumption, for example, that the Jews rule the world, which is why all force must be used to destroy this counter-race, while of course remaining decent oneself, is therefore a view that is just as valid as its opposite. Which, however, means that the concept of being valid, i.e. validity, and what is attached to it, i.e. language, logic and truth, lose all meaning. Thinking destroys itself with the means of thinking. And this has a long tradition. Just take a look at the German ideology, Marx's debate with Max Stirner and the German socialists, or at the idealists of German political romanticism such as Herder and his ilk. As Alain Finkielkraut once pointed out, they had already accused the philosophy of the Enlightenment of arrogantly elevating itself in spirit above being, instead of humbly acknowledging that it, i.e., the spirit of the people, is always already thinking in us. This defeat of thinking, according to the title of his essay, may be given a slightly postmodern makeover today, but it is now being continued globally. Against the universalist spirit, reason, the postmodernist eternalists are positioning the places of speech, i.e., the situatedness and positionality and thus the perspectives of subjects who no longer judge, but feel all the more, and are contributing with casual insouciance to suppressing the cries of rebellion and suffering as soon as the rod is only an aged and ancestral, a historical rod, Marx. If we want to denounce this development for what it is, a delirium that endangers itself and others, we will not be able to avoid adhering to the project of enlightenment and emphasizing again and again that, as the Danish semiotician Frederik Stjernfeldt once succinctly stated, the celebration of human sacrifice, war, stoning and the cutting off of hands and heads is not one standard of value and the pursuit of art, science, and democracy is another, whereby it is impossible to claim that one is superior to the other. Freud's tentative hope for an education in reality expressed in the future of an illusion is thus limited by social, not individual, factors. Even if he realistically identifies the problem, cultural hostility due to irrational drives, he draws the wrong, because elitist, conclusions. One has to reckon with the fact that destructive, i.e., antisocial, and anti-cultural tendencies are present in all people and that these are strong enough in a large number of people to determine their behavior in society. This psychological fact is of decisive importance for the assessment of human culture. If at first it was thought that the essential aspect of culture was the control of nature for the production of the goods of life and that the dangers threatening it could be avoided by an appropriate distribution of these goods among men, the emphasis now seems to have shifted from the material to the psychological. It will be decisive whether and to what extent it is possible to reduce the burden of the instinctual sacrifices imposed on people, to reconcile them with the necessary remaining ones and to compensate for them. The Future of an Illusion, 328. Already in his work The Future Chances of Psychoanalytic Therapy, published before the First World War, Freud articulates, as Johann August Schleim points out in his study, deeper insights into social reality than any formal democratic assumption of the so-called responsible citizen. There Freud aptly writes, I need not tell you much about the significance of authority. Very few people of culture are capable of existing without leaning on others or even of making an independent judgment. You cannot imagine people's addiction to authority and their inner lack of support. Later, in The Future of an Illusion, he expresses himself with regard to the fate of humanity, whether and to what extent it is possible to reduce the burden of the instinctual sacrifices imposed on people, to reconcile them with those that remain and to compensate them for them, as follows. Only through the influence of exemplary individuals, whom they, meaning the masses, recognize as their leaders, can they be induced to perform the work and make the renunciations on which the existence of culture depends. Freud thus moves in the vicious circle of a self-created antinomy. For how is it to be possible to reduce the culture-hostile majority of today to a minority if the remedy against it was also the cause of the hostility to culture from the outset, i.e., the devil is to be cast out with Beelzebub? As rational as Adorno's insight is, the need for life postulated by Freud as an existential or an Enki, which today becomes transparent in its social form as outdated, but is not socially conceived by Freud and is thus hypostatized, entirely by the citizen, as fate, as follows. If, however, in a society in which hunger would be avoidable now and here in view of the existing and obviously possible abundance of goods, hunger is nevertheless starved, this demands the abolition of hunger through intervention in the relations of production, but this is how much the same dilemma arises for Adorno, the crucial question of the subject of this intervention, for while culture has failed, and has failed through its own fault, which is avenged on it, the immediate barbarism brought about by its failure is then still the worst thing. The problem is not too much rationality, but too little, in the sense of everyone's interest, which is why Horkheimer and Adorno were also concerned with using all the arguments of the counter-enlightenment to strengthen the Enlightenment. The dialectic of the Enlightenment, which must in fact also name the price of progress, all the ruin that rationality as the progressive domination of nature causes, is to a certain extent broken off too early, according to the model of a state whose blind closure seems to block the way out. There is a convulsive, deliberate failure to recognize that the excess of rationality, which the educated classes in particular complain about and which they register in terms such as mechanization, atomization, and even massification, is a lack of rationality. It is a metaphysical fallacy to conclude that because culture has failed, because it has not delivered what it promised, because it has withheld freedom, individuality, and true generality from people, because it has not satisfied its own concept, that it should therefore be thrown in the scrap heap and replaced immediately by the cynical production of power relations. It is one of the most dangerous errors to assume that because something is not what it promises, because it is not yet its own concept, it is also worse than the opposite of the pure immediacy that it destroys. It is not only the eye of Marx's imperative, which must first be historically strengthened in order to conceive, beyond the immediacy of the principle of reality, the idea of that which is more than beings, that is in a bad state, but also, as explained, that which, in the state of unfreedom, would have to prevent the relapse into barbarism. In the aforementioned lecture, he summed up the only progress that he still envisaged, and which did not only fail to materialize with the genocide in Rwanda and has not yet materialized, as follows: I believe that if you start by thinking of progress as that things are getting better, that there is no more fear, then you certainly don't have a timeless and absolute definition of progress, but you do have the concrete form in which this term can appear today at best. After all, progress today really means nothing more than avoiding and preventing total catastrophe, and I would say that if it is only prevented and avoided, then that is actually progress as a whole. The prerequisite for a critique of the state and capital worthy of its name is not to abstract from the psychological and ideological constitution of the state subjects, because the successful realization of a reconciled society depends on the ability to judge of mature, non-pathically projecting individuals. Above all, this maturity includes taking stock of the real situation without illusions and rejecting hallucinatory wishful thinking and ideas of omnipotence. The fact that these sober, self-reflective qualities were historically gained in the male bourgeois individual of the Enlightenment does not speak against these qualities, as a fantastic critique of privilege and the Enlightenment by degenerate discourse rags would have it, but merely against their social particularization. In essence, this would be the connection and contradiction between genesis and validity. In the introduction to his book The Future of an Illusion, Freud already addresses the question of whether the hostility of the masses to culture can be countered at all, and anticipates an objection to his argument. It will be said that the character of the masses described here, which is supposed to prove the indispensability of the compulsion to work on culture, is itself only the consequence of faulty cultural institutions, through which people have become bitter, vengeful, inaccessible. New generations, lovingly brought up to value thought, who have experienced the benefits of culture at an early age, will also have a different relationship to it, will feel it to be their own possession, and will be prepared to make the sacrifices of work and the satisfaction of instinct for it that are necessary for its preservation. They will be able to dispense with compulsion and will differ little from their leaders. If there have never been human masses of such quality in any culture, it is because no culture has yet made the arrangements to influence people in such a way, from childhood onwards. One may doubt whether it is possible at all or even now, at the present stage of our mastery of nature, to produce such cultural institutions. One may raise the question of where the number of superior, unswerving, and unselfish leaders who must act as educators of future generations is to come from. One may be frightened by the tremendous amount of coercion that will be unavoidable until these intentions are realized. End quote. Freud writes earlier that he disdains to separate culture and civilization, but the reason for this will only become clear in the further course of thought. Freud's doubts as to whether a more culture-friendly state can be created are not anthropological, but political. Where should the leaders come from? And economic. Is a different level of mastery of nature needed? According to Freud, a plan for the improvement of humanity would nevertheless be great, because the contradiction between the instinctive, narcissistic individual, who is concerned with his own advantage, and his desire for social participation and interpersonal, above all sexual, relationships is the motor of cultural development, which must constantly produce new compromises. Freud thus contradicts the idea that the human soul cannot be changed by external influences and sees the proof of this in the internalization of external commands and imperatives, in the establishment of the superego, which he sees as a historical development. Freud's cultural theory has always been suspected of conservatism because of its proclaimed necessity of renouncing instincts and its skepticism towards political programs that promise people immediate liberation from such renunciations. A suspicion that was further fueled by Freud's political judgments. In 1927, when Freud published The Future of an Illusion, he drew explicit historical conclusions from his considerations and referred to the Soviet Union. The plan for the improvement of mankind, rests securely on the psychological insight that man is endowed with the most varied instincts, to which early childhood experiences give the final direction. The limits of man's educability therefore also set a limit to the effectiveness of such a cultural change. It is doubtful whether and to what extent a different cultural milieu can eradicate the two characteristics of the human masses that make the management of human affairs so difficult. The experiment has not yet been made. Probably a certain percentage of mankind will always remain antisocial, either as a result of pathological disposition or excessive strength of instinct, but if one can only succeed in reducing the anticultural majority of today to a minority, one will have achieved a great deal, perhaps all that can be achieved. I do not want to give the impression that I have strayed far from the path of my investigation. I would therefore like to expressly assure you that it is far from me to judge the great cultural experiment that is currently being conducted in the vast land between Europe and Asia. I have neither the expertise nor the ability to decide on its feasibility, to examine the appropriateness of the methods used, or to measure the width of the inevitable gap between intention and implementation. What is being prepared there, as unfinished, eludes consideration, for which our long consolidated culture provides the material. End quote. Freud attributes to the Soviet experiment developmental possibilities that he will deny in the following historical review. Left-wing Freudians and revisionists have always had a divided relationship to Freud's writing, which he published a few years before The Discomfort in Culture. They like to quote the following sentence, for example, "It need not be said that a culture which leaves such a large number of participants unsatisfied and drives them to rebellion has no prospect of lasting survival, nor does it deserve it." End quote. However, the left did not appreciate the fact that Freud could ultimately only imagine the fight against cultural hostility as coercion and also set narrow limits to it. They understood very well that Freud was also turning against their illusion, which for him lay in the overestimation of culture and its potential. This is precisely why Erich Fromm rejected Freud's critique of religion, not because it was not radical enough for him or because he did not understand it. On the contrary, Fromm accused Freud of having missed the essence of religion. For Freud, religion is an infantile desire, phylogenetically and ontogenetically developed from man's dependence on nature and the child's dependence on mother and father, hence a neurotic fixation. As early as 1930, Fromm distanced himself from Freud and wrote in The Development of the Christ Dogma, "The original Christian belief in the suffering human being who becomes God had its central meaning in the desire it contained to overthrow and kill the Father God or his earthly representatives. The figure of the suffering Jesus arose primarily from the need for identification of the suffering masses and was only secondarily determined by the need for atonement for the crime of aggression against the Father. The bearers of this faith were people who, due to their fate, were filled with hatred against the rulers and hope for their own happiness." End of quote. Fromm believes that overthrowing the abstract God the Father and replacing him with a figure with whom the suffering masses can identify creates worldly opportunities for upheaval and revolution. Where there is hatred, there should also be hope. One involuntarily thinks of the Christ with the gun, as Che Guevara was sung about by Wolf Biermann in those unhappy times. The revolution demands sacrifice and hatred, i.e., precisely not the suppression of instincts. What was still painstakingly disguised here culminated in the following formulation by from Haben oder Sein, 1976: "The religious need is rooted in the conditions of existence of the human species." Lenin seems to have thought similarly, as the Bolsheviks' propaganda was directed against religion, but not against the base motives from which it promises salvation. People were now supposed to believe in the revolution, in communism. However, the motives of guilt and sacrifice, community and love, hatred and retribution not only remained the same, they were radicalized. Commandments directed at the individual in religion became collective prohibitions in Bolshevism. Whereas in the Christian religion there were still contradictions between claim and reality on many levels, which ultimately led to the Enlightenment and the dethroning of God, whereby the subject was elevated to the status of the provider of cultural achievement and the abstraction of the divine was transformed into profane positive law. Communism aimed to liberate the individual from external and internal barriers. In other words, a religious need that was imputed to the masses. As if Freud had anticipated this regression in thought, he turned against any positive definition of religion. Addressing his fictional opponent, with whom he discusses in The Future of an Illusion, he rejects humanism. "I therefore contradict you when you go on to conclude that man cannot do without the consolation of religious illusion at all, that without it he would not be able to bear the gravity of life, the cruel reality. Yes, not the person to whom you have instilled the sweet, or bittersweet, poison from childhood. But the other person who was brought up sober? Perhaps the person who does not suffer from neurosis does not need intoxication to numb it. Certainly, man will then find himself in a difficult situation. He will have to admit to himself his helplessness, his insignificance in the world, no longer the center of creation, no longer the object of the tender care of a benevolent providence. He will be in the same position as the child who has left his father's house, where he was so warm and comfortable. But is it not true that infantilism is destined to be overcome? Man cannot remain a child forever, he must finally go out into hostile life. This may be called the education to reality. Need I tell you that the sole purpose of my writing is to draw attention to the necessity of this progress? End quote. At this point, the productive coldness that has always underpinned psychoanalytical enlightenment becomes palpable. Freud insists on the liberating aspect of the reality principle, on the necessity of symbolic patricide in order to survive in the world, to honor the dead father and to be able to take up his inheritance on his own merit. Religion is no consolation, it is poison, because it feeds the illusion that psychological separation from one's parents can be avoided. Like Fromm, the entire revised psychoanalysis has fallen back from the critique of Freud's anthropology by ontologizing the need itself. We have to deal with the consequences today, for example when it is claimed that a religious need can be recognized in today's Islam, without even considering the possibility of criticizing this need itself. The triumph of culturalism is nothing other than the triumph of ontology, which is cashing in on precisely what Freud insisted on, the conflictual nature of human development. What Freud describes as an illusion could also be described as an ideology, and Freud is not only talking about religion when he describes people's attempts to deny the inevitability of conflict as illusions. But he speaks of desires, not needs, and this is no accident. Desires are formations of the psychic apparatus. Needs, on the other hand, are either of a physical nature or arise from the denial of the desire. In the latter case, they are thus transformed and experienced as an almost physical urge, as in addiction. However, Freud is most frequently accused of scientism, an accusation that originally came from a Protestant pastor and was directed against Freud's criticism of religion. Habermas' formulation of the scientistic misunderstanding in psychoanalysis, which refers to the contradiction between the hermeneutics as which psychoanalysis is practiced and Freud's claim that psychoanalysis is a natural science, has, significantly, never been examined in the context in which it first appeared. Oscar Pfister, a Reformed pastor from Switzerland, was one of the few who remained loyal to Freud after his break with Jung. Freud and Pfister argued amicably in letters and in person for over 30 years, from their first meeting in 1909 until Freud's death. Pfister wrote his rebuttal 1 year after Freud's book appeared, The Illusion of a Future, which appeared in the journal Imago. In it, Pfister, like Fromm and others, cannot initially refrain from accusing Freud of a lack of differentiation. What is well known today about the defenders of cultures, that they use this statement to allude to their expertise and thus to the critic's lack of specialist knowledge, while at the same time dismissing the criticism by concentrating on secondary aspects and seemingly not even taking note of the essence of the criticism, was still valid for both Pfister and Fromm at that time. For example, Fromm introduced his 1930 essay with a fundamental consideration of the relationship between social and individual psychology, which was to become significant for the research program of the Frankfurt Institute for Social Research. Thus Pfister himself came very close to what Habermas would later describe. However, Freud was no vulgar atheist in the mold of Richard Dawkins. Both Pfister and Fromm used the insinuation that Freud, in the future of an illusion of all places, was pretending to be a natural scientist in order to devalue his central idea that religion was a state that could only be compared to the individual obsessive-compulsive neurosis of childhood, the further development of an idea that had already been formulated by Theodor Reik as well as Freud. The fact that people of faith have no need for the development of individual neuroses because the symptoms are collectivized, as it were, and conversely that the individual sufferer can experience healing in religion if he succeeds in overriding his symptoms, as it were, this is the subject of Fromm's discussion. Pfister writes under the heading Freud's Scientism, to whose criticism the entire second section of his essay is dedicated. Freud opposes religious faith with belief in the happy thought of science, which Freud only understands to be empirical science. In it, illusion has given way to truth. The question, what is science? Apparently causes him less concern than Pilate's parallel concern, what is truth? Freud is a positivist, and we can thank God for that. Without his concentrated dedication to the empirical, he would not have become the great trailblazer. It is to the credit of such a successful and ingenious pioneer that, at the very moment he is trying to strangle the religious illusion, he establishes the messianity of science without observing that the illusion is also spreading in this faith. End of quote. However, Freud does not do this, nor does he have a popular concept of science, as Pfister writes elsewhere. Rather, Freud insists on a concept of truth that arises from the organization of human perception. Freud writes at the end of his reflections, an attempt has finally been made to radically devalue the scientific endeavor by considering that, bound to the conditions of our own organization, it can deliver nothing but subjective results, while the real nature of things apart from us remains inaccessible to it. In doing so, We ignore some moments that are decisive for the conception of scientific work, namely that our organization, i.e., our mental apparatus, has been developed precisely in an effort to explore the external world, i.e., it must have realized a degree of purposefulness in its structure, that it is itself a component of the world that we are to explore, and that it does indeed permit such exploration, that the task of science is fully circumscribed if we limit it to showing how the world must appear to us as a result of the peculiarity of our organization, that the finite results of science are conditioned not only by our organization precisely because of the way in which they are acquired, but also by that which has had an effect on this organization, and finally that the problem of a world constitution without regard to our perceptive mental apparatus is an empty abstraction, without practical interest. End quote. But this is by no means scientism in the sense of a subject of knowledge rising above nature, but rather the opposite, a narcissistic insult that Pfister, Fromm, and perhaps Habermas too were unable to digest. Yes, perception is more than projection, but if it does not reflect on itself and refuses to understand itself as a component of what is to be recognized, it reduces itself to precisely that and thus becomes an illusion. In Freud's formulation, however, there is also hope for the possibility of progress in human development. Humanity would no longer exist if people's perceptual apparatus had not achieved a certain degree of purposefulness in the meantime. Freud also does not conceal the fact that it is precisely this that can threaten the existence of humanity. This may also be understood as Freud's implicit commentary on every form of promise of salvation and redemption. For Freud, the possibility of something better than the present arises neither from political nor religious reasons, but from the conflict resulting from the necessity of mastering both inner and outer nature. What prevents the individual, what prevents humanity from giving up its childhood neuroses? What is necessary for the individual and humanity to mature? Freud refuses to give positive answers to these questions, and this is precisely what Fromm and Pfister accuse him of, the one with Marxist intentions, the other with Protestant ones. But their common ground is not limited to this, it goes even further. According to them, the conflict does not exist within the individual, but between the individual and society, i.e., the actual conflict is what Freud calls cultural work. The deformations then result from the failure of the individual to meet the demands of society. For Fromm, as for Pfister, this leads to a concept of human actuality that seeks the inhibition solely in the outside, i.e. in culture, however internalized the conflict may be. Freud's formulations, on the other hand, refer to the dialectic of individual and social development, which does not allow for such a simple solution. Cultural work and the renunciation of drives are not simply external compulsion, not even exclusively internalized. The contradiction that has brought about this development lies in the contradictory constitution of man and can only be understood negatively as an inability to mediate, or to reconcile. However, unlike the conflictual constitution, it is precisely this incapacity that Freud does not place in anthropological terms, but confronts with the task of overcoming oneself, one's own incapacity. This is also why the communism of the Bolsheviks leads such a crazy afterlife. The inability to mediate gives rise to a longing for redemption as a return to the original state instead of a longing for progress and freedom, which cannot even exist in this form because reconciliation is not a place of longing. If the conflict is transferred to external reality in this way and the Freudian dialectic is ignored, there is nothing left to do but constantly make suggestions for improvement. This is what happened to Fromm, who was already discussing the unconditional basic income in 1966. Now committed to a worldview that he called humanistic psychoanalysis, he found that a society of abundance could remedy the central deficiency, namely the threat of starvation, through a guaranteed income for all. Provided basic political rights were secured, this would mean considerable relief from existential hardship. Fromm, who had projected a utopia of a healthy society in 1960, was not only opposing Freud's view that the realm of freedom is to be conquered through separation and patricide, i.e. through work. His answer to the anticipated objection that a basic income would promote collective regression because it serves the unconscious fantasy of a permanently available nourishing mother's breast, he countered with the demand for total socialization of the individual. A full effectiveness of the principle of a guaranteed income for all can only be expected if it is simultaneously coupled with a change in our consumption habits, i.e. the transformation of homo consumens into a productive person, in the sense of Spinoza. 2. The development of a new spiritual attitude of humanism, in theistic or non-theistic form, and 3. A renaissance of genuine democracy, for example in a new House of Commons in which decisions are made by integrating the decisions of hundreds of thousands of small groups, face-to-face groups, through the active participation of all employees in all companies and in all types of management, etc. The danger that a state that feeds everyone could become a mother goddess with dictatorial characteristics can only be countered by a simultaneous effective increase in democratic procedures in all areas of society. End of quote. From statement manifests the neurotic equation of more of the same, which justifies the compulsion to repeat the symptom. It is not fundamentally questioned that the existence of the subject actually depends on the question of the exploitability of labor power, be it one's own or that of others, but instead from calls for an intensification of participation in one's own exploitation. His vision of the future of general participation seems to have become reality today, without any change in the neurotic unhappiness of the individual. The productive individual from envisioned is today the eternal intern who can no longer distinguish between professional and private life because he is constantly available. He participates and yet is at the mercy of others like no proletarian before him, and he doesn't even have an object that could spark a protest, apart from himself. Freud rejected the separation of culture and civilization in the sense that was a popular topos of German cultural criticism in his day, but he nonetheless introduced a distinction between the two that has nothing in common with the topos of cultural criticism. Freud understood culture to be early human development that is not yet conscious of itself, collectively and individually. Civilization, on the other hand, is for him bound to epochs. Civilizations come and go, and human development is accordingly discontinuous. This is why Freud also speaks of the downfall of Oedipus. The allusion to the downfall of a civilization is no coincidence. The fundamental contradiction between culture and civilization does not exist. The general hostility of the masses to culture was Freud's major theme of the 1920s and was connected on the one hand with the version of the topical model of ego, id, and superego, and on the other with the postulation of the death instinct. Repetition, compulsion, and regression are the two symptoms of cultural hostility, which individually goes hand in hand with an alienated desire for absorption in a maternal omnipotence and collectively with the projection of the damaged ego ideal into a leader-father. In this respect, the underestimation of the regressive potential of every constructive demand gives rise to the compulsion to be positive, which aims to spare subjects the pain that goes hand in hand with development. All pain comes from living, as the British psychoanalyst Hannah Siegel put it in a nutshell. Where there is no pain, there is no development, the death instinct is silent. The regressive potential has no other goal than to return living matter to its inanimate state, no matter how humane and tender and accepting and cute and needs-oriented it may appear, such as in the guaranteed basic income or in safe space. Neither is much different from Islam, except that they pretend to be secular. The families of Palestinian murderers of Jews receive a guaranteed basic income. There are reports of martyrs who sought their own death and that of the Jews precisely because of this. And there is no safer safe space than the Gaza Strip. Freud was often criticized for not questioning domination, but for defending coercion. However, he understood coercion not only as external, but also as the result of internal conflicts that push for a solution. The erosion of bourgeois society allowed the illusion of an experiment that millions of people in the Soviet Union and China paid for with their lives. It allowed the National Socialist campaign of extermination as an illusion of a common downfall in freedom from pain. In view of today's promises of freedom from pain, ideological criticism cannot do without this conservative Freud, without his realization that no liberation is conceivable without authority and no life without pain. This may be an arrogant point of view, because neither the critic nor his audience can exempt themselves from the regressive tendency. But this refers back to Freud, to the self-reflective element of enlightenment, which refuses to fall back behind knowledge once it has been gained by resisting the tendency within itself to succumb to another illusion. Certainly man will then find himself in a difficult situation. He will have to admit to himself all his helplessness, his insignificance in the gears of the world, no longer the center of creation, no longer the object of tender care of a benevolent providence. Critique of ideology should never be allowed to offer any consolation, because only therein is the terribly beautiful promise of freedom still preserved. The fact that someone wants to be called a person is unusual. In French, personne is nobody. In English, person is an impersonal legal term. In German, calling someone a person is a pejorative that means taking away the name that the person talking about that person knows. In the past, a person, especially a female person, was a woman who, because of her appearance, contradicted the rules of decency or was accused of doing so. Appearance, the outward appearance, is common to all uses of the word, even if in French it actually describes a non-appearance, such as the lament personne nem, nobody loves me. Accordingly, personality describes how a person is perceived by others, right up to the psychiatric diagnosis of personality disorder. Today, everyone is called a person. The person I'm with, the person I don't like, the person who smoked on the podium after the lecture, etc. Speaking of and about people does not only avoid their gender classification based on external characteristics, which is what the meaning of this speech claims to be, although it is precisely this word that is aimed at the externally perceptible characteristics of a person. To call someone a person strips the man, the woman, the boy, the girl of every perceptible personal accessory, every individual characteristic. We are all persons, that is the people's cooperative of the present, in which everyone is able to recognize themselves in the other without distinction by avoiding the gaze. Mascha Gessen is such a person. If we were to read these words in colloquial German, i.e. the language that was still in use a few years ago, we would think she was an impossible woman, a terrible person. Only, in Gessen's case, person means non-binary, her pronouns are them/they, pluralis majestatis in the third person, a position of omnipotence that becomes one with the megalomaniacal ego. My gender is the Six of Swords. My gender is fill in the blank. My gender is Mascha Gessen. Paris Review, May 1, 2021. As a publicist who has written award-winning books about Russia, where she was born and raised, and is a member of the writing staff of The New Yorker, she has been right in many ways with her early assessments of Putin and the development of Russian society. Her non-binary identity has therefore been overlooked as a quirk. However, she is like Judith Butler, also currently non-binary. She is a Jewish lesbian who wants to be neither Jewish nor lesbian because she hates Israel and the West, with the exception of its freedoms, so much that she gives up everything that the transmission has given her. However, neither in the case of Gessen nor in the case of Butler does this mean that they would use their heritage to dispose of it where it suits them. Butler and Gessen refer above all to Hannah Arendt, the Jewish publicist whose hatred of Israel and Arab Jews forms the template for today's hatred of the Western Jewish part of the diversified left of the global South. And Mascha Gessen imitates her when, in her scandalous article in The New Yorker of September 12, 23, she refers in detail and approvingly to the most unpleasant passages in Arendt's book Eichmann in Jerusalem, which is already brimming with resentment. It is strange, then, when the Hannah Arendt admirer reports at the same time that during her first visit to Israel she noticed the anti-Palestinian racism and also the anti-Sephardic racism, i.e. the discrimination against North African and Middle Eastern Jews. Zeit Online, December 12, 2023. Arendt's racism against Arabs and Sephardic and Mizrahi Jews does not seem to be a problem for Gessen when she naturally condemns it in relation to Israel. This, together with her hatred of the old Ashkenazi orthodoxy, serves anti-racism against Israel. Queers for Palestine obeys this motto when, for example, Gessen, who was awarded the Hannah Arendt Prize against all contradictions in Bremen on December 17, 2023, writes in the aforementioned text in The New Yorker that Israel now wants to liquidate a ghetto in Gaza. For 17 years, Gaza has been an extremely densely populated, impoverished, walled-in area that only a small portion of the population has been allowed to leave, and then only for a short time, in other words, a ghetto. Not like the Jewish ghetto of Venice or an inner-city ghetto in America, but like a Jewish ghetto in an Eastern European country during the Nazi occupation. End quote. The return of Arendt's stereotypes of the brutal Oriental Jew who only speaks Hebrew, Arabic, and Ladino, and of the stupid shtetl Jew who speaks no language at all, as she once wrote in a letter to Karl Jaspers during the Eichmann trial, in the hate language of Gessen actually makes the prize all the more deserved. The fact that the Green Heinrich Bull Foundation and the city of Bremen withdrew from the award ceremony at short notice and that it took place on a smaller scale and not in Bremen's town hall as originally planned is a great success for Gessen as a person. It brings her all the more attention. Shortly beforehand, she had said in an interview with Der Spiegel, "In Germany, there is a culture of silencing, of muzzling, a narrowing of political discussion." The difference between the non-binary figures Gessen and Butler, however, lies in the fact that Gessen argues more brutally and directly than Butler, without ever having distinguished herself in terms of the boycott of Israel in the same way as Butler. Gessen was seen as a figure who had a particularly critical relationship with Russia due to her Russian Jewish origins, which she has always carried in front of her. However, her solidarity with Ukraine did not go so far as to acknowledge that it might be inappropriate to invite authors from the attacking and the attacked country to the same PEN conference. Gessen wanted the scandal and in May 2023, after the invited Ukrainian authors, who were simultaneously fighting on the front line against Russia, threatened not to attend the conference and thus met with understanding from the PEN board, he resigned from the board of PEN America with a theatrical gesture. More is known about Gessen as a person than about her thinking, which, based on her essay published in The New Yorker, is a rather poor compilation of old prejudices about Ukraine, Poland, and the Jews, which she justifies biographically with reference to my grandmother, my grandfather's girlfriend, and similar reliable sources, in order to come to the conclusion that it is German Holocaust exceptionalism. by which she means the Bundestag resolution against the BDS campaign, of all things. That makes the Gaza ghetto possible. In short, with her essay, Gessen has presented the Mao Bible for the Free Palestine from German Guilt faction, according to Eugen L. in the Jüdische Allgemeine, December 16, 2023. In an interview in Die Zeit Online on December 12, 2023, Gessen said the following about the anti-Semitic pogrom sentiment at American universities and its denial by their administrations. The problem is that criticism of Israel is often considered anti-Semitic, which I consider to be the real anti-Semitic scandal. This overlooks the actual anti-Semitism. This lies in a new McCarthyism. The job of university presidents in the United States is to raise money from their donors. There are almost daily newspaper reports of donors withdrawing money from these universities in response to what they see as a lack of solidarity with Israel. And this reinforces the anti-Semitic ideas of the right. After all, they believe all donors are Jews because all the money is in the hands of Jews. That's how I read this case. The Jewish banker conspiracy and the liberal university conspiracy are among the myths of the Trumpists, and here they have found a great opportunity to drive a wedge between the two sides. End quote. The correct observation that the old alliance between Jews and liberals has finally come to an end after October 7 becomes, in Gessen's view, limited to the USA, a staging of the right, instead of a scandal of the liberal establishment. In doing so, Gessen denies the terror, which did not originate from students alone, against Jewish students, professors, and employees who have had to hide from a mob in dormitories, classrooms, and libraries since October 7. It fits in with Gessen's turn against Ukraine, which, like Poland, is incredibly anti-Semitic. To prove this, she uses history, not the present, and thus conceals the fact that Ukraine is the country with virtually no anti-Semitism, and Poland is a country that is cracking down on anti-Semitism like no other in Europe. A Norwegian medical student was initially even summarily expelled for displaying a sign in Krakow showing the Star of David being disposed of in a dustbin. A decision that was then unfortunately reversed. An anti-Semitic member of parliament was expelled from parliament and stripped of his income and immunity after extinguishing the Hanukkah in the Sejm's vestibule with a fire extinguisher. Like many other intellectuals, Gessen transfers the negationism that refers to the Holocaust to October 7. Like Judith Butler, she wants context, but conceals it when it comes to the necessary resistance of the Jewish state. Queer for Palestine, as embodied by Gessen, has something very real about it, contrary to what many surprised observers believe. What unites these queers and Hamas is their hatred of homosexuality and femininity. Even if they could know or suspect that the enforcers of Islam don't give a damn about this and that sooner or later they themselves could be brutally tortured to death because of it, if they either move into the Islamic sphere of power or it extends to them, because they would then be judged by their person, i.e. by their appearance. They would die in the name of a Western self-criticism that rejects the emancipation of desire and the female sex as an expression of decadence. Homosexuality alone is no more a program than femininity, but the fact that women and gays as political movements have achieved bourgeois equality and thus their own dissolution provokes hatred from those who are concerned with more than equality, namely a special position of omnipotence. Today, these people call themselves non-binary and trans. The majority of them are heterosexual men and they terrorize their respective environments with the same means as Islam, which has become their role model. Because in Islam there is no sexual desire for the object, every man is non-binary in the sense that he has to be at the will of the more powerful man. Islam promises redemption from the separation into sexual and gender identity. Everything falls into one another and the choice of one sexual object is eliminated. One becomes a person, albeit a persona non grata. The separation of the person into identitary components as cattle for slaughter, fillet, roast, cooked meat, as it comes to bear in the omnipotence of them/they, projects the inner division outwards in the sense of Islam. This totalitarian access to that form of subjectivity whose vitality and suffering consists in the non-simultaneity of gender affiliation and sexual object choice, i.e. which has to do with ambivalence and frustration, reaches a new dimension in the shadow of the war of annihilation against Israel. One lesson from the history of the national liberation struggles of colonized and post-colonial peoples in the decades after 1945 has also been etched into the minds of subsequent generations. When a warring party not only does wrong, but is structurally addicted to injustice, like all the colonial, white, right-wing, apartheid, and settler states that, as spearheads of imperialism, rob the autochthonies of their land and natural resources, one must not be squeamish in dealing with them. However, Rhodesia has been called Zimbabwe for decades. South Africa has also been ruled by the state party of the black majority population for decades, and everywhere else the world of states seems to be liberated from white supremacy. Accordingly, the anti-imperialist theorem refers to precisely one country that was already known decades ago to be clinging to its privileges far more viciously than the Boer regime in South Africa, for example, and is therefore met with understanding in all seriousness. Accordingly, critical minds in the West give top priority to delegitimizing Israel after the mass murder of Jews committed for the noble goal of liberation. When it comes to proving the failed existence of the Jewish state, all disciplines and cultural sectors work together to ensure that the definition of antisemitism eludes subjective judgment and takes a back seat to the evidence that an unjust state can only be countered with violence as the only adequate means. To contradict this judgment requires considerable individual effort and the personal strength to endure the verdict of being considered a problematic person, even a lateral thinker. Politics, science, culture, or the representatives of increasingly colorful identitarian lifestyles are constantly contributing in quality or popular format to the preconceived notion that the real problems of the present are those of the oppressed in the global South, regardless of whether they are presented as pauperized individuals, peoples, or states. As a remedy for overcoming imperialism or global warming, the realization that only when the Jewish sting is torn out of the flesh of Palestine can anything change for the better globally is being delivered with increasing impartiality. An egalitarian and multi-ethnic approach is being taken against the Jews from below. A master race is not needed to identify the opposite race. Under this auspices, the world is fighting against its own better institution, which is what antisemitism has always stood for. With 10/7, a new low has been reached, because not even the execution of the atrocities that have always been announced can correct the trend. On the contrary, it leads to solidarity with the retreats of the perpetrators and support and assistance for those who want to expand the fight. All over the world, the Jews are declared the target and the stubborn Jews are made responsible for the coming attacks, which will affect Jews, but also non-believers and Jewish helpers, as the real problem that needs to be solved. The art scene in Germany proved to be an avant-garde that had already established itself as a reliable trendsetter in the camp of antisemitism many years ago. The artists and their agents in the feuilleton and in the exhibition business did not want to miss the connection to the internationally prevailing ideological boom and set about freeing themselves from a backwoods mentality in which the German culture of remembrance held them captive. However, it was not about criticizing the inadequacy and formulaic nature of this culture of remembrance, but about attacking its center, the partisanship for the Jews and their state, which is expressed in the slogan Never Again. Rather, attempts were made to break out of a guilt context that is now pathologized in English as German guilt, in which hubris and the dutiful denial of Jewish crimes are simultaneously assumed. Palestine stands for the transcontinental mass mobilization that the Fridays for Future movement, FFF, which is suffering from dwindling popularity, is also trying to build on. Greta Thunberg's statement "there is no climate justice on occupied land" is pure nonsense in itself, but can be translated succinctly as "Stand with Gaza," a slogan that Thunberg quickly took up after October 7th. Pretending that this is a self-evident humanitarian gesture in view of Israel's actions garnished the partisanship with the mockery that a defense against the pogrom heroes disturbs peace. Former Left Party leader Bernd Rieksinger, for example, expressed his support for Thunberg with the usual formula: "It is justified to criticize Israel for its treatment of the civilian population in Gaza." In other countries that do not want to take responsibility for the Holocaust, it is more natural to criticize Israeli policy without being suspected of antisemitism. SZ Online, November 17, 2023. FFF's objection in Germany to Thunberg's Gaza solidarity with Climate Authority also immediately led to the international isolation of the German section. Even though its former spokesperson, Elisa Bai, who appears as a headscarf girl, had long before October 7 been unchallenged as a campaigner for the abolition of white supremacy, Focus Online, October 17, 2023, she only became a problem for FFF Germany when she accused Israel of committing genocide, and the president of the Central Council of Jews in Germany of stirring up a pogrom atmosphere, FAZ, November 29, 2023. Luisa Neubauer's prominent criticism of Thunberg and Barak Teat was not directed against a reorganization of FFF. This year has shown that the time of individual crises is over. They come in triple packages, in the form of armed conflicts, energy shortages, shifts to the right. Now is the time for the Fridays to turn from a climate movement into a climate society movement. TES Online, November 24, 2023. Although Neubauer has prominently disagreed, he does not take the issue so seriously as to split from Gaza Thunberg, especially as views on Israel also coexist in Germany. For example, the Fritzlar Group has spoken out against splitting the climate movement on the Palestinian issue, explicitly backing Thunberg and refusing to cooperate with FFF Germany. HNA Online, November 29, 2023. While Jewish life must be placed under police protection on a large scale, those who mobilize for Palestine see themselves as the actual persecuted if they are not allowed to give free rein to their hatred everywhere. When it could no longer be denied that the Hamas rallies on Germany's streets were being supported by a polyphonic choir using an elaborate language that is indispensable for Gaza solidarity beyond demonstrators mobilized for reasons of origin and faith, some institutions got cold feet. Events, such as a long-planned relational culture of remembrance with the Berlin Academy of Arts and the Federal Agency for Civic Education, were suddenly no longer to be held, or not at all, as it seemed inappropriate to discuss the ongoing struggle of the increasingly diverse nation to come to terms with the past. FAZ, November 19, 2023. The South African-born Jew Candace Brights, who teaches as a professor at the Braunschweig University of Art, and the Jewish-American professor of Holocaust Studies at the University of California in Los Angeles, Michael Rothberg, lament the stifling of critical discourse on how Germany's violent history is dealt with. Ibid. Ms. Brights clarified what this means and why this is no longer acceptable today in a video at the beginning of November 2023. Jews are a privileged minority in Germany, she said, lamenting Jewish privilege and apartheid in Israel. Taz, November 19, 2023. She followed up on Instagram. It is possible to unreservedly condemn Hamas, as I do, while supporting the broader Palestinian struggle for freedom from oppression, discrimination, and occupation. SR.de, November 30, 2023. Because of these statements, the Saarland Museum cancelled a planned exhibition of Bright's works at the end of November 2023, which is a novelty in German exhibition practice. As such voices are anything but marginal and the Hamas pogrom makes a position unavoidable, the Tagesspiegel reported with great concern that the cultural sector is threatening to break up in reaction to the Middle East conflict. Online, November 19, 2023. This is a new situation for the cultural sector. Theaters, museums, festivals, literary institutions, and many other cultural institutions have coped quite well with the various crises and challenges of recent years. They did not allow themselves to be divided and were clearly and unanimously on the side of the weak, minorities, and those discriminated against. They stood behind the refugees and protested together against racism, and during the pandemic they accepted the official measures almost without exception out of consideration for the elderly and vulnerable. People are standing by Ukraine against the Russian aggressor, and climate change is naturally seen as a catastrophe that will bring an incredible amount of new suffering. In the Middle East conflict, however, it is suddenly unclear who is in the position of the weaker party. We have only learned to protect the weak, but not to fight and defeat evil. Compassion for the weak, especially when it comes to Israel, is merely mobilized in order to contribute to the perpetuation of misery. Nothing else is meant by emphasizing resistance in or commitment to the global South. Germany is despised by the international art scene, with its inevitable showcase Jews, as a country, and at the same time courted for its lavish prize money and exhibition fees, that is not even in a position to give representatives of the global South a stage without damaging their reputation through discussions of anti-Semitism, as was the case with Akil Mbembe or the Documenta, for example. One prominent advocate of resistance propaganda could not be put in his place in Berlin. President Erdogan, who shortly before had not only celebrated the mass murderers as resistance fighters, but had also called Israel a fascist state, snottily claimed a freedom for himself during his visit on November 17, 2023 that cannot be achieved with Germany's culture of remembrance. By pointing out that his country had not been involved in the Holocaust and that, unlike German politics, he could therefore judge Israel impartially and freely, because we owe Israel nothing. Tagesspiegel Online, November 17, 2023, he renounced the blackmail associated with German guilt, and at the same time also renounced Turkish guilt towards the Armenians, in a way that was quite compatible with European climate activists and internationally networked artists. According to the message, Germany had become the prisoner of a fascist Israel less because of the Holocaust than because of its recognition as a German crime. For a long time, Germany saw itself as the leader of a globally established culture of remembrance and commemoration, with many places outside the former Nazi territory dedicated to the memory of the extermination of the European Jews. Today, it has not only become fashionable to topple memorials, attacks on the Holocaust memorial in the middle of Berlin must also be fended off. Whereas in Germany the never again was associated with an exhortation to integration and multiculturalism, after October 7, there is a definitive suspicion of Jewish friendship. Although the self-staging as world champion of remembrance and the efforts to universalize Holocaust remembrance were intended to appeal to a much more general compassion, the mass murder by Hamas has brought the specific Jews back into focus, and at the same time the accusation that an insistence on the singularity of the Holocaust is only a project to suppress the international history of violence. This unlawful monopolization of remembrance, with which Germany emphasizes its special position and stages the Jews as victims with special status, appears to be a conspiracy in which the big powers, Fridays for Future, are happy to participate, as they can make their own misdeeds invisible behind it. Obsessed with the fixed idea that there is a Jewish throne of sacrifice from which they must first be overthrown, Jewish occupiers of the history of violence are constructed with a critical gesture, who are denied compassion even when over 1,000 of them are massacred. This has paved the way for an alarming irresponsibility that makes it possible to exclude the actions and characteristics of the predetermined object of solidarity, and the refusal of compassion, and even more so solidarity with the Jews, is understood as an act of resistance. Since German policy has so far upheld Israel's right to defend itself against Hamas, it has come under criticism in Europe and elsewhere. In the past, the appearance of anti-Semitic and Nazi smearings at home and abroad served to denounce German incorrigibility, which is why foreign secret services also occasionally stage such incidents. Today, this is readily accepted as a side effect of multicultural society and warned against overreacting to it, as if it were an understandable reaction to the denounced situation of the Palestinians and pervasive hostility towards Muslims. Such an accusation apparently confers the moral right to terror, which of course must not be called terror. When Germany sold its goods everywhere and then ideologically attributed the power of dialogue and strong ties to this unscrupulous activity, things were different. This and many other things, such as the fact that when Claudia Roth courted the Iranian mullahs with her headscarf on, she was met with a great deal of approval, is not something we like to be reminded of. Even the holy anger with which the FAZ emphasized the abhorrence of an anti-Semitism whose mockingly displayed openness shows the break in civilization that uncontrolled migration can mean, August 11, 2023, cannot conceal the fact that until recently the naming of such consequences of migration policy was dismissed as defeatism, if not racism. Civil society, which is praised as a bulwark against anti-Semitism, among other things, has helped to appease or even glorify migrant anti-Semitism. When the FAZ writes of a loss of control, August 11, 2023, due to inaction with regard to the entire situation surrounding migration, this also underlines the fact that we cannot afford to prevent the Turkish leader, with whom the EU-Turkey agreement on migration was concluded in 2016, from carrying out his impositions or even to deny him the stage. It remains to be seen what this means for the word reason of state, which has only become commonplace in relation to Israel. Its use only makes sense if it is used to express the fact that the state can lay claim to asserting this interest in this issue, possibly even by violating the rights of individuals. Despite all the malice this statement has attracted, it contains a prerequisite for the fight against evil. However, the German state continues to show restraint and is far from taking authoritarian action against the anti-Semites of the word, who continue to agitate in intercultural dialogue and financed by the state. The official FRG will not stand up to the civil society it coddles. After the evacuation of the Gaza Strip by the Israeli army in 2005, Hamastan has become an even uglier place in the global south. However, in the context of criticism of Israel, this only leads all the more to blaming the occupation or the sealing off of the area, which only became a reality with the founding of the State of Israel, for the conditions in the area that has been materially and ideologically developed into the basis of the anti-Jewish struggle. Supporters of Palestine solidarity do not care about the quality of life of the inhabitants of Gaza or other areas under Palestinian administration, which is seen as a matter for the UN. They practice solidarity with the liberation struggle and advocate for the liberation of Palestine and not the Palestinians. Hamas and its practices are the consequent expression of this struggle, as it is not concerned with improving living conditions, but solely with attacking Israel. It devotes all its available and malleable potential to this struggle, land and people. Those who support Hamastan do so because it is a region in struggle and because Hamas is not only a Palestinian organization, but also a base of the Muslim Brotherhood, supported for example by Qatar and until recently by Turkey, which emerged against the backdrop of the complete inferiority of Muslims during the European advance into the Middle East. They countered the decline with Islam as the solution. Hassan al-Banna, their internationalist battle cry for renewal. It is not only in its propaganda that the Muslim Brotherhood's goals go beyond the destruction of Israel and the domination of the Middle East, and this is precisely what makes it so attractive to activists and ideologues who are committed to the liberation of Palestine and against the major Western powers. International solidarity in 2023 is not driven by concern for the supposedly ancestral land or even for justice within it, because if it were, a wave of protests would have had to be directed against the expulsion of Armenians from Nagorno-Karabakh by Azerbaijan, which followed the blockade of the only remaining supply route by what Azerbaijan called environmental activists. This blockade lasted for months and would have left enough time for a mobilization against it, but it did not happen. Erdogan subsequently spoke of a historic victory in order to emphasize his part in the form of massive Turkish support for Azerbaijan. Turkey and its protégé are weakening the influence of Western superpowers, to which Armenia has begun to open up after bad times alongside Russia. But there is no solidarity without a fight against the big powers. Although the Jewish refugee state is characterized by the growing political and cultural influence of Oriental Jews, the Mizrahim, over the Ashkenazim, this does not change the verdict that Israel is a damnable white wedge in the Black South. In the color theory of the global opposition of North and South, the Jews have to be considered as white as the German settlers in Namibia or the Boers in South Africa. Being white is not a question of actual skin color, but one of assumed attitude, which is why an Israeli of Ethiopian origin is not granted the privilege of being of color by the ideologues of the global South. Jews are denied the right to show solidarity before they are attacked. While Germany takes the moral high ground in denouncing anti-Semitism elsewhere, including Jews as its victims, Gaza solidarity also presents anti-Semitism as an ethnic conflict in which the presumptuous Jews reserve a higher victim status for themselves. This has nothing to do with the Jews, but everything to do with other people's view of them. The unique history of the expulsion of the Jews has many perpetrators and few accusers and is not yet complete. This is helped by the fact that the global South is not a place, but is in part migrating to Western societies, where the ideology of the global South is already waiting for it, spelled out and co-determining the coexistence of the increasingly diverse nation for the Jews and everyone else. When advocating for Palestine, the right to murder children in Israel by Hamas without consequences is insisted upon, of course with reference to the perpetual child murderer and enemy of the world. The banner 75 years, terror, land theft, occupation, murder of children, as it was held up not only at the Salafist demonstration in Essen on March 11, 2023, has long since ceased to be an Islamist peculiarity. In this context, Germany, this time together with Israel, once again appears to be on the side of the perpetrators. Israel bombed and Germany censored is the common battle cry of Salafists in Essen and progressive artists from all over the world. And as if to prove the ongoing discrimination in Germany, what is not welcome in Germany was shown on the street. In militant discipline, women and men walked separately in blocks and displayed the slogan "The Caliphate is the solution," among other things. But what are Islamic zealots in Essen? A large rally in the American capital also saw a relevant commitment. Old, bearded men who look as if they had already protested against the Vietnam War are handing out Socialist Party brochures and shouting that the world revolution is beginning in Gaza. Tanya is wearing a black t-shirt with the inscription, "Blacks for Palestine." The tall African-American woman with smiling eyes says she is so happy that America is finally waking up. FAS, December 11, 2023. Such an awakening is also driving the director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI. The threat of anti-Semitism in the USA has reached historic proportions, so to speak, since the Hamas attack, said Christopher Wray in the Senate. It should shock every American that around 60% of all religiously motivated hate crimes are committed by a group that makes up around 2.4% of the population. The FAZ, November 16, 2023, comments on a video produced by the Israeli army and shown to a selected audience in embassies. It shows how cold-bloodedly people are capable of slaughtering other people. Some of them seem particularly agitated when they call relatives and brag about the murders. "I killed 10 with my own hands," a young man shouts to his father in a recorded phone call. "I'm calling from the phone of a Jewish woman." Again and again, he demands in an overlapping voice, "Look at my WhatsApp, look how many I've killed." Israel wants to use such films to remind people of what everyone knows and to remind those who see Israel as the source of all problems that the attacks on Gaza were preceded by a completely different horror. Hamas, for its part, uses the images to reinforce the monstrosity of its actions and does not leave the reactions of the respective audience to chance. For the first pictures of the attack in Israel, which did not show the murder of civilians, it used photojournalists who sympathized with it and were able to quickly establish contacts with the international press, FAZ, November 11, 2023. For Hamas' own audience, the images of the success of the attack were joined by those documenting the helplessness and humiliation of its victims and, finally, the splatter images with which Hamas not only staged itself as the successful vanguard of collective revenge, but also documented, to the perverse delight of its supporters, that omnipotence and murder by torture belong together. All individualism, all civility of the victims is erased in the excessive slaughter and in their treatment as despicable worms that must be trampled on. The brief moment, which is supposed to stand for the eternity of murder, must be captured and remain accessible so that the sublime feelings are not lost in the petty everyday life. The sexual dimension plays a special role here. What the tools of the Almighty do is dependent in its execution on the extraordinary, and therefore monstrous, which no effort is spared to show and emphasize, as Ella Keenan, for example, who lost 2 friends during the terrorist attack, reported in the FAZ. Hamas made videos of how they raped her before they shot the 2 of them. The terrorists had sent the videos to the victims' families via their phones. November 16, 2023. The act of God does not end with the pogrom. What follows is the testing of the faithful, which is carried out by the necessary strike of the Israeli army in Gaza and is intended to prepare them to stand their ground in the intended continuation and expansion of the work of destruction that has begun. Preparations for this had been made early on. Mujama al-Islami was the name of the movement of the later Hamas founder Sheikh Ahmed Yassin, which appeared as a committed Islamic social movement and militantly Islamized the living environment, education, and politics. It subsequently institutionalized itself in the fight against its Palestinian opponents and finally emerged as an organization in the popular uprising against Israel during the First Intifada. Hamas was not simply concerned with unleashing a wave of violence against the Jews, but also with the inseparable inscription of its Islamic resistance into Palestinian society. All material, cultural, social, and ideological resources were forced into the terrorist state of Gaza with the aim of destroying Israel. A purely military action cannot eliminate what has been done in more than 3 decades. The destruction of Hamas as an organization is only a prerequisite for cleaning up the minds. Hamas formulated its commitment to a society of terror against Israel in its much-mentioned but rarely read charter, which it distributed shortly after its foundation in 1988. In it, Hamas formulates as its central goal the annihilation of the Jews and the total destruction of their state through holy Islamic war, in which it sees itself as a Palestinian faction. Every Jew is a settler and it is our duty to kill him. Israel exists and will continue to exist until Islam has wiped it out, just as it has wiped out other countries before it. Palestine is an Islamic country. Therefore, the liberation of Palestine is the highest personal duty for every Muslim wherever he is. Peace initiatives and so-called peace ideas or international conferences contradict the principle of the Islamic resistance movement. The conferences are nothing but a means to appoint infidels as arbitrators in the Islamic countries. There is no solution to the Palestinian problem other than jihad. Peace initiatives are a waste of time, a futile endeavor. The Zionist intrigues will never end. Their program is laid down in the protocols of the Elders of Zion. Hamas sees itself as the spearhead and vanguard of the common struggle against world Zionism. The liberation of the whole of Palestine, from the Mediterranean to the Jordan River, is the loftiest strategic goal. The translations can be found on Israel's official website. In addition to all fantasies of superiority and annihilation, the actual weakness of Hamas plays a special role, as it points to the necessary mobilization of all those willing to destroy Israel, especially worldwide solidarity. The God-pleasing bloodbath begins with the pogrom in Israel, continues with the deaths in Gaza, and is to reach its climax in the grand finale as the annihilation of the Jews of the world. Everyone can contribute to this in their own place and at their own location. It is not the success of the individual action that counts, it is the intention to cause fear and terror that counts as a contribution to the final victory. Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh openly stated the following in a speech on October 26, 2023, which was distributed via the Lebanese media. "I have said it before and I say it again and again. The blood of women, children, and the elderly. I am not saying that this blood calls for your help, rather, Hamas needs this blood so that it awakens in us the revolutionary spirit, the determination, and the spirit of challenge and drives us to move forward." End quote. When asked by the journalist, many people would not understand if you built 500 kilometers of tunnels but no bunkers to shelter civilians during the bombardment. Musa Abu Marzouk replied to Russia Today on October 27, 2023 that Hamas needed the tunnels because it had no other way to protect itself from attacks, that Hamas was fighting Israel from the tunnels. Moreover, he concluded, everyone knows that 75% of the people in the Gaza Strip are refugees. It is therefore the task of the United Nations to protect them. According to the Geneva Convention, the occupying power is responsible for providing them with all services as long as they are under occupation. End quote. Politburo member Khalil al-Hayya stated to the New York Times, the goal of his organization is not to govern Gaza and provide it with water, electricity, and so on. He added that this battle did not take place because we wanted fuel or labor. It was not about improving the situation in Gaza. This fight is to completely overturn the situation. End quote. Khalid Mashal, head of Hamas foreign activities, was quoted by Merker as saying, "The Russians sacrificed 30 million people in World War II to free themselves from Hitler's attack. The Vietnamese sacrificed 3.5 million people until they defeated the Americans. The Afghans sacrificed millions of martyrs to defeat the USSR and then the USA. The Algerian people sacrificed 6 million martyrs over 130 years. The Palestinian people are just like other peoples. No nation is liberated without sacrifice." Online, February 11, 2023. Hamas leader Mahmoud al-Zahar said that the bloodbath would not end with the intended destruction of Israel. "We don't just want to liberate our country. The whole planet will be under our law. There will be no more Zionism and no more deceitful Christianity." FAZ, October 18, 2023. Hamas and its helpers are doing everything they can to prevent Israel from effectively annihilating the organization so that they can join in again next time. The situation today is different from previous wars, which were also launched to destroy Israel, but were initiated by several Arab states at the time. Currently, no Arab state is directly involved, which is why Hamas is focusing on destabilizing Arab states that have or could make peace with Israel. Although Hamas has always used terror against a possible peace ever since it was founded, some experts have regularly claimed that it could turn away from terror and towards a political option. For example, the magazine International Politik, published by the German Council on Foreign Relations, published an article in October 2006, the year it took over the government in Gaza, entitled, "No Fear of Hamas. The Fundamentalists Have Become a Political Force," 106 ff. Also in International Politics in 2009, one could read, "With the assumption of political responsibility in the Gaza Strip and some communities in the West Bank, a transformation process of the organization from a terrorist political social movement to a pragmatic actor of statehood began." October 2009, 32. At best, these were wishful thinking. In 2017, Hamas expressed itself with a rhetorically slimmed-down paper compared to its 1988 charter, without relativizing its goals, and thus once again sparked discussions about its moderation. The manifesto is not primarily addressed to Israel and the rest of the world, but to the Palestinian people. Its core message is that Hamas is a national Palestinian movement and does not, as in the original charter, define itself primarily as a global Islamist front. It thus addresses a central accusation made by the local population, according to which Hamas is an externally controlled religious movement that merely uses Palestine as a proxy conflict on behalf of global jihad. This is how it was interpreted in relation to Israeli sources. It was intended to increase support in view of the catastrophic situation in Gaza itself. Hamas gave its final response on October 7. On April 7, Lucien D. and her daughters were on a family trip to Tiberias on the Sea of Galilee when they were ambushed near the Israeli settlement of Hamra. During the attack in the northern Jordan Valley, Palestinian terrorists shot at her car with a Kalashnikov, causing it to break down on the shoulder of the highway. The terrorists then opened fire again, killing the two sisters, aged 20 and 15, and critically injuring their mother. The father of the family, Rabbi Leo D., was traveling in a separate car with his other children. He turned back after the attack and was there when paramedics arrived to treat his family. "You dreamed of traveling the world, now you're traveling to heaven," Rabbi D said at his daughter's funeral. "How am I supposed to explain to Lucy what happened when she wakes up from her coma?" He added, while Lucy D was still in a critical condition in hospital. He no longer had to explain anything to her. She also died of her serious injuries 3 days after the terrorist attack. The case also attracted at least some international attention because the D family are British-Israeli dual nationals who had only moved from London to Efrat in Judea in 2014. Prototypical of the international press's treatment of violence against Jews was the remark by CNN presenter Christiane Amanpour, according to whom T3Ds were killed in a shootout. She at least had to apologize to the victims' families, but Rabbi D rightly rejected this as dishonest due to CNN's overall reporting. The case drastically shows how Jewish victims of devious murder attacks are transformed into combatants, especially when it comes to so-called settlers, whose sinister intentions are always well known in Western newsrooms. The fact that the vast majority of them are normal Israeli families like that of Rabbi Leo D. and his murdered wife Lucian must not even be mentioned for the life of the world. Above all, so-called settlers are thought to know that their mere existence in occupied Judea and Samaria violates international law in order to portray them as legitimate targets of hostilities even when they are women and children on a family trip to the Galilee. On May 4, during a raid in Nablus in the Palestinian Autonomous Territories, Israeli security forces killed the 3 members of Harnaz who had planned and committed the assassination. The Qassam Brigades, a Hamas-armed group, claimed responsibility for the attack. As of the beginning of October, a total of 34 Israelis had been murdered by terrorists in 2023 alone. On average, there were around 200 terrorist attacks per month in Judea and Samaria alone in the first few months of the year, most of which involved pipe bombs, firebombs, Molotov cocktails, knives, and other small weapons. This violence has been a daily occurrence for years. In addition, motorists are regularly pelted with stones, endangered by boulders rolled onto the road and burning car tires, or attacked by deliberately reckless driving, forced off the road or into oncoming traffic. As nothing has improved since the murder of Lucian D. and her daughters, former soldiers offer driver safety training courses in which survival in the event of a terrorist attack is practiced. The danger is a daily occurrence, and it is to be expected that the 20 or so terrorist organizations operating in the Palestinian-administered territories will continue to operate unchallenged as long as they do not threaten Mahmoud Abbas and his headquarters in Ramallah. Until then, the president of the Palestinian Authority, who at least officially has around 30,000 security forces under his command, refuses to take action against the various armed groups. This also became clear on the open stage when the security plan drawn up by U.S. President Biden at the beginning of the year, which envisaged a special Palestinian unit trained in Jordan to ensure order, particularly in the north of the autonomous territories with the cities of Jenin and Nablus, strongholds of terrorism, was completely rejected by Abbas. While the USA and the Europeans cling to the delusional idea of wanting to establish Fatah and the Palestinian Authority as a factor of order and a framework for a future Palestinian state, Abbas makes it clear at every opportunity that he is not only unwilling but also incapable of doing so. It is not only he himself who fuels, finances, and supports hatred of Jews and terror against Israel. His influence on the gangs of murderers in Jenin and Nablus is also, to put it mildly, manageable. Even if he wanted to do what the EU and the US have imagined in their fantasies, he would not be able to do anything against Hamas and other terrorist groups that have the full backing of the population in the West Bank. A survey published on November 14 by the Arab World for Research and Development Institute, which is affiliated with the Palestinian Birzeit University, found that 75% of Palestinians surveyed supported the massacre of October 7, of which almost 60% fully supported it. A further 11% did not want to decide, and only just under 13% were against it. However reliable such figures may be and however precise the surveyors may be with the methods of empirical social research, these results are consistent with the finding that there is nothing in the Palestinian population that is even remotely comparable to the opposition in Iran, for example. Significantly, approval of the massacre in Gaza, where many people had already felt the consequences in mid-November, is lower than in the West Bank, where more than 80% of people approve of the massacre. Various Palestinian organizations are viewed accordingly. While the Qassam Brigades, the Islamic Jihad, the Al-Aqsa Brigades, and Hamas are rated very or mostly positively by the overwhelming majority, in each case more positively by Palestinians in the West Bank than by Palestinians in Gaza. Fatah fails completely with over 70% and the Palestinian Authority even with over 80% negative ratings. What at least remotely resembles statehood in the Palestinian territories, such as a president who regularly talks nonsense in the presence of international dignitaries, corrupt authorities, security officials who could at least theoretically provide a little security and order, is hated by the Palestinians, while the Jew-killing terror gangs can hardly save themselves from approval. It is almost superfluous to mention that all respondents reject Israel. The statements of all representatives and supporters of the Palestinian cause prove anew every day that the conflict has not only been about the settlement and occupation of the entire area from the river to the sea since the Hamas attack. It would therefore be an existential threat for Israel to give up control of Judea and Samaria and thus allow terrorists to spread and arm themselves in areas that are in the immediate vicinity not only of a music festival and a number of villages and kibbutzim, but also of Israeli population centers. This circumstance could easily lead to tens or even hundreds of deaths in a terrorist attack along the lines of October 7. There is certainly no shortage of murderousness and sadism, as illustrated by an incident on November 24 in Tulkarm, a town under Palestinian Authority immediate on the border with Israel, which is only about 20 kilometers from the coastal town of Netanya. Unable to apprehend any Jews, members of an armed Palestinian group murdered 2 men accused of collaborating with Israel. Residents of the town beat and trampled on the bodies after the 2 were shot in the street. Videos show hundreds of Palestinians flocking to the scene, gawking and filming with their cell phones as men try to hang the mutilated bodies from an electricity pole. As this apparently proved too difficult, the bodies were thrown over the walls of an LTN school, with their feet tied to a wire mesh fence. If you realize what a barbaric murder collective you are dealing with when talking about Palestinian society in the West Bank, the number of 34 terrorist deaths from January to September 2023 seems almost small. This is solely due to the fact that Israel never completely withdrew from the West Bank. The Oslo Accords provided for a division into 3 categories: areas A, B, and C. The A areas, just under 20% of the area, are controlled by the Palestinian Authority, at least on paper, and consist of the larger cities where most Palestinians live. The B areas, a good 20% of the territory, consist mainly of rural communities and villages. Here, Palestinians have administrative control and Israelis have security control. The C area, about 60% of the area, is completely under Israeli rule and consists of sparsely populated rural areas, a few Palestinian villages, and all Israeli settlements. As the C areas include the security-relevant Jordan Valley in particular and separate the Palestinian autonomous areas from one another, terrorists cannot move around undisturbed. Although the smuggling of weapons, such as gays, cannot be completely prevented, it can at least be made considerably more difficult. In addition, the Israeli army stationed in the C areas can react quickly and also carry out operations in the A areas, such as the one to eliminate the murderers of Lucy D. and her daughters. What is certain is that it is only thanks to this occupation that a second Gaza Strip has not emerged in the West Bank. The critics of Israel of various stripes differ from the annihilation anti-Semites who shout from the river to the sea essentially in that they are supporters of the theory that there is such a thing as a moderate Fatah and a peace partner called the Palestinian Authority, with which one must work towards a two-state solution within the 1967 borders. Meaning the 1949 armistice lines where the Arab army's attempt to annihilate the Jews was fortunately halted. Since most of them are not interested in the real Palestinians and the extermination collective they have formed, but willfully ignore it in the name of talk of peace. If they ignore the Palestinians' desire for reconciliation and understanding, they are always forced to blame the Jews for the failure of their wishful thinking. A popular plot is to turn the general and security politician Rabin, who only shook hands with the terrorist Arafat with visible reluctance, into a naive peace politician who also murdered the peace process. The main reason why many Israelis supported the controversial Oslo Accords at the time was that they would have loved to get rid of the Palestinians. If it had been possible to turn the terrorists Arafat and Abbas into military dictators like in Egypt or monarchs like in Jordan, with the result that they would have suppressed the terrorists in their own ranks as brutally as the military does in both countries, then an independent Palestinian state that could exist in this way, at least outwardly in a reasonably peaceful manner, would have been a massive relief for Israel. However, since the Oslo process failed and the Palestinians have no interest in building a state, but only in destroying the state and annihilating the Jews, there is still no sign of a state far and wide. Without Israeli support for the Palestinian Authority, even its pseudo-structures would have been destroyed long ago, as in the Gaza Strip. The two-state solution, which was never a solution, but only a compromise that was always rejected by the Arabs, can no longer play a role because the Palestinians have proven to be completely incapable of nation-building over the past 30 years. So even if the land were divided and further sovereignty rights were transferred to the Palestinians, this would not change the fact that there is only one state in the entire area. If we look at the so-called criticism of Israel, as it is usually found in Western countries, we can distinguish between 2 basic lines of attack. One assumes that even Zionism, the idea of a return to Eretz Israel, the flight from anti-Semitism and National Socialism from Europe as well as the immigration of Holocaust survivors and Arab Jews until the founding of the state, was wrong. For them, the land from the river to the sea belongs to the supposedly autochthonous Arabs who were displaced by vicious Jewish colonists and robbed of their homeland in the course of the Nakba. This current is particularly prevalent at North American universities, where groups such as Black Lives Matter openly show solidarity with Hamas and view their actions as legitimate resistance against the Jewish colonists and oppressors. Their anti-Semitism is fed by anti-Western resentment, especially anti-Americanism. Here, the Jews who set out for the Holy Land are equated very crudely and without any interest in historical particularities with the pioneers of the development of North America, who are seen merely as slave owners and oppressors of blacks and natives. The other school of thought, which uses the jargon of human rights rather than post-colonialism, recognizes the right of the Jews to their own state in principle, but advocates the two-state solution and regards the Jewish presence beyond the 1949 armistice line as illegal, a provocation and a major, if not the greatest, obstacle to peace. Both of these two, fluidly merging lines of attack can always agree on the enemy image par excellence, which is presented worldwide in the media when it comes to patching up Israeli victims of Palestinian murderers and claiming an equivalence between the State of Israel and anti-Semitic terror gangs just a few days after an unprecedented massacre of Jewish settlers. For this enemy image, it is irrelevant that two completely different population groups should actually be defined as settlers, with the post-colonial current having the more plausible definition. Even if it is true that Jews have always lived in the land and formed the clear majority of Jerusalem's population in 1850, it must be considered indisputable that it was the immigration of Jews, who settled, colonized and reclaimed the land, that created the basis for the State of Israel. When friends of Israel insist with good intentions that Jews have been indigenous to Israel for thousands of years, this misses the point mainly because it goes far too far towards the post-colonial lunacy that colonization of a region is a bad thing. The reason why anti-Americanism and anti-Zionism mean the same thing today lies in the similarities to be emphasized between American and Israeli state building, which absolutely includes emphasizing the importance of settlers, colonists, and pioneers for the history of human progress. Propaganda pieces such as the 1619 Project and movements such as Black Lives Matter, whose local Chicago offshoot proudly distributed a paraglider with a Palestinian flag via social networks after October 7, make the unity of anti-Americanism and anti-Zionism particularly clear. For them, people who, despite all the associated adversities, went to America in order to be able to live there more freely, according to their ideas and their religion, and to this end built new, more democratic, better human communities, from which the United States then emerged, are only relevant because they exploited others, kept slaves, and displaced the indigenous population. Considering the enormous progress that the United States represented, one can only be glad that the pioneers and founding fathers were not progressives in the modern sense, but committed to progress. The fact that the United States and Israel share a special relationship is the reason why anti-Americans in the U.S. celebrate Hamas as a liberation movement. However, this is not due to the geostrategic considerations that are so popular with long-distance fanatics. Rather, Americans quite rightly recognize their own history in the efforts of the first Zionists to return to the Promised Land and create new communities there in which they could live according to their own religious beliefs and from which an independent state emerged in emancipation from the British colonial power. Even if the relationship of the Jews to the land has always existed and even before the beginning of Zionist immigration there were small Jewish communities and a few somewhat larger ones such as in Jerusalem, this is insignificant compared to the impressive achievement of often bitterly poor Jewish refugees, survivors of the Holocaust or pogroms in Eastern Europe and targeted expulsion from the Arab world, who arrived there with little more than the clothes on their backs. Despite poverty and sometimes miserable, difficult conditions, despite heat, drought, war and terror, they went to work and created a better life for themselves and their children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren and a future for the Jews who had almost been wiped out a short time before. It is this achievement, which borders on the miraculous, that impresses an American from the outset, at least if he has not been given the writings of Edward Said, Judith Butler, Frantz Fanon or similar intellectual murderers at an elite university in the humanities. The original settlement, the immigration of Jews from all over the world and the creation of the State of Israel in the sense of the heraldic saying E pluribus unum in the Great Seal of the United States characterize the country today and not the fact that Jews have always lived in Jerusalem without interruption. The radical enemies of Israel, for whom the injustice already exists in the original settlement, are more honest in that they apply to Israel what is generally considered progressive today. Anti-racism and anti-colonialism are based on the strange idea that there is such a thing as an indigenous population that is always in the right, whereas external forces embody evil especially when they introduce impositions such as trade, progress, modernity, capitalism, and general social change into previously supposedly harmonious indigenous communities. This assumption is only seemingly in sharp contrast to the cosmopolitanism that is otherwise often preached. For in the case of Israel, this only means what anti-colonial lumpen intellectuals imagine it to mean, a Jew-pure Arab state and a non-Jewish state flooded with Arab refugees, in which women, homosexuals, and free spirits of all kinds would be oppressed and murdered. Cosmopolitanism means that everyone is allowed to live in the West and that the less Western they are, the more they enrich life there. However, every Jew, North American or European who sets foot elsewhere is an occupier and colonizer who maltreats the peaceful, authentic peoples. The less compatible they are with modern civilization and the demands of the global economy, the more their characteristics must be respected and preserved. This is precisely where the cosmopolitans are in complete agreement with the militant Arab anti-Semites, whose hatred of Jews was not an import from Europe, Nazi Germany, etc., but must be understood as a rational resistance to the establishment of something like a modern, civilized, secularized society. Among the claims that are so false that not even the opposite is true is the one that poverty and misery in the Palestinian and Arab world are to blame for anti-Semitism and fuel the conflict. With the beginning of Zionist immigration to Palestine, which was then Turkish and more anachronistically administered than governed, what could be called a Western capitalist mindset took hold there. In this respect, Arab anti-Semitism was not exported from Europe to the Arab world or even to Palestine, but was fed by the inferiority complex resulting from the experience that the Zionists living there at the end of the 19th and beginning of the 20th century became more prosperous due to their education, their culture, their attitude to life, because they were better adapted to the demands of modernity. The driving force behind anti-Semitism has always been envy, which insinuated that the Jews' success was based on unfair means, on their secret domination of institutions, governments and, of course, money and interest. This was drastically reinforced by the defeat of the Turks in the First World War, during which the Jewish population of the Holy Land was massively harassed and only escaped the fate of the Armenians through fortunate circumstances, and of course by the British occupation that followed Ottoman rule. This period is central to the emergence of the conflict and its insolubility, not least because it was only the combination of Zionism and a modern British administration that enabled the development of the country, which had been hampered under the Turks. Jewish immigration increased, people began to build something there, trusting in a certain legal security, which in turn attracted more people who found work or wanted to do business. Many of those who are often mistakenly regarded today as some kind of Palestinian natives have ancestors who settled in the British Mandate territory at precisely that time. For many Arabs, the British Mandate period and Jewish immigration were associated with considerable advantages. However, the fact that they owed these not to their great master race as the Urvok of the Quran, but to perfidious British and haggling Jews, aroused the resentment that still makes the necessary social modernization impossible today. In this respect, anti-colonialism is merely the contemporary expression of Arab anti-Semitism. What both have in common is the refusal to grow up and any responsibility for one's own actions, as expressed in the works of the pro-Palestinian street art producer Banksy, for example. These satisfy the need for childhood, for smearing walls, painting banners, leaving traces and, above all, destroying things that mean something to others. Shifting all the blame onto Israel, the USA, and the West, the indeed bad, hardened, but always merely external conditions, not only empowers bottomless meanness and sadistic violence, but also inaction, passivity, and stagnation, a regression that, to make matters worse, also results in the insistent demand for permanent alimentation. Like a precocious child, they constantly want to tell everyone what a world is like that they neither know nor understand. The deeper reason for the unwavering love of the radical left for Palestinian terrorism and Islam as a whole lies in the resentment against prosperity acquired through work, which is only barely concealed by revolutionary phraseology, and in the will to destroy, if not outright talk of intifada until victory. This was already laid out from the outset in the blind belief that it was the revolutions that would suddenly and miraculously improve life. The left's love for the French and Russian revolutions exists not in spite of, but because they quickly turned into terror and mass murder. The decisive contrast to American and Israeli independence, which are despised as colonial projects, is that they were based on progressive communities that were already under construction and had to be established and defended as states against external powers. The second colonization, which is denounced by those who speak in the jargon of human rights, which can no longer claim universal validity through the affirmation of slogans such as Black Lives Matter, has a different character in this respect and is based on the same defense of the already established state. If only those who live in the territories on the Golan, in East Jerusalem and in the West Bank that were conquered during the Six-Day War in 1967 are to be considered settlers, then the talk of settler colonialism no longer makes sense. At the time, these territories were larger than Israel in the 1949 borders and had to be controlled simply because the Arab states rejected the land for peace solution proposed by Israel and decided in Khartoum in September 1967 to say no to three things: no to recognition, to peace, and to negotiations with Israel. While the military objective was initially to make possible attacks by Egypt, Jordan, or Syria more difficult by using the Suez Canal, the Golan Heights, and the Jordan Valley as barriers, the strategic objective changed significantly as a result of the peace agreement with Egypt and the return of the Sinai. Giving up land in return for peace was also the idea behind the Oslo process, which at least made the peace treaty between Jordan and Israel possible in 1994. However, the terror of the Al-Aqsa Intifada finally made it clear that the danger no longer came from an Egyptian or Jordanian tank attack, but that it was increasingly asymmetric terrorism that threatened Israel's existence. The construction of the barrier fence and the abandonment of the policy of full sovereignty of the areas, which the Israeli army has repeatedly invaded since the 2000s in order to eliminate terrorists such as the murderers of Lucian D., guaranteed that the regular suicide attacks in Israel's heartland came to an end. The high-tech and party metropolis of Tel Aviv, which has flourished over the last 20 years, is therefore defended not least in the West Bank and by settlers, who are often held in low esteem by liberal Jews, and who also serve in the IDF's combat units far more often than average, thus ensuring that the same murder potential does not arise in the West Bank as in Gaza. Israel, which was one of the poorest states in the world when it was founded, is urgently dependent on the protection of its economic centers, and the fact that life in Tel Aviv is now relatively safe again and Ben Gurion Airport is not constantly under rocket fire is crucial for the economic survival of the state. The daily Palestinian terror is primarily directed against the approximately 500,000 Israelis who are now branded as illegal settlers by the international community and therefore open to attack. The overwhelming majority of these Jews have decided to settle in Judea and Samaria out of convenience or for economic reasons. Contrary to what is often claimed in the media, most of them are neither radical nor violent. Their crime is that they believe they have the same right to live in this area as they do in West Jerusalem or Tel Aviv. Like the various Israeli governments since 1967, they contradict the invention of international law, according to which Israel is not allowed to build cities, communities, and homes in Judea and Samaria. Many believe that the disputed territories are the core of the Jewish homeland and have no moral qualms about living on the land that they believe is part of their historic homeland. They do not believe that a Jew should be denied the opportunity to live somewhere simply because he is Jewish. Many are convinced that the United Nations Partition Plan of 1947, which envisaged the establishment of an independent Arab state on historic Jewish land, was as much a mistake as the Oslo process, and that the rejection of partition by the Arabs has destroyed their claim to the region. Like many other Israelis, some are nevertheless prepared to give up parts of Judea and Samaria in return for a peace agreement. Contrary to what anti-Zionist propaganda claims, the mere existence of many Israelis, most of whom live in towns and villages in Judea and Samaria that have nothing in common with what is commonly thought of as a settlement, is by no means an obstacle to peace. Rather, the Israeli presence in the territories and their urban sprawl and fragmentation, as Israel haters like to accusingly present it, is a guarantee that no more Jews will be killed. To give the claim even the appearance of plausibility, the simple fact that there are also perpetrators of violence among the 500,000 Jews in Judea and Samaria must be exaggerated to settler violence and thus used as a reason to discredit an entire population group. What some people perhaps only realized on October 7, namely that the IDF alone cannot protect the Jews from an extermination collective, had long been clear to many Israelis. When the terrorists attempted to infiltrate the Nir Am kibbutz, the community security officer, 25-year-old Imbal Rabin Lieberman, had already assessed the situation and distributed weapons to 12 residents. 3 of the terrorists were shot dead and the others were prevented from entering the kibbutz until the Israeli army arrived hours later. Unlike in almost all other communities in the area, there were no dead Israelis in Nir Am. Since Imbal Rabin Lieberman, who of course acquired her skills in an IDF combat unit and takes part in a program for women in leadership positions, does not live in the West Bank, there were even sympathetic reports in the German press. But if Jews in Judea believe that it is necessary to remain vigilant in the face of potential murderers outside their communities, if they understand gatherings of young men or seemingly aimless roaming Palestinians who are already exploring who lives where as the threat they objectively represent, even before they have to scrape the remains of their children out of the nearest cave or off the street, then they fall under the term settler violence for the international community. Like everywhere else, there are also people among the Israeli residents of the West Bank who are prepared to take the law into their own hands or even commit violent crimes, threaten, attack, or chase away Palestinians. Those who commit such acts are outside the rule of law and will be prosecuted by the state authorities, as Prime Minister Netanyahu has also made clear. However, he did not do so without rejecting the unproven accusations against the settlers as a whole, as they are regularly made. For example, Tselem, one of the largest internationally sponsored NGOs, openly proclaims what it is all about: settler violence equals state violence. Since the occupation is already unjust and the root of all evil, every Palestinian who is harmed in the West Bank, whether by the military or a criminal, regardless of whether it can even be proven that Jews were the perpetrators, is a victim of settler violence. This total abolition of any meaningful differentiation between the defense of a residential area by threatened citizens, military operations such as the one in Nablus against the murderers of Luciane D. and her daughters, and the rare cases of arbitrary violence by Jewish settlers is consequent in that it is only about presenting the world with an equivalent to the uninhibited barbarism of October 7 and Jews who are to blame for their own murder. If you read the many headlines about the alleged increase in settler violence, which are parroted by international politicians from Biden to Baerbock, you can get the impression that this is a huge problem. If you take the trouble to read the articles, firstly, they are always based on the same, copied agency reports, and secondly, they practically never contain evidence of a crime, let alone one committed by a settler. They are usually based either on the report of a Palestinian who observed something from afar or who only claims to have heard about it. It is suggested that he was able to observe the events precisely and identify the criminal as a member of a particular community, although everyone knows that such eyewitness reports, and even more so those based on hearsay, are extremely unreliable. Or the reports of acts of violence come, enriched with misleading statistics, from one of the relevant, internationally sponsored NGOs. These activists often travel to the occupied territories together with Western journalists, who get terribly excited when they are not allowed to move freely everywhere within a security zone. The likelihood that their representatives will happen to be in the vicinity of a Palestinian being arbitrarily attacked is pretty much zero. Therefore, such incidents must be regularly provoked by groups of international activists and Palestinians approaching military posts or residential settlements and harassing the soldiers and residents until arrests are made or a stone comes flying, which can then be presented as evidence. An example of how successfully propaganda is carried out in this way is a report by the NGO Yesh Din, Volunteers for Human Rights. According to this group, its aim is to oppose the ongoing violation of Palestinian human rights in the occupied Palestinian territories, to document and disseminate accurate and up-to-date information on the systematic violation of human rights in the occupied Palestinian territories, to raise public awareness of such violations and to exert public and legal pressure on government authorities to end them. The specialty of this European-funded organization is known in English as Lawfare, from law and warfare. Petitions to the Supreme Court in Israel and submissions to the International Criminal Court regarding alleged Israeli war crimes are the most important fields of activity of an organization that, according to its own statements, sees the law as a tool in the fight against the Israeli occupation. On November 18, the well-connected Washington magazine Politica reported, citing a document from government circles, that the Biden administration is preparing concrete steps such as visa bans and further sanctions against radical settlers. According to Politica, the forces to be sanctioned are broadly defined in the document. They include individuals or organizations that have been directly or indirectly involved in acts or policies that threaten the security or stability of the West Bank, those that commit acts that intimidate civilians in the West Bank with the purpose or effect of forcing displacement actions in the West Bank, or those that commit human rights violations or abuses, as well as acts that significantly obstruct, disrupt, or impede efforts to achieve a two-state solution. This was the U.S. government's response to internal pressure triggered by two reports. The first, by Yesh Din, claims that 197 Palestinians have been killed by settlers or Israeli forces in the West Bank since October 7. The second, from the United Nations, says that at least 121 Palestinian households, some 1,150 people, including 452 children, have been displaced by settler violence and access restrictions in the same period. Both reports, and the Biden administration addresses this in its memo, make no effort to substantiate actual violence by extremist settlers. Instead, they attempt to list as many cases as possible by presenting the Israeli army's perfectly legitimate actions against terrorists as settler violence. The fact that the army must act in accordance with the considerable threat situation since October 7, which may of course necessitate orders to leave a certain area, is ignored. The sanctions planned by the Biden administration, which European states such as France and Germany naturally want to join, could include legal parties and Israeli government and opposition politicians who speak out against further negotiations with the Palestinians, against the two-state solution or in favor of annexing at least the sea areas in Judea and Samaria. This shows what the myth of settler violence is really about. The undermining of a viable and livable state of Israel, which simply cannot exist in the foreseeable future without control over the terrorists in the so-called Palestinian territories. An internal Israeli army report, which was passed on to the newspaper Yedioth Ahronoth and published on December 5, paints a completely different picture than the one on the basis of which the Biden government thought it had to act. In fact, there has been no increase at all in so-called settler violence since October 7. In the first week of October, the military recorded 32 incidents of nationalist crime, including 4 serious attacks and 19 lesser offenses. However, in the week following the Hamas attacks on October 7, the forces recorded only 24 incidents, 3 of which were classified as serious. Between October 15 and 21, this number decreased further, with only 10 cases reported. Between October 22 and 28, the number jumped to 38, but dropped again in the following weeks. According to the Israeli police, the number of incidents in which Jews turned violent out of nationalist motives fell by 50% compared to the previous year. In the period from October 7, the beginning of the war, to November 7, police recorded 97 incidents of illegal activity attributed to Jews in the area, compared to 184 crimes in the same period in 2022. Police observed a decrease across the spectrum of crimes from violence to vandalism. The eagerness with which these accusations, which have to be clarified by the Israeli security forces, and the problems with individual extremists who are close to Israel, which exist in Judea Samaria as in any other country, especially those that are regularly exposed to terrorism, are inflated into the security and peace obstacle par excellence, says something above all about the actors who are defaming Israel. One thing is certain. As Israel is dependent on U.S. support in the Gaza war, the government will have to do everything it can, for as long as it can, to appease the murderers in the autonomous territories who have been incited by the slanderous talk of settler violence. As a consequence, this means dead Israelis, as the murder attack at a bus stop in Jerusalem on November 30, 2023 proves. In recent decades, parts of Israel and many of its global supporters, including the Federal Republic of Germany despite all the nastiness and especially in view of the open anti-Semitism of numerous governments in Europe, have often limited themselves to justifying the defense of Israel and its right to exist on the basis of the Holocaust. In many countries, for example, institutes have emerged that are dedicated to Jewish history, research into genocide, the Holocaust, and anti-Semitism, but which have no problem presenting the murder collective in Gaza and the West Bank as civilian victims of Israeli aggression, apartheid, or superiority ideology, which is partly a consequence of the fact that research fields defined in identitarian terms always attract people who have little to offer apart from the sought-after identity, characteristic, origin, gender, sexual orientation, etc. Modern Zionism, be it that of the settlers, who tell the story of the return to Eretz Israel, to Judea and Samaria, and possibly even link it to eschatological ideas of redemption, Dan Diner, be it that of Imbel Rabin Lieberman, who demonstrates against the government and organizes the defense of her kibbutz against mortal enemies, has largely detached itself from the Jewish narrative of sacrifice. This Zionism certainly does not want to hear anything about a Palestinian narrative of victimhood that absolves them from taking responsibility for building their own nation and a society that is even remotely civil. Israel today is a progressive state that believes in its future, not least because it has increasingly detached itself from the negative founding myth of Israel as a consequence of the history of persecution that culminated in the Holocaust. Today, the pioneering achievements of the first kibbutzim, the endeavors of the Yishuv, the victorious wars and the return of many Jews to the pioneering achievements of the first kibbutzim, the efforts of the Yishuv, the victorious wars and the return of many Jews to the new or re-established state of Israel form the basis of a national narrative that does not promote sadness or feelings of guilt for one's own existence, but justified pride in what has been achieved. Based on this, many Israelis not only rightly claim to occupy the territories conquered in the just and completely won war of 1967, but also, after more than 50 years of futile efforts to reach a settlement with Syria and the Palestinians, to exercise full sovereignty over the Golan Heights, Judea, Samaria and Gaza, and to unilaterally take the steps that will allow Jews to live in a state without fear of anti-Semitic persecution in the future. They should not and cannot rely on an international community firmly on the side of Hamas, which can be sure of the cues of its useful Jewish idiots in NGOs and at international universities. For this community regards Zionists as eternal settlers on stolen land, and not only in Ephrat and Hamra, but also in Jerusalem, near Am, and Tel Aviv in case of doubt. While in 2002 the State of Israel was addressed, which we saw threatened in its existence in view of the European appeasement of the Islamic will to destroy the Jewish state, today it is not just about Israel as a state, it is about Israel as the term for Jewry, which is facing a renewed attempt to annihilate it. On October 7, 2023, at least 1,200 Jews were brutally tortured, mutilated, and massacred, as if Hamas wanted to repeat the extermination actions of the Germans and their helpers in Ukraine to the extent possible, whereby it does not matter that a not inconsiderable number of those murdered were not Jewish, as they were in the eyes of their murderers. As of the conclusion of this text, not all of the victims have been found or identified. The mutilations are beyond words. At least 249 Jews, the youngest a baby aged 9 months, 20 hostages are over 60 years old, are known to have fallen into the hands of Hamas or its affiliated murder gangs. The heinous spectacle of the hostage exchange, as the release of hostages in exchange for Arab prisoners was called in the German media, deliberately ignoring the reality, demonstrated the power of the murderers over their victims, while the biggest problem of Macron, Biden, Baerbock, and others, who had previously assured Israel of their solidarity, was the fate of the so-called Palestinian civilian population, the civilian population that had lent a helping hand on October 7 and who had secured the release of the hostages. October and who accompanied the release of the hostages with chance of murder. Incidentally, the hostages have different nationalities, but, as Hamas Politburo member Abu Marzouk explained on October 27, 2023 during a friendly visit to Moscow, they are all Israeli. What he probably meant was, in the eyes of Hamas, they are all Jews, just like those murdered. That is why any appeal to Hamas to distinguish between civilians and soldiers is misguided. All Jews are combatants. Shortly after October 7, an Israeli television station conducted an interview with a father who had assumed that his daughter had also been kidnapped. During the interview, he first learns that she is dead and says with relief, "Yes." A short time later, it turns out that Emily Hand had been kidnapped after all. After her release, the girl is broken, only a shadow of her former self. According to her father Thomas Hand, her captivity lasted a year. In the first few days, she only whispered. To this day, she only eats her food in the presence of others and insists on sharing everything. However, the Hamas prisoners are not hostages in the true sense of the word. Qatar and Egypt made them so by getting Hamas to name a political price, the release of Arab prisoners. The henchmen of Hamas, Islamic Jihad, and Ummah, who were just as involved as the military organizations of Jew hatred, decide at their own discretion what to do with those in their power. To impute to them the political or criminal rationality of a hostage-taking was an interested lie and created a delusion that was proven true with the end of the ceasefire on November 30. Should the remaining deportees be murdered during Israel's military action, if they have not already been tortured to death, the blame will fall solely on those responsible for their abduction, the Islamic civil society in Gaza. The only solution for their release is to raise the political, financial, and humanitarian price for this civil society, not only in the Gaza Strip but also in European countries, to such an extent that their release becomes inevitable. The IDF is working on this, under pressure from all those for whom the hatred of Jews at home is just getting a little too much and who want to be left in peace. During the October 7 massacre, the Hamas henchmen and their civilian henchmen were not concerned with Israelis, they were concerned with robbing, torturing, and killing Jews en masse in what they thought were their safest places. Their approach was so uninhibited and cruel that only a truly psychotically unbounded mass could accomplish such a thing. This is proven by the numerous videos published by the murderers themselves on TikTok and other platforms, as well as publications by the IDF. This statement seems banal and sounds superfluous, but it is not addressed to the friends of the People's War or those of discourse or political reasonableness, but to the friends of Israel and the truth. For this statement has consequences that have hardly been formulated so far. If the 7th of October was a mass murderous pogrom, it is not only forbidden to rationalize what happened or to appropriate it politically for any solution, it is also forbidden to repeat well-known slogans and "we have always known" statements. With everything we, by which I mean what used to be called anti-German and solidarity with Israel, have conjured up in recent years, would we ever have assumed that the next attempt to destroy Israel would begin as a classic pogrom? That Jews in Israel were no safer for a day than their ancestors during the pogroms in Russia at the beginning of the 20th century or after 1918 in Ukraine, where the anti-Semitic looters and murderers struck not only in the cities but also in the countryside. Most people would have expected a military attack by Iran. We would have expected the possibility of pogroms in Europe, but not where the Jews have built their highly armed state. If you want to put critical questions to the Israeli government, you should first answer whether you were able to anticipate the quality of the unrestrained violence on October 7th in any way. What did we not see? What did we not want to see? Has something changed in the perpetrators that we did not notice? Or did we miss something because of our judgment? In any case, the rhetoric of Hamas has not changed. In Arabic, they don't talk about politics and Israel, emancipation and oppression, but about Allah, martyrdom, and the holy mission to murder Jews. In the international press, they actually say the same thing, but they talk about the holy mission to liberate Al-Quds and the Israeli aggressors who must be driven out. In the West, on the other hand, the international press's read and commentaries are written, in which the only thing that is reliably repeated is politics and Israel, emancipation and oppression. This familiar game continues to be successful, and there is nothing new about Hamas' current statements. It is the scam of persecuting innocents. After October 7th, when something outrageous happened, everything in the West is following the familiar pattern, albeit on a hitherto unknown scale. In order to steer the massacre into the usual channels of the so-called Middle East conflict, it was necessary to push the actual cause into the background. After all, it was this event itself that made the well-worn reaction pattern seem so questionable, if not crazy, at least for a few days. After its full-throated announcements of the first 3 days, Hamas quickly switched to victim mode. Contrary to the claims of Hamas leaders that they were happily surprised by the scale and success of their assault, perhaps they had hoped for more support from Iran and its lackeys, or they had overestimated Israel's weakness. The history of the Muslim Brotherhood and Hamas, which emerged from it, leaves no doubt about the willingness of these groups to carry out pogroms and about the fact that they are by no means only critical of Israel, but in recent years they have succeeded in presenting themselves as political actors with whom political solutions could be achieved. And they have not succeeded in doing so because they have concealed their anti-Semitic messages or pushed their goal, the destruction of Israel, into the background. They have been able to do so because they are no longer perceived as part of a Palestinian national movement of any kind, but as part of the global South in the struggle against the West. This applies not only to the post-colonial left, whose icon Judith Butler emphasized in Berkeley in 2006 how extremely important it is to understand Hamas and Hezbollah as social movements that are progressive and belong to the global left. This also applies to most European governments, the US government, and the international public. Since the terror attacks of 2001, Islam has managed to become a recognized political force whose clientele must be taken into account and whose honor must not be insulted, and it has achieved this status not despite, but because of terrorism. All the European ideologues together are not worth as much as a dead teacher, as the recent murder of Dominique Bernard in France on the anniversary of the murder of Samuel Paty has shown. This murder was an attack on one of those teachers who still upheld Republican values through their work, but who would never have become politically involved. It was only the universalist ideal he represented and personified in him that made him a victim. With these crimes, there is no longer any need for interpretation or mediation. The very process in which Hamas, Hezbollah, Iran, the Taliban, and ISIS were increasingly understood as political movements led to an underestimation of the cult of religious doom that drove them. Even if the perpetrators of the atrocities and the regularly recurring enthusiasm for them proved that these forces could not be contained politically. This rationalization is initially understandable, even sympathetic. Assuming that the self-declared mortal enemy is predictable turns him into an opponent and thus enables the belief in the possibility of a reconciliation of interests. At the same time, however, it fails to recognize that wanting to negotiate is a sign of weakness for this enemy. These rationalizations can also be found in concepts such as Israel-related anti-Semitism, which has the advantage of turning the politically motivated concept of anti-Zionism on its head, but the disadvantage that it cannot be used to grasp October 7th. On the contrary, those who use it to contextualize this mass murder do not want to understand what happened. The Stars of David on houses in Berlin where Jews live have nothing to do with Israel-related anti-Semitism. In the worst-case scenario, this labeling can lead to the media writing indignantly about an anti-Semitic attack in which a man threatened to kill a Jewish family in their home, as happened recently in Los Angeles, saying that the family was not from Israel after all. The ideological shift, which left Israel symbolically at the center but increasingly openly targeted all Jews and everything identified with Judaism, and in which the Palestinian national movement gradually became part of the identitarian global left, was repeatedly described critically by various authors, most recently on the occasion of the Documenta, for example. But the consequence was unthinkable. People knew that the pogrom would grow out of popular images and unself-conscious togetherness, but ultimately they did not take themselves seriously. In retrospect, October 7th seems like the preliminary climax of a staging that was as unconscious as it was perverse. The images look like a movie that a horde of the undead put into action after being given a script. As painful as it may be to emphasize the differences to previous atrocities, it is necessary in order to approach reality as it is right now. The fact that there is no mention of the Arab victims in Gaza and elsewhere has to do with the fact that they do not die as Jews. Being murdered as a Jew, regardless of whether you are one, that is the quality at stake, and it differs from the violent deaths of people in Gaza precisely for that reason. They may or may not have wanted Jews to die. They die because they are in an area that murderers of Jews have chosen as their base. It is precisely this difference that Judith Butler makes the subject of her justification of October 7th by discussing the bereavability of the victims. The anonymous child in Gaza is less mourned and is therefore worth less in the West than the Jewish child. This is anti-Muslim racism, therefore it must be the other way around. This is an abbreviation, but one that Butler herself applies in her essay by simply emphasizing the anti-Semitic quality, as many of those who no longer want to distinguish between Israel and Hamas are currently doing. Butler does not choose the form of a statement because the essay allows for the ambiguity that makes her words seem ambiguous. However, there is not only a difference between those who are massacred as Jews and those who die as a result of a military response to the massacre. Seen in this light, the distinction that Hamas itself makes is correct. All Jews are more or less soldiers, all of their people are somehow civilians. This was also the view of the Nazis and the reason why they were able to negotiate so well with the Arab Muslim leaders. The murder of Jews was a matter of self-defense. As ridiculous as it may be for someone who does not want to murder Jews to feel genuinely threatened by the chaotic state of Israel and its anarchist population or by Jews who are primarily concerned with themselves, it must logically be the deepest conviction of historical and contemporary anti-Semites to be in resistance. The difference to the suicide bomber intifada of the early 2000s lies in the importance of individual martyrdom. More important than the number of victims was the perpetrator who sacrificed himself or herself for Islam. Today, even the attackers killed in the massacre have not yet been brought to the fore by Hamas. On the contrary, some of the atrocities are denied with a wink. October 7th was a collective, not an individual act. On the other hand, the targets in the 2000s were all public places. On October 7th, with the exception of the hippie festival, where over 350 people were mourned, private retreats were hit, the most intimate and therefore most meaningful and valuable places of Judaism. The festival was also an intimate retreat, but not a private one. Moreover, the suicide bombers of the 2000s did not know exactly who they would encounter. The attackers of October 7th, on the other hand, had prepared themselves. It wasn't just about Israel, it was about the kibbutz, the Jewish socialist idea of a collective life. It was traditional and old kibbutzes that were attacked. They were symbols of the balance between the Jewish and Arab population, which is precisely why they had been under attack from the Gaza Strip for years. In 2020, for example, balloons were sent over the barrier fence to set fire to the fields of the kibbutzes that were attacked on October 7th. From today's perspective, these were test balloons with which Hamas wanted to test the weak points and the residents' ability to react and distract from the tunnel construction. What was perceived by the Western public at the time as a new civilian and peaceful form of resistance actually appears to have been part of the preparations for October 7th. But what's more, the pogrom mob knew who it would encounter. Longtime Arab kibbutz employees apparently willingly provided information. Kibbutz Nahei Oz, founded in 1951, had already been the scene of an anti-Semitic murder in 1956. Before October 7th, 470 people lived there. There are no current figures, but at least 2 families of several people were abducted and over 20 inhabitants were killed. Weeks later, the full extent was still unknown. On April 29, 1956, the kibbutz security officer Roai Rothberg was attacked and murdered by infiltrators from Gaza near Nahal Oz. Beyond the furrow of the border, a sea of hatred and vengeance swells, waiting for the day when serenity clouds our path, for the day when we listen to the ambassadors of vicious hypocrisy who call on us to lay down our arms. Moshe Dayan, then IDF Chief of Staff, said at Rothberg's funeral, adding, "Let us not be deterred from seeing the revulsion that inflames and fills the lives of hundreds of thousands of Arabs around us. Let us not turn our eyes away lest our arms grow weaker. This is the fate of our generation. This is the decision of our lives, to be prepared and armed, strong and determined, lest the sword be drawn from our fist and our lives extinguished. The young Roy, who left Tel Aviv to build his house at the gates of Gaza to be a wall for us, was blinded by the light in his heart and did not see the flash of the sword. The longing for peace deafened his ears, and he did not hear the voice of the murderer lurking in ambush. End quote. Quite a few in Israel hoped that such speech would be a thing of the past and, like Aaron Rolnick, a left-wing Freudian psychoanalyst from Tel Aviv, were awakened from their deafness on October 7th. In a text written shortly after the pogrom, Rolnick writes, "I listened to President Biden's speech yesterday and thought to myself, here speaks a real radical politician, a man of the 20th century, who instinctively knows how to distinguish between the legitimate political struggle of the Palestinian people and the barbaric attack on humanity. But why does the European left insist that solidarity with Palestine requires callous indifference to the mass murder of Jews?" A Marxist professor at Birkbeck University of London declared that the murder of 260 Israelis at a rave was a consequence of partying on stolen land. Other academics and a variety of student organizations issued statements explicitly refusing to criticize the Palestinian resistance. End quote. How far has it come that a left-wing Israeli intellectual has to invoke the American president to criticize the intolerable fact that the Western left in its overwhelming majority approves of the mass murder of Jews? He wants to save the last remnants of political mediation that remain necessary, but the shock is in his bones. His friends and comrades are not at all concerned with reconciliation and the safety of Jews and Arabs. They are concerned with the destruction of Israel, and even more, with the destruction of the Jews. Rolnick continues, thanks to the work of Freud, Ferenczi, Klein, and their followers, psychotherapists became aware of phenomena such as identification with the aggressor or repetition compulsion. This socio-psychological critical element harbors the danger of blind radicalism because of its imminent claim to interpret everything in the context of power relations, which can be factually true but nevertheless counter-historical, without the need for additional hypotheses. There is a denial of the factuality of events and situations as such, of their very nature. Thus, acts of political violence, for example, the attacks on the World Trade Center, the Russian invasion of Ukraine or the murder of 1,000 Israelis by Hamas militias, are viewed and discussed merely as part of a larger fabric, as if they themselves did not say or mean anything, as if they were a continuation of another atrocity that has either gone unrecognized or underappreciated. When a patient says, "I hit my children because my drunken father kept hitting me and my sister," is that a realization? Or is he bypassing a true insight that would entail responsibility for his aggression? The patient obviously has some psychological understanding of his inability to control his anger. But he has turned it into an excuse, he has perverted psychological truth into a claim to legitimacy. End quote. What the identification with the attacker means, which Rolnick sees as an example of the socio-psychological critical element of psychoanalysis, could be clearly observed in the weeks leading up to October 7th. As if there had been an unconscious anticipation of the coming catastrophe, almost 3,000 Jewish intellectuals signed the appeal The Elephant in the Room, which was published on August 4, 2023, and in which the ongoing dispute over judicial reform in Israel was used as an opportunity to address the elephant in the room, occupation and apartheid. Most of the signatories could be expected to sign this pamphlet, which in all seriousness claims that Israel would get away with impunity before the United Nations, and which does not shirk from denouncing U.S. Jewish billionaires as financiers of the Israeli right. But what were Dan Diner, Benny Morris, Jan Gross, Dagmar Herzog, Jonathan Little, Christopher Browning, Timothy Snyder, Joel Whitebook and a few others who might have been expected to do something stupid, but at least not to demonstratively join forces with the BDS movement, thinking? This pamphlet reads like a premature capitulation after October 7th, but could not have been understood in any other way than as a call for the self-abolition of the Jewish state, for example, to prevent October 7th? Understood as an identification with the attacker, the unconscious agreement with actions and the desire to be as strong and powerful as him, the elephant in the room, by adopting the Palestinian view of things, shows that, similar to Aaron Rolnick, it was about holding on to the political, whatever the cost. The response of the initiators of this call to October 7th was not long in coming. Under the heading "End the Violence, Release the Hostages," it is initially stated that October 7th is a crime against humanity, although there is no mention of anti-Semitism. Instead, it appeals to Israel to do everything in its power to release the hostages through a prisoner exchange. It also calls for an immediate ceasefire and, thirdly, an end to the violent oppression of the Palestinians. However, this droning silence about anti-Semitism, which now dominates the public sphere, starting from the Western left, is not an appeal for peace, but for the disarmament of Israel by means of the denial of Jew hatred. Then Jews will no longer be murdered, but some settlers in the Middle East. Although he calls the actions of the Islamists death drive politics, Rolnick cannot speak of anti-Semitism either. The radical evil that attacked Israel last Saturday cannot be categorized in a system of power relations and balances of one kind or another. Comparing a terrorist who rapes women and beheads babies to an abused child amounts to erasing evil from the equation and is tantamount to refusing to point out, identify, experience and feel the barbaric, i.e. the convenient path of rationalization. The inability to be shocked in the face of evil and barbarism, to cry out in pain and to fight aggressively against its spread is a real moral handicap, writes Rolnick quite rightly, and yet he is not free of this handicap when he is unable to call anti-Semitism by its name. Anti-Semitism has been abolished in recent years. We are currently witnessing how the most obvious and cruel anti-Semitic massacre since the Holocaust is being turned into a terrible, but not anti-Semitic crime, which is said to have been a result of that, a consequence of this, etc. The post-colonial relief at the end of Jewish exceptionalism is now followed by a rude awakening. The reinterpretation of October 7th began long before this date, not only as a conscious preparation for the act by Hamas, but above all as an unconscious anticipation of the consequences that would inevitably result from the abolition of anti-Semitism, for contrary to what the postmodern refusal to think suggests, which has primarily afflicted its ostensible critics even after October 7th. External reality does not disappear by naming it differently or simply ignoring it. The return of the repressed on 7. The return of the repressed on October 7th. Since the seemingly spontaneous manifestations of Jew hatred erupted worldwide, the sadism of taking pleasure in the agony of the tortured, the perverse pleasure in torturing Jewish neighbors and fellow students and putting oneself in the position of the perpetrator who has almost unlimited power, mark a transition in which post-colonialism has come into its own in a new alliance of mob and elite, a transition that proves the slogan "Never Again" now to be untrue. Never again was yesterday. The liberal illusion of the end of history, of capitalism, and Western democracy as the best of all worlds, has been shattered. It happened and it can happen again. Universities are once again acting as breeding grounds for anti-Semitism, murderers of Jews are roaming the streets and openly displaying their attitudes, and Jews are being hunted down from North America to Dagestan. There is no place for Israel in the world imagined by the representatives of a world interior policy, the genocide researchers, the experts on international law and other secularists who believe in the Declaration of Human Rights instead of the Ten Commandments. When Jewish academics and left liberal America call for a ceasefire, a two-state solution and the protection of innocent civilians from the Israeli army after just a few weeks of war, it shows where the journey is heading. At the same time, the office of the leader of the free world is held by an old man who barely has the strength to read a speech from a teleprompter and whose mental state is open to considerable doubt. Even if Biden, who was first elected to the Senate when the U.S. president was Richard Nixon, representing the old Democratic Party that stood by Israel, wants to do the right thing in this situation, he can obviously hardly get it through. He has already fallen behind Donald Trump in the polls, and parts of the anti-Semitic left wing of the party are threatening to stay away from the 2024 presidential election. America, represented by a decrepit man, is so war-weary in large parts that today, like a true European, it is only prepared to support the wars of its allies, in which it does not have to send a single soldier, for a few weeks before loudly calling for negotiations and peace. As this attitude is gaining ground in the USA, and politicians and mouthpieces of the right are also massively questioning aid for Israel and Ukraine under the Trump slogan "America First," Israel, which can rely on Europe even less than Ukraine, must be prepared to wage the war against its enemies alone and possibly under massive pressure, including from the USA. This bleak but real prospect is currently only mitigated by the fact that President Biden and his administration have clearly positioned themselves in both wars, at least verbally, and therefore their political fate also depends on the success of the two allies on the battlefield. However, it is highly doubtful that the old white man Biden will be able to withstand the pressure from his party even if the war against Gaza and possibly Lebanon enters the decisive phase and the death toll increases significantly. On the other hand, the only hope that remains is for Israel itself, which in its reaction to the massacre on October 7th has shown itself as one would expect from a country that has not the slightest doubt about its purpose, its history, and its mission. The incredible morality of the Israelis is not based on moralism, but on the morality of the State of Israel as the homeland of the Jews. The vast majority of the Israeli population, but also the Jewish diaspora, realize that they can no more give a damn about those who are called liberal, woke, etc. today than they can about Europeans who do not understand what happened before their eyes on October 7th and do not want to see the parallel to their history. The willingness to volunteer for the army and to defy the existential threat to Israel that October 7th poses, especially if the perpetrators and those behind it are not brought to justice and finally eliminated, and a repetition on a larger scale can be expected at any time on the border to Gaza, in northern Israel or even in Jerusalem, even exceeded the expectations of politicians and the army. Even if Israel is once again quite alone in its ongoing struggle for existence, the country has enormous strength, which is fed by the fact that, unlike Europeans and an increasing number of Americans, it still knows exactly why and for what it is worth fighting. But I have no objection to the doctrine that everything must be paid for. This quote by Thomas Mann from 1942 referred to the bombing of his hometown of Lubeck, which he expressly condoned. It has recently been reused, supplemented by a picture of the ruins of some residential and commercial buildings in Gaza City, which have been shelled by the IDF in large numbers since October 7, 2023. Thomas Mann made two assumptions. It cannot be that a population compliant to the regime is spared what it acknowledged in the cases of Guernica, Rotterdam, and Coventry, etc., partly cheering, partly shrugging its shoulders. And, there is a more civilized world than the German one, which will bring about total regime change in Germany in a joint effort, confident that the German horrors can be banished for the future. In the years after 1945, it was left to German soliloquy to circle again and again around the British-American air terror, as Joseph Goebbels put it, without the world listening to them. Nobody believed in the legend of the innocent German population during the war years and in the first decades afterwards, but they did believe that the destroyed cities and the 600,000 people who died in them, as well as those who starved and froze to death in the first post-war winters, were the result of speculation on the final victory, which the country of the perpetrators had to bear. The fact that, starting with the capitulation, an ever-increasing amount of aid was brought to Germany, especially from the USA, was an expression of humanity and not a guilty conscience. Hamas has been firing rockets indiscriminately at Israel for years. It and its henchmen have not missed an opportunity to kill Jews for decades. If it were up to them, October 7, 2023 would only be a milestone on the way to total victory over Israel and for total jihad, which knows no borders but wants to destroy the infidels worldwide. On October 7, 2023 and in the first few days thereafter, Western countries were still saying that Israel had to be able to defend itself. But just a short time later, warnings of a humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza were issued, and today public opinion and that of governments is following the slogans of the anti-Semitic mob on the streets of Athens, London, Madrid, New York, but also Berlin, Hamburg, and Munich. While settlement after settlement along the border with the Gaza Strip was evacuated, as far as there was anything left to evacuate, and thousands of people had to be evacuated at the Lebanese border, while an albeit still very small part of Israel was temporarily given up as an area for human settlement and tent cities were built for evacuees. The free world is worried about the residential buildings in Gaza. While Israeli rockets hit their targets, e.g. on the roofs of high-rise buildings from which Hamas fires its rockets, or even apartments in which the masters plot their murders, while the Israeli Air Force and artillery are obviously making an effort to spare civilians, the free world is already crying out for a humanitarian catastrophe, an Israeli genocide of innocents. Innocents who know exactly who is sitting on the roof, who is making the plans on the floor below, and who is hoarding weapons in the tunnels further down and holding Jews hostage. Those responsible for the bombing war against Germany were not out for revenge. They had even built on the fact that the civilian population's morale could be broken and had urged them to leave their hometowns, e.g. with tons of leaflets dropped over the cities, as the IDF recently did over Gaza City. Those responsible for the anti-Semitic terror of October 7 cannot be beamed out of the Gaza Strip, but must be attacked where they are hiding. Israel can do no more to combat them than it is already doing. Divide the area, allow the civilian population to move south and occupy the entire territory as soon as necessary. Rebelling against this means declaring Israel's goals illegitimate, forcing the Israeli people to grant pardon to murderers and encouraging the Palestinian civilian population in the Gaza Strip in their hope or despair that after a few weeks of war everything will be back to normal. That they will be able to spit in their hands and on the grave of the dead Jews during the Iranian, Qatari, European and UN-financed reconstruction, which of course also means rearmament, until the next time. We don't learn this from the newspapers or from politicians and other conflict researchers. Instead, they teach us lessons about indivisible humanity, about how everyone is equal in adversity and death, that everyone, regardless of their origin, is touched by purely human feelings and laments their dead relatives without calculation, and that all unarmed people on both sides are therefore innocent. Some, however, were murdered because they had been taken over by the enemy race. They were tracked down in their shelters and shot, burned, or stabbed to death, chased through the desert and shot down as if the perpetrators had been busy playing paintball. The others perished despite the IDF's utmost care in a just war in which they were on the wrong side, i.e. that of the aggressor. On October 7, 2023, after the 2,000 or so intensive offenders, thousands more Saturday walkers crossed the open border. Yes, that's right, the open border. They were civilians, yes, civilians, who climbed with satisfaction over the corpses of people murdered by their brothers in order to loot their homes. It is not easy to feel sympathy for these brutes and their many relatives who did not make it in time to loot and pillage the corpses. Because when it was at its best, the IDF came after all. And yet the inhabitants of Gaza are not being deliberately hunted down by the IDF, deliberately blown up or left to die of starvation, as is claimed. Certainly, the entire population has been forcibly placed in a state of emergency by the IDF. Many have been killed by them. But one of the deeds for which payment must be made at some point is the support or merely the apathetic acceptance of a regime whose leaders are not even sure what they would do if hundreds of mothers suddenly stood in front of their headquarters, showing their children and demanding an end to the resistance. There has never been anything like it. The solidarity with the maltreated civilians in the Gaza Strip that has been expressed worldwide for 9 weeks now seems to be based on a sympathy that includes admiration for the murdering sons and men. After May 8, 1945, a few hundred Germans had a difficult few days when the U.S. Army confronted them with this very question: how could you let this happen? And forced them to visit the concentration camps that had just been liberated. It was nothing more than a disturbing Sunday afternoon. But for decades, a general suspicion weighed on all Germans, which they quite rightly interpreted as the imputation of collective guilt. How could you allow mass murderous werewolves to nest in your cellars, hospitals, and below, if the inhabitants of the Gaza Strip were to be questioned by analogy? Where were your efforts to smoke out these werewolves? Where are the traitors among you who gave the Mossad relevant information before and after October 7, 2023? And they should be asked why no one has been speaking out for weeks against the barbaric acts, the evidence of which was sent from smartphone to smartphone before the power went out. The possibility of Gaza's inhabitants becoming part of a more civilized world one day requires that they be completely vanquished, that their leadership be liquidated, and that they run the risk of being considered outlaws for years for expressing their thoughts and desires in an area that would then truly be an open-air prison. To stay with the analogy, they would have to recognize a collective Palestinian guilt. But the more civilized world that Thomas Mann had recognized above all in the USA, but also in the anti-Hitler coalition, exists even less today than it did then. Since mid-October at the latest, it has become apparent that Israel is not as free to realize its goals as would be appropriate to the threat. The worst-case scenario is a permanent ceasefire, which would seal the fact that Israel's sovereignty has been so severely violated that it will have to give in to the blackmail of its mortal enemies and its questionable friends until it has to submit to a two-state solution called the gradual liquidation of its existence as a Jewish state. On October 7, 2023, Hamas demonstrated to the Jews what a two-state solution alone means. The Gaza Strip is a non-state because its rulers do not recognize any borders and are therefore not prepared to take responsibility for the social situation of its inhabitants. And yet the area is de facto a state because the monopoly on the use of force in a precisely defined area is in the hands of the inhabitants of this area, and they make use of it both internally and externally. According to a recent survey, 75% of Palestinians support Hamas and explicitly support its actions on October 7, 2023. The executive bodies of a future state have already given a foretaste of Palestinian statehood in Jenin over the past 9 weeks. The consequences of a two-state solution would be the mass exodus of Israeli Jews and/or the Holocaust. The forced mass exodus of the Christian inhabitants of Nagorno-Karabakh was a recent example of how this can happen. No one can say how long the Armenian state to which they fled will continue to exist. Israel's precarious situation is not only the result of the enormous military risks, including the danger of a two-front war, nor is it solely due to the hesitation of the USA and increasingly brash calls by EU governments for an unconditional ceasefire with Hamas. The mockery of the Israeli victims, the demand for the extradition of the initially only Israeli Jews to their murderers, whose real splatter videos are not only passed around in Muslim circles, all of this is more than just an export product from Gaza, but an expression of the increasingly sinister identification with the perpetrators, which threatens to become a danger to Israel on top of everything else. The inhabitants of Gaza need not be ashamed of the self-made images of their misdeeds, no one demands it of them. After all, their actions not only give the deepest satisfaction to those connected to them by religion and alleged ancestry, but also to those young women who, mostly without headscarves and without an Islamic migration background, are always at the forefront in European countries and the USA when it comes to deploring so-called femicides. The same women are resolutely silent when it comes to Israel, about what was done to young Jewish women at 10/7. The fate of the German-Israeli Shani Luke stands for at least hundreds. It has long been known in the Muslim world that in the regions of the world that matter, accusatory phrases such as "Me Too" and complaints about femicide must take a back seat to the blunt statement "Black Lives Matter" and ultimately disappear, and above all it is known that all Jews, including the Jewish women who were raped and subsequently murdered, must be considered white, which goes hand in hand with the dehumanizing knowledge that their lives and physical integrity do not count. Palestinians are of course considered black. Two women of African descent, judging by the color of their skin, attended a major pro-Palestinian demonstration in London on October 14, 2023, just a week after 10/7, and had a picture of one of the paragliders that had landed on Israeli territory on the morning of October 7, 2023, pinned to the back of their jackets to celebrate the day. The Arab cheering squad does not march alone, they never stand alone, no matter what they have just done. That concerns us too. Not because any friend of Israel would approve of the overt or semi-covert satisfaction over the slaughter of October 7, 2023, and probably not because he or she would be prepared to offset the atrocities against an alleged genocide of civilians in Gaza. The only thing lacking is the courage to say that payment must be made once and that this demand has nothing to do with the demand for retaliation against the civilian population in Gaza. Those who stand in solidarity with Israel, but who gloss over a Holocaust program as a Middle East conflict and publicly wring their hands because obdurate hardliners on both sides are standing in the way of genuine peace between Jews and Palestinians, when a two-state solution is more necessary than ever right now. On the other hand, we should insist on the knowledge that not only the Iranian regime and its satraps and the Sunni Muslim Brotherhood, which is in league with them, will not tolerate Jews in the Middle East, but that this will to annihilation holds the Islamic communities together across the continents and their internal conflicts. Islamophobia, as one is accustomed to pathologizing the justified criticism of Islam, is the basic prerequisite for showing solidarity with Israel. It would be a matter of reversing the burden of proof. All those who want to differentiate between Islam and Islamists would have to be confronted. No one who identifies as a true Muslim has ever considered it necessary to speak out uncompromisingly against the massacres of October 7. For this reason alone, the finger should be pointed at Islam, its leaders, and the members of the Ummah as collaborators in the mass murder of October 7, 2023. The murderers had a party mission to destroy as many Jews as possible, take them hostage for later use and deport them to the Gaza Strip. They fulfilled it brilliantly, but in the eyes of their fans and sympathetic supporters, were there not also flaws in the liberation struggle? In the West, no one accuses Israel and the Israeli media of spreading atrocity propaganda when they report on the atrocities in objective terms. Everyone knows that the Israeli reports pale before the pictures and videos of the murderers, which they took en masse and immediately posted online, and everyone also knows that even this material can only document in part what a few thousand young men did on behalf of their leadership and with the approval of their relatives, friends, and neighbors. This too has a history. When a Palestinian lynch mob massacred 2 Israeli reservists in Ramallah in October 2000 and then tore those still alive to pieces with their bare hands, not only those immediately involved in the crime dipped their hands in the blood of the victims, but also the bystanders and cheerleaders rushed to imitate the murderers and proudly held up their bloodied hands to the eager cameras. Two things come together: the seemingly atavistic ritual of murder and desecration of corpses, which forges a collective of self-confessed perpetrators from which it is supposedly no longer possible to escape, and the speculation on the power of images. Of the perpetrators and accomplices of the year 2000, the image of a 19-year-old man whose face, beaming with joy and ecstasy, is no different from that of a 15-year-old from a different cultural sphere who has been kissed by his beloved for the first time, is the most memorable. While some enjoy their happiness, which they cannot and hopefully do not want to share, exclusively for themselves, others are given sticky sweets instead of a kiss from their beloved as a substitute for their denial of immediate participation in a collective bloodbath. In the 23 years that have passed since that October 2000, the perpetrators have lost all regard for an international public to whom they no longer need to pander. Hamas knows that everything will be forgiven in advance. The images of Jewish blood and baklava as an expression of infantile brotherhood and sisterhood have burned themselves into the brains of Westerners as a mission and fulfillment. In the USA and at the Berlin University of the Arts, according to 10/7, white friends of innocent civilians in Gaza are particularly keen to hold out their hands, smeared with red paint, accusingly to the press photographers. They too are washing their hands in Jewish blood. In connection with 10/7, one should not speak of antisemitism at all, but rather of the practice of eliminatory antisemitism. Because the word eliminatory antisemitism not only describes what was committed on October 7, 2023 in a limited territory, it is boundless and wants a world free of Jews. The difference between the resentment against the Jews as the agents of finance capital who wanted to secure advantages for themselves by illegitimate means, as it rumbles around in the heads of millions of inhabitants of Western states, and that which has been led by the Islamic world and willingly adopted by the global South with gradations, is not a question of the correct term. Some mumble and grumble and of course know about it, others do it or call for it. Practiced antisemitism after 1945 is based on the Shoah. Where it takes action, it leaves no doubt that it refers precisely to it and wants to complete the work of the Germans worldwide. In post-war Germany, it was the actions of right-wing radicals, such as the Wehrsportgruppe Hoffmann, who murdered Shlomo Lewin and his partner Frieda Poschke, who was not Jewish, in their home in Erlangen in 1980, and a decade before that, those of a crazed APO, which did not even shy away from a fortunately unsuccessful bomb attack on the fully occupied Jewish Community Center in Berlin on November 9, 1969. Decades later, the communard and later politician of the West Berlin alternative list Dieter Kunzelmann was revealed as the mastermind. Who carried out the arson attack on the Jewish retirement home in Munich in 1970, which left or right-wing radicals, will probably remain unsolved. What connected the two, Karl-Heinz Hoffmann and his cronies on the one hand and the RAF and the June 2 movement on the other, was not least their good friends from the Palestinian resistance in Lebanon, from whom they received military training. While the openly anti-Semitic right-wing radicals have almost disappeared since the AfD irrevocably overtook them, apart from tiny splinter groups, and the leadership of the AfD is constantly upsetting left-wing critics of anti-Semitism by making at least partially pro-Israeli statements, the radical left had already seemingly emancipated itself many years earlier from what Dieter Kunzelmann and other criminals still wanted to use for themselves in the sense of the worldwide uprising of the Global South, which was then still called the Tricont. Apparently means that a new, unorganized generation of leftists, acting on impulse, did not even notice what some former members of the RAF and the June 2 movement in Berlin self-critically admitted to a packed So 36 scene club in 2000 in front of over 500 people, and have been unwilling to accept it ever since. That their pact with Fatah and the PFLP in the 1970s was a pact between anti-Semites and eliminatory anti-Semites. Since the year 2000 at the latest, eliminatory antisemitism has in any case not been radical right-wing or otherwise neo-Nazi, nor is it the domain of old-style anti-imperialists, who no longer exist, but the confession of a coalition of urban identity seekers and Islamic enforcers. It owes its immense success to gentle brutes from Western countries who have nothing in common with Muslims in their private lives. Gentle brutes with academic degrees and a language code that extends from London to Madrid, Paris, Athens, New York and, of course, Berlin, which, quoting excerpts, sounds like this. Mass protest, decolonize. Against oppression worldwide. 21:10. Demonstration 1600 hours ORANIEMPLATZ. Enough is enough. Decolonize our minds, our bodies, and our lives. // We demand a world without apartheid, borders, and fascism. EU policies and interests continue to disrupt the Middle East, forcing millions of people to leave their homes. Although Europe is responsible for political unrest, wars, and climate change in the global south, EU borders remain the biggest obstacle for people fleeing death and poverty. Frontex, brutal coast guards, pushbacks, deportations, and the constant criminalization of migrant communities in Europe put millions of women children and LGBTQI communities in grave danger. Across the world, from the oppressed Muslim women in France being forced to take off their hijab and abaya, to the women fighting in Iran against the Islamic regime forcing them to wear a hijab and taking away their most basic rights, the struggle remains the same. Whether dictatorship, settler, colonialism, occupation, on the street, in the police, at work, or at school, we are constantly subjected to oppression, repression, and exploitation. Enough is enough. We demand a world without apartheid, borders, and fascism. End of quote. With this montage of text modules, which have probably been recited thousands of times in London and Barcelona, this time murder boys and murder girls from Berlin's resistant neighborhoods called for a demonstration for Palestine on October 21, 2023, 14 days after 10/7 and 1 day before the pro-Israeli rally at the Brandenburg Gate, at which not the federal president but the Israeli ambassador was the main speaker and a rabbi said the prayer for the dead. The protest march was led by around 1,000 so-called white people, mainly Germans, but also a good proportion of Spanish, Italian, Swedish, and American residents of Berlin and at least 3,000 committed Palestinians in the back. The procession of horror was greeted joyfully at the demonstration's destination by over 1,000 cheering Palestinians on Hermannplatz, shouting Yay and Yalla. As we know, there were far more people at the later demonstrations in Berlin, from both spectrums. Some people who were always there in the past stayed at home this time. The BZ reported on them on October 18, 2023. Our everyday life in Germany is also determined by hatred of Jews. We used to hear snippets of Hebrew on the street every day in lively Kreuzberg. Today we bite our tongues and hold our breath when our young children speak Hebrew, which is why we no longer go for walks in our neighborhood. When I do slip out something in Hebrew, a man stops and answers. He was also from Israel, with a wife and small child, and asked my husband if they could exchange numbers. We live on Sonnenallee Alley and are scared. It's good to know that we have Israelis nearby who can help us in an emergency. The leaflet summarizes the commitment of a global front whose individual factions are united even after 10/7, Fridays for Future and the climate change campaigners, Sea Rescuers, and Friends of Welcome Culture, anti-fascists, feminists, gay or lesbian-hating LGBTQI people, and so on. We don't really know what they have done with their bodies and lives, but they have decolonized their minds for good. They have freed themselves from the Judenacts, as Dieter Kunzelmann, who was prevented from murdering Jews due to a technical defect, put it in 1970, by which he meant the majority Germans who were determined not to make the Palestinian cause their own, no matter how much they rejected the FRG's reparation payments to Israel. Today, Dieter Kunzelmann, who died in 2018, could rejoice, because the relative restraint towards Israel that was still prevalent in the years 2000 to 2020 at most is over, at least on the currently active German left. Today, the slogan is, Free Palestine from German Guilt. Decolonization is the cipher for the expulsion of an authority that has become rotten and that, in the name of humanity, wanted to use Western thinking to talk first the Germans and then the whole of humanity out of their barely concealed desire for a new Holocaust. Decolonize yourselves refers to the completely anti-authoritarian desire to drive out everything that was once associated with the Christian West, the Enlightenment, and criticism with communist intent. The banner first displayed in the late 1960s, which confronted all kinds of professors in regalia with the slogan under the gowns, the mustiness of 1,000 years and has cult status today, is very much in line with the mockery of the German Judenacts. This was only in the smallest part a criticism of Hitler's thousand-year Reich and the mostly unchallenged continued existence of the professors committed to it in the early FRG. The APO and all the other communards took the 1,000 years literally and were not talking about the 12-year period of National Socialism synchronized teaching at German universities, but about a much heavier burden that was the order of the day to shake off. For 1,000 years ago, Christian monks studied the philosophy of Aristotle, of whom we only know today that he had no objections to slavery. Since then, we have had to shake off the legacy of an authority as which any knowledge that goes beyond the mastery of computer programs or the appropriation of postmodern buzzwords is branded. This knowledge, which enables self-reflection, explicitly rejects opinion and authoritatively reminds the individual that participation in the exchange of arguments is tied to prerequisites that must first be acquired, supposedly stifles spontaneous thought. People have believed they have known this since 1969 and have rejected it in favor of the freedom to simply declare how they feel. Yet after Auschwitz it is known that spontaneity, precisely because it rejects the authority of knowledge that strives for truth, is genuinely authoritarian and merely mobilizes what the conditioning of the subject for purposes of domination has left and continues to leave in the unconscious over the centuries in the form of retrievable deposits. While the oceanic feeling that one experiences in sexual union with the object of one's passion promises liberation precisely in relation to these special moments, when transferred to collective experiences it is an expression of regression and violence. The horror that spontaneity lived out among brothers and sisters must produce is articulated authentically in the yalla screams of the would-be mass murderers at the demo, from whom one learns disinhibition. I could end here, because perhaps this already says everything about the task of ideology critics. But I don't belong to the academy and never wanted to, because where ideological criticism becomes a profession, as with some of our friends who go to the rally with Israeli flags, the not-so-good will becomes a cynical gesture. On October 20, 2023 in Vienna, for example, academically experienced connoisseurs of the anti-Semitism discourse did not hesitate to write against all anti-Semitism, Islamism, and racism on their blue and white banners. Against all anti-Semitism means that we must always see the anti-Semitic danger from the right, otherwise, well, what else? In the words of Marine Le Pen against the anti-Semitic left in France led by Jean-Luc Mélenchon, the Rassemblement National expressly affirms, Israel must be allowed to eradicate Hamas, and Prime Minister Meloni speaks out far more convincingly in favor of Israel's right to self-defense than her left-wing rivals. No, anyone who has stood up for Israel since October 2023 would have to declare anti-Semitism their opponent, and this is truly not the domain of Marine Le Pen, who famously chased her relevant father out of court because of his anti-Semitism, but Islamic and left-wing. Speaking out against racism in the same breath is only consequent, but downright cynical. Which one do you mean? Probably not that of Jewish apartheid supporters in Israel, as the left-wing competition puts it. However, they remain in line with the anti-fascist mainstream and speak out in all seriousness in favor of Israel and against the deportation of Islamic anti-Semites and against the demand for the limitation and, at some point, the desirable end of Islamic immigration. Dominique Bernard was murdered by a Chechen Islamist in Arras on October 13, 6 days after 10/7. On October 16, 2 Swedish soccer fans were murdered in Brussels by a declared fan of the Islamic State, 9 days after 7/10. The perpetrator is Tunisian and is wanted for terrorism in his home country. On November 5, at the edge of a pro-Palestinian demonstration in Thousand Oaks in the greater Los Angeles area, 69-year-old Jewish counter-demonstrator Paul Kessler went down and died after being attacked with a megaphone by an IT professor named Loai al-Naji. Also on November 5, 2023, a Jewish woman was injured with a knife at the door of her apartment in Lyon. A swastika had been carved on her door with the same knife. The victim was identified as Jewish by a mezuzah attached to the doorframe. Is this any of the business of anti-racists for Israel? And the teacher at a secondary school on Sonnen Alley in Nukoln who, 2 days after 10/7, tried to forbid a 14-year-old pupil who appeared in the playground wrapped in a Palestinian flag from wearing this blood scarf and whose hand slipped in reaction to the insults and blows from the 14-year-old pupil, whereupon he was knocked to the ground by a 15-year-old Muslim pupil. Is there solidarity with and explicitly against the young aggressors? These and the many uncollected, often not even publicized acts, which were not only anti-Semitic propaganda, disappear in the battle cry against racism, but also in the call for differentiation against all anti-Semitism and thus amount to the demand decolonize yourselves. Those who wish for a more civilized world, as Thomas Mann believed existed in 1942, should at least be able to outline what they do not want. And this should definitely include admitting, not just among friends over wine, but soberly and publicly, that you don't want to live with people who shouted Yalla, Intifada or From the River to the Sea when they found the pictures of the desecration of Shani Luke's undressed and hopefully already dead body on their smartphone, which includes the demand for their deportation to one of the Yalla countries. This also includes not allowing Allahu Akbar shouters to enter in the first place. Those, for example, who already on day 1, on 10/7, probably also after receiving the pictures of Shani Luke's desecrated body, took it for granted to shout out their eliminatory anti-Semitism in the reception center. Dozens of refugees celebrated the terrorist attacks of the Palestinian Islamists in a reception center on the Greek island of Samos. The refugees are said to have invoked the victory of Hamas and loudly shouted Allahu Akbar. The refugees stranded on Samos come from numerous countries, but in particular from Syria and Iraq. A volunteer activist, who often spends time in Greece and Italy, said that refugees in other asylum seeker facilities also cheered at the Hamas offensive. This was reported by the Tagesspiegel in its online edition on July 10, 2023 at 16:57. The Kronenzeitung newspaper of July 11, 2023 carried a report under the headline Horror Images of the Hamas Massacre about uncensored videos published by the Israeli military documenting the Hamas massacre on October 7, in which the following was reported: 3 young Hamas terrorists, none of them older than 20, cheer in ecstasy into their cell phone camera. Father, look what I sent you on WhatsApp, will later be heard in an intercepted phone call. I killed 10 Jews with my own hands. The father shouts out several Allahu Akbar and puts his mother on the phone. Mother, I've just killed 10 Jews. She can hardly believe it either. Allahu Akbar again and again. and together on the phone, the family celebrates the carnage your son has caused among Israelis. Everything you can and need to know about the mass slaughter by Hamas on October 7 in southern Israel is contained in the description of this detail. And basically, there is no need for any categorizing or referencing commentary, as this single atrocity speaks for itself, or rather, against itself, and directly reveals the character of the entire atrocity, including its context. And that means, you don't need to be particularly educated, only have an average interest in current affairs, and only be blessed with average empathy and reasonably intact judgment in order to gauge the character and extent of what happened that day on the basis of this incident. It is immediately obvious that the atrocity committed by Hamas on October 7 was not the work of common murderers who killed for their own benefit or out of calculation, but of pathological enemies of the Jews, in whose eyes every Jew is guilty because he is a Jew and who therefore pursue a noble and higher mission, to make the world clean of Jews. The bestiality and brutality of what they have perpetrated stems from the fact that the genuinely human ability to grow beyond oneself and one's limited existence by forming ideals is realized here in its purest and therefore most repulsive and perverted form, in the ideal of annihilation as the sole purpose of life. For this very reason, the remark by Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant that the butchers of Hamas are human animals is questionable, not because it is unfounded and inadmissible, as politically correct idiots have hastily declared with a thoughtful roll of the eyes, but because the pithy word involuntarily trivializes the matter. Animals kill each other and also humans out of an instinct for self-preservation, but this limits the pleasurable killing. As a rule, animals neither commit massacres nor do they systematically slaughter each other. But when people become brutalized and sink below their humanity, they become something much worse than wild animals or beasts, as they can only achieve their savagery and brutalization in a specifically human way and with their own means of rationality. They always become mindlessly murdering creatures when they have established an abstract ideal, an absolute moral value to which they sacrifice empirical life without hesitation and for which they will walk over dead bodies. However, in order to really act out what is predetermined in this way of thinking, to behead babies, slit open the stomachs of pregnant women, burn people alive in front of their children, and all the other unspeakable atrocities committed on October 7, one must undoubtedly have a huge roof defect, be mentally and emotionally disturbed. But for this abnormality to be acted out as part of a collective commando operation, a social environment is required that not only tolerates and nods at abnormal, perverse, and criminal behavior, but also explicitly promotes and rewards it. Young people who do not go into an ecstatic rage when performing a sexual act, looking at a landscape, looking at a picture, listening to music and the like, but when slaughtering Jews, a young person who proudly tells his father that he has just successfully completed his journeyman's examination not as an electrician, but as a butcher of Jews, a father who does not disown the monster he has raised, report him to the police, but blesses him with a hearty Allahu Akbar, who then gets his mother on the phone, who in turn proudly reports to her little prince that he has now grown up by single-handedly executing mother's law of the Islamic Ummah, followed by an ecstatic Allahu Akbar yodel and a joyful family celebration on the occasion of murderous acts, all of which makes it clear in one fell swoop that the Palestinian territories are dominated by a necrophiliac social character and type of people whose souls are ruled by the death instinct, who love not life but death and only feel alive when they slaughter those they have declared to be mortal enemies. Anomic conditions prevail in the Palestinian territories, i.e. society. An association of people for self-preservation has been replaced by a gangland where a production of death and prospective demise has been installed with reference to glorious Islam. All institutions that normally serve the preservation of life, such as companies, kindergartens, hospitals, universities, etc., have been reversed here and serve as retreats as well as outposts in the incessant battle against the universal enemy, which has been identified in the Jews and their state. The welfare state charitable measures of the Islamic Nazis and their anti-Jewish campaign of extermination are easily recognizable as two sides of the same coin. An economy of extermination run by militant sects whose leaders hold their followers hostage with charitable gifts and keep them happy so that they can be sacrificed without hesitation in case of doubt. The fact that the murderer of the Jews sent his message to his father almost in real time, namely by WhatsApp message, and informed his parents by cell phone that the executors of the hit squad were filming their atrocities and spreading them at lightning speed via the cesspools of the World Wide Web, makes it just as immediately clear that the barbarism of Hamas takes place at the cutting edge of technology and corresponds to a constellation that Wolfgang Port once summed up as no sewer, but cell phone. The rest is easy to put together with a little research, an average imagination, and the ability to think logically. Idealistic criminal gangs and death cults have been able to spread in the Palestinian territories. and they do what common criminals do when they come to power, when they are given free rein and no one puts a stop to them. They commit crimes and draw more and more people into their criminal activities until society as a whole has become a single criminal gang, even if not in every detail. At the height of the blockade, around 15,000 Palestinians were working in the tunnel economy, with the official unemployment rate in Gaza at over 30%. During this time, the city of Rafah developed into a flourishing economic center and transshipment point for goods. For a long time, tunnel workers were among the best-paid workers in Gaza. After a fatal accident, they were celebrated by the Islamist Hamas as martyrs active in the resistance. According to official figures, at least 160 children have also died during excavation work. End quote. The Nazi suicide cult had 12 years to drag German society into their death maelstrom, with lasting consequences. The Palestinian gangs, on the other hand, under the caring protection and encouragement of old and new Nazis, old and new leftists, Arab regimes, and the entire world public in the form of not only the UN, over 70 years. For this reason, the social conditions in Gaza and the West Bank are worse than in Germany in the years 1933 to 45. The orientation of all social and individual efforts towards the final battle against the Jews did not end after 1945, but only really began, as if a DLO had come to power in post-war Germany that, for example, the Sudeten Germans would have been housed in permanent refugee camps, the churches would have called for a fight against the Czechs every Sunday, and Henlein brigades would have fired homemade rockets at southern Bohemia at regular intervals and, in the event of international outrage, explained that this was due to the trauma of the Sudeten German Nakba of 1945 and that this was all legitimate resistance against unlawful occupation, etc. For the above-mentioned and easily understandable reasons, it is currently impossible to make a clear distinction between Hamas and related sects and the civilian population. They must exist and they certainly will, Palestinians who are fed up with being held hostage by sects of doom and wish them to hell. But for whatever reason, they are not making themselves known, and as long as this remains the case, there is nothing left to do but to assume that the Israeli army is de facto acting in their interests when it promises to eradicate Hamas. As a whole, the Palestinians form an anti-society in the form of a persecuting and murderous mob. They behave like an inferior race and deserve to be labeled as such. The slogan "Free Gaza from Hamas," which was perhaps once meant benevolently, has therefore mutated into an enemy slogan against Israel, an appeal to Israeli Jews not to make their declared mortal enemies and their cronies, henchmen, and supporters pay for their misdeeds out of consideration for an unspecified Palestinian civilian population. Benjamin Netanyahu recently made it very clear what the prospects are for the Palestinians in Gaza and the West Bank. Firstly, we are demilitarizing Gaza, and secondly, we are de-radicalizing Gaza. And that is exactly what was done in Germany, Japan, and elsewhere. He referred to the denazification of Germany, which is a completely different country today than it was in the 1930s. This was achieved through total military victory and changing the culture, education, and learning about the mistakes of the past. It is to be hoped that this happens more thoroughly and sustainably than in Germany. In any case, it is hardly to be feared that a future constitution for Gaza will be drafted by woke culture-sensitive morons, who of course also exist in Israel and whose like-minded comrades from the USA were partly responsible for the fact that the civilization of Afghanistan after 2001 was doomed to failure right from the start. All this could and can be easily known and accessed without much effort. And that is why it was easy to accept what the Austrian writer Michael Kohlmeier put into words in a speech read out at a Sea of Lights event in Vienna on November 2, 2023. After the incomprehensibly cruel attack by Hamas on Israeli citizens, I naturally expected a wave of solidarity with Israel to erupt worldwide. The fact that these criminals are also filming their atrocities on their cell phones and sending them out into the world, I thought that would repel the most hardened sympathizers. There can be no cause that justifies the killing of small children, and for people to brag about it. Let's not pretend that these criminals, these gangsters, are retarded minors who can't be held accountable for their actions. End quote. Kohlmeier also knew, as did all those with their wits about them, when it comes to Israel, there are zealots, insiders, misguided people, and sheer ragheads and scumbags. But not all of them draw the full consequences from the ways of thinking and feeling in which they act, not all of them uphold the principles they invoke. Individuals are often smarter and more flexible than the positions and principles they hold, which is why they sometimes throw them overboard when an unexpected situation arises, which the Hamas massacre of monstrous proportions undoubtedly was. Yes, I was expecting hundreds of thousands to take to the streets and show their sympathy for Israel. The opposite was the case, continues Kohlmeier. So instead of just shutting up, doing some soul-searching and staying there until something clever came to mind, they all went back into action after a brief moment of shock, with the same old slogans, lies and distortions, as if nothing had happened. Of course, the dirty old hag, Mrs. Butler, who condemns the Hamas massacre, but only in the context of a history of violence, which for her, of course, emanates from the colonial power Israel, of course also the old anti-Semitic front. Pig from the Communist League, Mr. Melanchthon, who apparently once again sensed a final solution to the Palestinian question and put the following on paper in the Junge Welt in snappy Haman's German. Early Saturday, Hamas military units had attacked numerous kibbutzim and small villages in the border area. Hundreds of Israelis, most of them presumably civilians, but also a not insignificant number of soldiers were transported into the Gaza Strip, and, last but not least, the professor with the big heart for the Arabs and the soulful, inflammatory gaze, Mr. Lutters, who in an article published on 12.10. In a talk show on Service TV broadcast on October 12, just 5 days after the Hamas attack, Mr. Lutters did not utter a single clear word of dissociation, but in his closing statement about the imminent Israeli military operation, he already knew exactly. Then the Israelis will carry out their massacre. End quote. Not to mention the countless professors who abandoned all restraint and openly admitted that, like the murderers of the Jews, they had lost it when they learned of the murderous deeds. Russell Rickford, a professor at Cornell University in Ithaca, New York, confessed that he found Hamas' terrorist attack on Israel exhilarating and energizing, a quasi-refreshing challenge to the monopoly on violence. And of course the protégés of all the educated and Sunni agitators, the anti-Jewish Arab-Turkish mob, sometimes in oppressive numbers, but neatly segregated by gender, from the Islamic liberated zones in Berlin, Vienna, London, Madrid, some of whom were already handing out sweets on the street the day the massacre became public knowledge, and the rest, even before the Israeli resistance really got going, resumed their usual blackmailing whining about child murderer Israel. That the West is so one-sided that the suffering of the Palestinians is not mentioned here and that double standards are applied to human lives, etc. And who at the same time expressed his eminent desire for peace with the formula from the river to the sea. Some of them had clearly understood the signal that Hamas was sending out worldwide. Jews should no longer be safe anywhere, neither in their state nor in the diaspora, and marked homes with Jewish-sounding names with stars of David. As usual, everything is flanked by the relevant announcements from the commanding heights of institutionalized politics, above all the UN, where the UN Commissioner for Human Rights, Austrian-born Volker Turk, and UN Secretary-General Antonio, Highway to Hell, Guterres have so far been particularly prominent as whips against Israel. Then there are the notoriously prejudiced governments of the Global South, above all South Africa and Brazil, in the West especially the governments of Canada, Spain, Ireland, and now also France, while Germany is playing its well-known double game, which is covered by the always ambiguous formula of Israel as part of the German raison d'etat, which states that we have a special responsibility for Israel, which allows us, indeed obliges us, to ensure that things are done properly in Israel, which translates into practical politics, in its external image and the celebration and commemoration day rhetoric that can be used to rake in moral surplus value. Germany keeps it up with the state of the Jews while otherwise leaving no stone unturned in its efforts to tinker with Israel and delegitimize it. Let's not forget to mention all those who have said nothing about the terror of Hamas with great clarity, while otherwise every little burp from an MD or FP functionary at a village beer tapping comes in handy to trigger a fascism alarm and issue a protest note, which is then signed by all those who want to draw attention to themselves with a courageous never again. This was so clear that even the Taz newspaper noticed, whose author Chris Schinke had the following to say about the mood in the cultural sector. These representatives should not even be accused of having a base motive for their current majority standstill. Suffice it to simply point out what is often articulated behind closed doors by festival directors, curators, and programmers, what is whispered to journalists over a beer at the theater bar, in background conversations or off the record, as the saying goes. Nobody would allow themselves to be quoted by name. Positions of solidarity with Israel, it is often said, are simply not possible, as otherwise the circle of comrades in arms, friends, and allies would go rogue and, in the worst case, boycotts would be imposed, primarily by artists from the Global South. End of quote. Here too, comment superfluous. Michael Kohlmeier also said everything there is to say about the hostility towards Jews in the West, articulated in various degrees in the face of an anti-Jewish massacre, in his speech in Vienna. What do those who are still defending these atrocities want to tell us? Look, these people have been driven so far that they have no choice but to massacre babies and tie explosive belts around their own children so that they blow themselves up for the good cause, and this is then celebrated as a heroic act of liberation? That is disgusting. I've never seen anything more disgusting in my entire life. End quote. We can leave it at that, because if someone cannot be deterred even in the face of such a monstrous atrocity as that of October 7th, then this cannot be explained or theoretically deduced, then we can only conclude, someone must already be such a scumbag in part if he finally openly reveals himself to be one, and if he has become one, then he will remain one under all circumstances. But if this is the case, it will not be possible to avoid the question of how and why this could happen. For the social conditions that reproduce the anti-Semitic form of thought can be more or less favorable to its consolidation and spread, make it easier or more difficult for the individual to become a pathological enemy of the Jews and, in the worst case, even promote and reward it if, as in Gaza or the West Bank, the fight against the Jews has been elevated to a raison d'etat and thus society as a whole has already become a gang and the state a non-state. What a topsy-turvy world. Kohlmeier opens his speech and continues, has every moral compass been lost? The question contains a simple insight. It has never been easier to recognize what is right and act accordingly than after October 7, 2023. If the opposite happens, then this is not self-explanatory, but requires explanation. Those who support Hamas and the Palestinians with varying degrees of intensity must, like the murderers of Jews themselves, have a huge chip on their shoulder, as stupid, brutalized and resistant to experience and at the same time as educated to justify their stupidity as Butler and his ilk are. You don't just become that way. You become that way by consciously overcoming yourself and through long and continuous learning and practice, through systematic propaganda and indoctrination, which you do to yourself and others. Then, in the end, you really do manage to train yourself to develop elementary human emotions and a self-evident moral compass. This would not be worth mentioning if it were just a few scattered lunatics, but when intellectuals and academics in particular appear in series as key witnesses against Israel and Jews can no longer move freely and unchallenged, especially at elite universities, then the question immediately arises as to how a society is generally constituted, what its general compass must be like if it tolerates, nods at or even encourages such things. The question of the moral compass is, in other words, the question of what state the so-called West is in. From this point of view, the declarations, demonstrations, and anti-Jewish actions of recent weeks have been the march of the anti-West in the West, a march of the fine or honorable society of all countries and its various actors. The anti-Semitism that they unanimously display separately, in different roles and degrees of intensity, is the vanishing point of the regime that they represent and whose regressive basic tendency they are increasingly consciously and unrestrainedly carrying out, and at the same time the exact indicator of the extent to which this tendency, namely the self-destruction of the West, i.e. its decivilization, has already progressed. Everything has already been said about this too, so that we can limit ourselves to a cursory sketch. The current regime, which since the 1990s has taken over the legacy of the managed world of yesterday, postmodern capitalism, is in its constitution nothing more than a permanent demolition project. This scrapping is not only about eliminating, undermining, or repurposing the institutions and forms of the old social capitalism, but also about a general attack on bourgeois society and bourgeoisie itself and all its attributes: prosperity, reason, individuality, autonomous, i.e. self-referential art. No more grand narratives. No one should expect anything substantial from the future other than endless self-improvement. That is the motto of the postmodern regime. Articulating perspectives on life that extend beyond the day is considered disreputable, but because no one can or likes to live like this, the opposite is true and, without further ado, a lack of perspective is propagated as a new perspective and thus as the greatest narrative of all time. By its very nature, the postmodern regime consists of, fashionably speaking, continuous, organized disruption and is destructive in its basic intention, which is why it is not only naturally accompanied by a series of declarations of war and enemy declarations, but is in its essence precisely that. The explicit rejection of universal perspectives on life means the factual and then increasingly deliberate and declared segregation of professions, life chances, and living environments along biological or cultural characteristics, gender, origin, ethnicity, identity. According to the motto culture instead of health insurance, those who had once come to Central Europe as guest workers and were now here, but who had become increasingly superfluous since the 1980s, were deported to the informal, often semi-legal and in any case precarious uncle, brother-in-law, and buddy economy and thus at the same time to a culturally veneered reservation by no longer addressing them as workers, but as Muslims. Such a policy of disintegration is definitely dégoûtant, but its consequences are predictable. In the case of Turkish and Arab immigrants, however, this internal deportation meant, on the one hand, handing over each individual to a religion that sees itself and all its doctrines directly as both an aid to life and as politics, and to those individuals and institutions that claim Islam's right to undivided sovereign rule and, for this ultimate purpose, primarily recruit followers among all those to whom they have immediate access. For the established state itself, this is a risky game because, as is well known and proven, it has in this way bred a counter-sovereign with a counter-society as a momentum mass that will not be satisfied with the Islamic seizure of streets and the occupation of city districts, but will sooner or later raise the question of power and sovereignty. In Germany in particular, this game of hatred has been further fueled by a policy that systematically abuses the right of asylum for immigration purposes and, as one of the most clever critics of ideology, Karl Lagerfeld, bluntly stated in 2017, brought millions of the worst enemies of the Jews into the country after millions of Jews had been killed 70 years earlier. Anti-Semitism, as a mature syndrome and attitude to life that is openly acknowledged and the social character that is willing to openly act it out, has undoubtedly been imported, but what keeps it alive and virulent here, in the West, is just as undoubtedly homemade. That is why the third and fourth generations of Turkish immigrants are generally more narrow-minded, more brutal, more anti-Semitic than their parents or grandparents. That is why immigrants from Islamic countries, who may have come to Europe with anti-Jewish attitudes, only become consistent anti-Semites here. And that is why conditions in the Islamic liberated zones in Europe are currently worse and more desperate than in some Islamic countries themselves, where the agencies of Islam and its executors, who are really in control there, are identified as enemies of a good life. By human standards, one could have expected immigrant Arabs and Turks in the West to finally renounce the Palestinian cause after the atrocities committed by Hamas and no longer allow themselves to be used as propagandists for a hopeless fight against the Jews. It didn't happen here, however, but in Iran, Iranian soccer fans have shown courage during a match. Video footage from the Azadi Stadium in Tehran shows hundreds of people demanding the removal of Palestinian flags from the pitch. These were waved by regime supporters at a Persepolis FC match. They were met with chants demanding, "Take the Palestinian flag and shove it up your ass." The West and what it stands for is apparently more alive in the East than in its traditional territories. The denaturalization that is taking place among Islamic immigrants as a progressive Islamization of everyday life is taking place among those who initiate and moderate this segregation and exercise their guardianship over the deportees through demonstrative self-accusation of the whites, as a transformation of citizens into a kind of sect devoted to an unbelieved faith that is already compatible with Islam in its form, postmodernism. That the most determined postmodern activists now call themselves woke is only consequent. Like the positivism it inherits, postmodernism is a religion without a concept of God and without theology, which proclaims a single dogma: there is no truth, everything is just a question of power, but that there is no truth is the absolute truth, which must be enforced with all power. Postmodern thinking merely consists of proclaiming this fundamental absurdity, spreading it out in infinite variations and anchoring it in the most diverse areas of life. Postmodernism is, by its very nature, a single ongoing intellectual suicide bombing, and the many seminars, courses, trainings, advanced trainings in which gender-appropriate formulation, diversity sensitivity, questions of post-colonialism or critical whiteness, or any other relevant nonsense are trained are nothing more than cadre forges and training camps in which human material is recruited and tested, nonsensical and logical thinking is practiced and rude, stroppy and underhanded behavior is learned, all of course covered by the noblest intentions and highest ideals. In this way, under the treacherous slogan of empowerment, the feralization and brutalization of individuals is formalized, cultivated, and a social character is bred which, on the one hand, allows everything to be done to it and, on the other hand, is ready for any mess and does not allow itself to be hindered by any boundaries, social, moral, national, or even those of its own body. Postmodern woke activism is therefore exemplified by the queer LGBTQXYZ community, which is accordingly courted and protected by established authorities and has become an icon of the activating state. The fact that Queers for Palestine spoke out in all seriousness after October 7 clearly shows what kind of subject we are dealing with here: inexperienced, dumb as a post and brutalized, but unwavering thanks to relevant training with the postmodern slogan garbage, and ripe for final self-sacrifice due to the complete lack of self-awareness. This is the mental consonance of the postmodern spearhead of high society with Islamic suicide bombers or with the murderers of Jews by Hamas, which has been articulated as fraternization not only since October 7th, but since then explicitly and in concentrated form. No wonder that the old anti-imperialism and the social character it represented has almost completely served its purpose and has now been replaced by post-colonial empowered activists. This makes no substantial difference, perhaps only that today's anti-Israel activists have probably become unresponsive even at the level of fellow travelers. The old anti-imps of unfortunate memory were fundamentally just as stupid as the new ones. They too romped around in training camps, where their predecessors in Amman or in what was then South Yemen trained in the use of firearms and had their constitutively human inhibition to kill driven out of them. The new anti-imps are probably too stupid to even hold a firearm in their hands without killing themselves in the process. Their training camp is the lecture hall, where they are trained in raw reason, Oscar Wilde, instead of brute force, and that is precisely why they are acting at the height of the times, namely the self-destruction of the West. The old anti-imps were theoretically undemanding and got by in their anti-Jewish propaganda with a few theoretical chunks culled from Sartre, Fanon, Mao, Meinhof, and Karam Kella. Above all, they always garnish their anti-Semitism with the usual social revolutionary fluff of the time. That didn't make things any better, rather worse, but the contradiction contained therein used to make many a follower wonder whether the murder of Jews and the idea of a liberated society without coercion really went together as well as claimed. The postmodern activists do not have this problem from the outset. With the end of the grand narratives, any social revolutionary perspective is also a thing of the past, and the only perspective that remains is that of the endless struggle itself, as the Harvard professor who described the Hamas massacre as decolonization in action, thus giving an indication of what he and his ilk imagine as the decolonization of science and teaching, expressed in exemplary fashion. Postmodern activism is rebellious conformism in tune with the times, and it is naturally widespread among all those who are concerned with the theoretical understanding and interpretation as well as the practical processing and administration of the existing society and its cultural refinement, scientists, philosophers, media workers, and so-called cultural workers. In economic terms, we are dealing with the bankruptcy estate of the old welfare state, whose members are no longer public servants, but redundant unskilled workers of the administration in the form of HAG or their own business, precarious workers or those who could become so at any time and who therefore incessantly, proactively, as one of their favorite phrases goes, and hastily serve the direction in which they believe society will develop. All political activism is therefore nothing more than the barely sublimated exaggeration of a desperate self-preservation strategy, and therefore no longer a political commitment after work and in addition to a bourgeois bread and butter job, but the actual professional activity. This also consists of nothing other than organized disruption, the executors of which accuse the state of not acting quickly and consequent enough in this business and thereby apply to the state in order to be co-opted by it and rewarded for their self-sacrificing good behavior. The activating state, on the other hand, which initiated and moderates the entire process of social segregation in the first place, in this way breeds an activist apron, a parasitic caste that is devoted to it in advance and economically supported, sustained, and thus dependent on it, and in turn expands into a new type of integral state, which now also cultivates a permanent exchange with individual activists and NGOs in terms of personnel and thus takes on the characteristics of an ideal overall activist. For the past 20 or 30 years, high society and its protégés, the Islamic immigrants, have been practicing, in cooperation with the state, to dismantle and theoretically discredit bourgeois standards and perspectives on life, even in their already hollowed out and faded form, piece by piece. The opportunity to test the sectoral and selective work of destruction on a large scale and to apply the accumulated qualifications in destroying civility then arose in the Corona measures regime, with which the empowered were now either issued with the authorization or took the opportunity to apply the totalitarian consequences of what they had previously only been able to play through in the lecture hall or project courses in a large-scale experiment. After all, the general character and methods of rule of the regime of measures were in line with the entire postmodern wokeness, anti-racism, climate rescue, etc. Topics and movements that have nothing to do with Corona per se, but not coincidentally only really gained momentum in the context of the state of emergency. The consistent delegitimization of established everyday routines, habits, lifestyles, and life experiences, the appointment as well as the self-empowerment of experts who act as supervisors and teach people that they have to feel helpless and therefore have to endure the entire empowerment and training program, all of this was aligned with postmodern activism. which organizes the systematic removal of genuine experience and its substitution with scientific sounding and scientifically certified stereotypical formulas. Because the biggest messes always have to be covered by the highest ideals, the misappropriation of coined terms that are both emptied and morally charged is a sure sign of encroaching and totalitarian undertakings. In this way, one obtains the legitimacy and the good conscience with which one can get away with anything. The Corona regime was therefore also a temporary training camp on a large, societal scale, in which everyone who had long since felt the urge to do so was encouraged to overcome their civilizational inhibitions, to drop established standards of humanity and to treat other people, just like themselves, as objects and mere material. In the coronavirus era, it was health that was propagated as an experiential, empty, and abstract ideal, in the name of which people were constantly harassed, put in fear and insecurity, and their empirical health was damaged. Now it is the similarly patterned ideal of a universal and indivisible humanity that is constantly being invoked against Israel's warfare against Hamas. It is claimed by precisely those who are not even capable of a spontaneous and naive human reaction in the face of Hamas terror, but in the face of civilian victims in Gaza call for a humanity that is not based on experience and observation, but on proclamations, resolutions, and alleged provisions of international law. To place the sworn enemies and mortal enemies of all humanity on the same level as their victims, the Jews, in the name of an all-humanity and to delegitimize their resistance against it. This is the moral anti-Semitism that Ike Geisel called the morality of Debyless over 30 years ago and which is now showing itself to be discourse theoretically upgraded and retreaded. One of the most disgusting images from the coronavirus year 2020, which exemplifies how thin the veneer of civilization is in the West and how far a society whose members are convinced that they are fighting for the greater good is willing to go, shows second graders at a school in Cologne-Lindenthal who have been lined up photogenically by their teachers, apparently sadists with the authority to teach. All the children are masked and all are holding up posters with the slogan, "We have space, save Moria." A society that sees nothing wrong with this, but presumably still cheers such things as responsible enlightenment, has long since found itself in spiritual harmony with jihadists. The students who sat down in the entrance area of the Berlin University of the Arts in November 2023 to demonstrate against the genocide in Gaza certainly didn't have to be ordered by their lecturers to engage in political protest, but rather empowered themselves, making themselves as stupid, unpolished, and raw as primary school children could never be. They are enrolled on an art degree course, but what they have learned and are practicing is the worst kind of political kitsch. They are all dressed in black like death personified, all with hands painted red, i.e. symbolically covered in blood, and most of them are also wearing black corona masks, which in this context make them look like what they probably always have been, a mixture of Islamophile face veil and autonomous disguise, with which the woken junior cadres of the state apron mark themselves identitarily and brand all others as irresponsible egoists unaffected by Palestinian suffering in the same way that the Islamic head diaper stigmatizes all other women as depraved Western sluts. In any case, the migrant section of fine society, under the caring protection of socialists, Greens, and corresponding intellectuals, has already initiated a de facto expulsion of Jews, which has taken on considerable proportions in Sweden and France in particular over the last 15 years. Now, encouraged and emboldened not least by the corona years, the autochthonous wing of the mafia clique is following suit. Desperate intellectuals who spend their scarce lifetime torturing each other in seminars, workshops, and training courses by staging confession rituals in which some question their privileges and are demonstratively ashamed, who extort confessions from others and all feel wonderfully bad together, are fools and are punished most severely in their joyless foolishness with themselves. But when, in the intoxication of their brutalization and in the blissful assumption that the whole of society lies at their feet and nods at their every escapade, they go on to openly celebrate the bestial murder of Jews as a model of successful decolonization and in turn allow themselves to be inspired to similar deeds like that professor at Stanford, who made the Jewish students of his seminar stand in a corner of the seminar room and said that this should show them and everyone else how Israel treats the Arabs in Palestine. Then there is no more fun, because the folly becomes a dangerous matter, as it poses an immediate threat to the everyday lives of Jews in the West. The question then arises as to how the presumed power of the honorable society in the West, i.e. the anti-West, which the West creates of its own accord, but to which it does not necessarily have to succumb, can be broken in practice. The question arises for each individual and it concerns something very elementary and at the same time very simple, which should be expressed unabashedly and unapologetically, with whom one can and wants to live together in a prosperous way, on what basis and in what form, and with whom not. and the question is posed in such a clear form that it can no longer be evaded, and the answers it provides can no longer be glossed over with pompous, idealistic phrases of whatever hue. Do we want to live together with the declared mortal enemies not only of the State of Israel, but of all Jews worldwide, especially those in our midst, or with the Jews in our midst? Them or us, there is no longer a third party here. You can also put it another way. Since October 7th at the latest, we must realize that we, and first and foremost the Jews among us, have long since been declared to be in a cultural civil war that is now threatening to turn into something more violent. We should realize that this declaration of war has already been issued in various forms. We should finally accept it and recognize that with the honorable society and its friends we are not dealing with an enemy that we can refute and get along with, but with an enemy that must be defeated. And to ensure that this necessary insight is not immediately interpreted as an invitation to show off and talk smack, the attempt to define the enemy, as undertaken here, should help us to keep an overview in the cultural civil war that has been declared on us, to conserve and concentrate our own forces, to prepare suitable weapons and, above all, to be able to launch attacks that hit the enemy in such a way that he can no longer recover. Above all, this requires an ability that is necessarily lacking in both the Trumpist Muslims and all postmodern apostles of identity and the remnants of which they have trained themselves to lose: self-distance, irony, wit, and agility. What is at stake in the battle that will have to be waged is evident and has been said and explained countless times by level-headed and well-meaning people. Not unlike the situation in the Palestinian territories, albeit on a different basis, it is about nothing less than a kind of denazification, which in the case of Islamic immigrants means de-Islamization, and in the case of the autochthonous fine society the elimination of the postmodern spirit. In practical terms, this would mean that the segregation and internal deportation of former guest workers and immigrants into a cultural protectorate and their culturally sensitive, identitarian care must finally come to an end, the Islamic counter-societies must be undermined and dissolved, and those who do not want to cooperate must be deported using all means available to the state under the rule of law. The mass and uncontrolled immigration from Islamic countries, which the state allows under the abuse of the right of asylum and which means that a segregated and brutalized community receives offspring and fresh human material, must be stopped. The right of asylum must once again become an institute for individuals seeking protection, and likewise, regulated immigration must be organized, aimed at individuals who want a good life. Those who want to find something better than death are welcome, but those who love death itself and come to prepare it for others are rejected and not allowed in at all. For immigration and naturalization, one would only have to reactivate the interview guide known as the Muslim test, which was projected by a former, intelligent administrative official in the Baden-Württemberg Ministry of the Interior, the lawyer Rainer Grell, and which was of course suspected of racism by the relevant activists and politicians and immediately suspended by the Green state government as a morning gift on taking office. In terms of social and educational policy, all institutions in which self-contempt, hostility to reason, brutalization, and hatred of Jews are taught and practiced should be closed down, and all postmodern gender, post-colonial and critical whiteness studies should be treated for what they are, as after sciences that discredit themselves and are therefore neither taken seriously nor given academic sinecures. These insights are addressed to all of us and to each individual personally, because if individuality means the ability to engage in a silent dialogue with oneself, then the question is first and foremost one of self-questioning, namely, whether one wants to live with oneself as a scoundrel and a rag, who shares in the dirty pack of fine society, has made oneself at home in it and benefits from it in whatever form, or whether one does one's best to block it where one works and lives, according to the measure of one's abilities and the influence one has at one's disposal, and contributes to insights such as those mentioned prevailing. On the other hand, the institutions that made the whole mess possible in the first place, set it in motion and promoted it to the best of their ability, the state, the media, cultural institutions, must of course not be relieved of their duties. It would seem ridiculous and prepotent if ideology-critical bodies or groups were to come up with corresponding demands, but working towards ensuring that people and institutions with influence do so is not only legitimate, but necessary. And in any case, demands would by no means be about suing for action on the part of state bodies. For example, on the contrary, demands would have to be for an omission, namely the withdrawal of all attention, protection, and support given to postmodern woke activism, its representatives, its theories, and the corresponding institutions. The reaction to the aforementioned protest at the UDK is exemplary. After the politicians, for whatever reason, showed themselves to be anything but conciliatory, the activists withdrew, whimpering meekly. If such a withdrawal were continued and consequent, the postmodern spook would probably quickly shrink to nothing, which only external support has enabled to inflate excessively. Self-awareness and breaking the rotten pact would be the first steps towards change. At the end of my 2017 study on Fine Society and its friends, I said, but it could be that even some of its representatives are suddenly disgusted by their own appeasement towards murderers and their sympathizers. In October 2023, at least in Austria, some of those who had previously played along with the dirty game, disgusted by the behavior of their like-minded comrades and large parts of the migrant community, left. The writer Michael Kohlmeier, who has already been quoted several times, the editor of Falter, Florian Klenk, the activist, author and management consultant Sebastian Barn-Mina, the SPO-affiliated consultant and cabaret artist Rudolf Fussy, and the SP district councillor from Vienna Nuba, Gott Schrage. And in this context, some people recalled statements by friends and companions who had already clearly stated much earlier who really posed a danger to the Jews. Not some right-wingers, the FP or the AfD, but immigrant anti-Semites, as Arik Brauer publicly declared 5 years ago, making anti-fascism against the right look like the nasty intellectual kitsch that it is. Of all those mentioned, Gott Schrage in particular, who lists his profession as author, poker player, and photographer, displayed an attitude to life in his text Immigrant Anti-Semites and Confused Leftists. Vienna has 2 problems published in the Standard and found the kind of language that one would wish for from many people. Quote, in 2015, I was there at Westbahnhof. I was optimistic back then. I thought we could do it. I thought you have to like our Western nonchalance and our tolerance is delightful and is immediately applauded. Shopping city instead of mosque. Kronenzeitung instead of the Quran. Fucking without a marriage license instead of hating Jews. Most of the people who have fled want schooling for their children, a bigger apartment, a 20-year-old VW Polo, to see FC Barcelona play live, or a special lamp for the forbidden botany in the storeroom. There is little interest in machete murders, bomb-making, or rape. The problem is the problem boys. These self-confident know-nothings that the merciless wave has washed up on our shores. When I see them on Stephansplatz these days, I literally feel sick. We have no room for the folkloric anti-Semitism they have brought with them. Those who run away because they don't like their country must look to us for guidance, and there has been enough time for that now. Those who haven't understood what works and what doesn't have to leave. As quickly as possible in the spirit of the rule of law. Off to detention pending deportation and goodbye, ideally. Celebrate the Hamas murderers at home. Baba and don't fall. Let's move on to my left-wing friends. Shouting antifascista while stoned in the cemetery stands doesn't make you the Scholl siblings. Never again is literally now. A city with Jews, in which the Jews have to make an effort not to be recognized as such, gives itself up. If people with a precarious residence agitate against our people, and Jews are our people for good, then we have to turn the precarious residents into no residents. Away with them. Quickly and immediately. Anyone who wants to drive Jews into the sea should discuss this with like-minded people in detention pending deportation. We don't need to import anti-Semitism specialists. We have enough fools. Unfortunately, enough leftists too. Many leftists fail, although it would be so easy to do the right thing. The right thing would be to be loyal to the Jews of the city, to be loyal to Israel, and to be loyal to the many refugees who want to build their lives. Vienna must not become Berlin, and we don't need Chancellor Herbert Kickl of the FP for that, but self-awareness, determination and balls. Let's get on with it. We owe it to our city. To our people anyway. End of quote. European politicians and journalists who pledge their solidarity to Israel in this war find it easy to say that they must now stand by the Jews out of moral responsibility for the Holocaust. Easier, at any rate, than taking political responsibility for the aid they have given to Israel's enemies for years. Suddenly seeing Hamas as a sinister revenant of the Nazis exonerates them from a policy that blindly protects the Mullah regime and continues to flush humanitarian funds into the hands of terrorist gangs. It is only because official German solidarity with Israel is not guided by a realistic view of the ongoing threat to the Jewish state, but wants to banish the ghosts of the past, that the anti-Semitic college students who recently chanted Free Palestine from German guilt in Berlin can expect some success. In truth, they were calling for the liberation not of Palestine, but of Germany from the cult of guilt in order to finally be able to unrestrainedly defame the Jews as the Nazis of today. Yossi Klein Halavai recently explained that he distrusts European sympathy for Israel, which is based on the Holocaust, for precisely this reason. That support is unstable. Today it is applied to dead Jews, tomorrow to dead Palestinians. The fact that this skepticism is all too justified has been exemplified in recent years by the breeding ground for anti-Semitism, especially in the German cultural scene. Less than 3 years ago, leading German cultural functionaries gathered at the Deutsches Theater in Berlin on Human Rights Day of all days to loudly declare themselves in favor of financing events of the anti-Semitic boycott, divestment, and sanctions (BDS) movement with taxpayers' money in an initiative GG 5.3 Weltoffenheit. Although leading BDS representatives openly deny Israel's right to exist. Another cause for skepticism is the way in which the political decision-makers reacted to the anti-Semitic spectacle of Documenta 15 in Kassel, which was passed off as art, right up to the end, instead of bringing it to a swift end. Immediately after October 7, German government representatives emphasized in their usual pastoral manner, but at times also unequivocally, that they stood by Israel. Unusually harsh tones were even struck against Israel haters with a Palestinian background in Germany. In future, they wanted to show a clear edge, Scholz, which also meant police measures, state restrictions, and deportations. The Chancellor's visit to Israel 10 days after the massacre should also be seen as a demonstration of solidarity. This is a visit to friends in difficult times. The security of Israel and its citizens is a matter of state, said Scholz. The idea that the Palestinian cause is not an international social campaign in the name of compassion, but a mission run amok with murderous intent against Israel, is no longer furiously resisted everywhere. But recognizing reality in this case is not that difficult either. The Palestinian flag stands for anti-Semitic incitement and murder. The ugly marches all over the world herald nothing other than malice, collective liquidation of conscience, and a thirst for destruction. And anyone who has not been dumbed down by German Middle East experts knows that Hamas receives a great deal of support from the Palestinian Volksgemeinschaft. What was strange and disturbing, however, was Frank-Walter Steinmeier's willingness to declare the protection of Jewish institutions and Jews living in Germany a civic duty, thus transforming it from a sovereign state task into a task of civil society. Just as everyone should wear face masks and get vaccinated in the face of the corona challenge. Just as everyone should buy heat pumps and electric cars in view of the supposedly alternative-free energy transition, everyone should now look out for their Jewish neighbors so that Jews and Jew haters can live together in harmony. Protect yourself and others and thank you for taking part are completely empty moral imperatives that, detached from any historical, political, and pragmatic justification, are supposed to suffice as a means of social synthesis, even in the face of Jew hatred that has not been virulent for a long time. Enlightened citizenship thus regresses to behaviorist population management, civil courage to the effect of efficient nudging. If you just keep the majority in line, everything will be fine. Just over a week after the Hamas massacre, Chancellor Scholz made a government statement on the situation in Israel in the Bundestag. In it, he condemned the violence of the terrorists in the strongest possible terms and emphasized that Israel had the right under international law to defend itself and its citizens against this barbaric attack. Germany's place is at Israel's side, he said, which is what is meant when we say, Israel's security is the reason of state for Germany. It is the responsibility arising from the Holocaust that makes it a perpetual task to stand up for the security of the state. But what lies behind such pathetic words? Is it really more than just verbiage in view of the fact that the Jewish state was invaded by units of a state entity whose actions are reminiscent of those of the German Einsatzgruppen in Poland in 1939, in the Balkans and in the Soviet Union in the years 1941 to 1943, when Germany's highest government representative emphasizes that our solidarity is not limited to words? Did Scholz declare war on Hamas or even the Palestinian Authority as the supreme authority responsible for all Palestinian territories? Did he expel the staff of the Palestinian mission from Germany and instruct the Minister of Defense to set up armed special units to support the Israeli army in occupying Gaza, tracking down Hamas command structures and freeing the hostages? No, what followed his words were not steps to establish the Bundeswehr's combat readiness to stand by Israel's side. Instead, Scholz declared that he had offered Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu help in caring for the wounded, as if an earthquake or flood disaster had occurred in Israel. The largest massacre of Jews since 1945 was followed by the German offer to supply plasters to the Jewish state. Instead of a declaration of war against the Palestinians, there were nebulous announcements. Development cooperation with the Palestinian territories would be frozen and put to the test. Only a few days after Scholz's government statement, the review had apparently already been completed and millions more were released for deliveries declared as humanitarian aid. What remained of Germany's responsibility arising from the Holocaust was the neat separation of innocent Palestinian civilians and evil terrorists. As if only Hamas and Islamic Jihad fighters had taken part in the massacre of October 7, and as if it were not the case that an absolute majority of Palestinians are only too happy to claim combatant status in the fight against Israel. To put it in current figures from fall 2023, 83% of all Palestinians in Gaza and the West Bank support the Hamas-led military operations of the Palestinian Resistance of October 7. This result corresponds with figures from previous surveys, according to which more than half of respondents not only support the armed groups, but also any struggle for a return, and 75% demand a Palestinian state that extends from the Jordan River to the sea. The fact that a German chancellor apparently does not even entertain the idea that a deeply anti-Semitic society such as the Palestinian one cannot make a clear distinction between civilian and military in the war against Israel, which has been going on since 1948, speaks for a post-Nazi projection, just as the first victim of the Nazis must have been the German people. The Palestinian population is always the victim of Hamas. Consequently, Scholz judged that Hamas was not acting in the interests of the Palestinian people, which would only be correct if he had said what he certainly did not mean. Because only if the absolute majority of Palestinians were primarily concerned with a better life and not with driving the Jews into the sea, only then would Hamas and what it stands for no longer be in the interests of the Palestinian population. Even after 2 months of war in Gaza, it doesn't look like that. Scholz also turned his attention to Iran, stating that it had provided concrete and operational support for the attack on Israel and had helped to enable Hamas to carry out the attack on October 7. The statement is absolutely correct, but like so much that is praised as a reason of state, it is rhetoric without consequences in view of Germany's actual policy. But what followed this correct statement by Scholz bordered on the ridiculous. Like a schoolboy threatening a bunch of bullies that his big brother would avenge any harm done to him, he told Hezbollah that it must not intervene in the fighting, and that if it did despite the German warning, the result would not be a German reaction, but a harsh Israeli one. Scholz also provided the reason for his concern about the impending attack by Hamas ally on Israel's northern border. It was not the fact that a two-front war, a general and coordinated uprising by the Arab population of the West Bank and the involvement of a budding nuclear power posed a massive threat to Israel's existence that seemed to concern Scholz. It was the threat of a conflagration with possible repercussions as far as North Africa and Yemen, which has always been conjured up in German public opinion, that caused the Chancellor to worry. While the government statement by Scholz, who is regarded as a less than gifted speaker, was accepted rather unimpressed, German Vice-Chancellor Robert Habeck received much praise for stealing Scholz's thunder, in the opinion of many commentators, when he lectured on the subject of Israel and Jews on November 2 with a rumpled, worried dachshund look and in a pastoral tone. Like the authors of all official statements, Habeck was also convinced of Germany's historical responsibility. After the Holocaust, the founding of Israel was a promise of protection to the Jews, and Germany is obliged to help ensure that this promise can be fulfilled. With such missionary words insinuating that the Jews could ultimately be happy that the German deed had finally enabled them to have their own state, it was interesting to see what followed. For Habeck, as for almost all Germans, it seems to be a historical marginal phenomenon that Zionism is an original national idea of the Jews, which at the end of the 19th century led to the creation of a movement that not only wanted to establish a secure home for the Jews in the face of anti-Semitic persecution in Eastern Europe and rampant anti-Semitism in the enlightened states of Western Europe, but also aimed to establish a Jewish nation-state in national self-determination. The fact that it was Zionism and not Auschwitz that finally liberated the Jews from the status of protected Jews seems to have hardly gotten around in Germany to this day. Apparently, it does not quite fit into the worldview of a German vice-chancellor that it is the responsibility of the Jewish nation and the armed security forces, the Israeli army, the Secret Service and the Israeli police and, yes, even the armed Israeli civilians to ensure that a safe, because defensible, home exists for Jews. Instead of welcoming this and placing it at the forefront of his speech, Habeck used the now quintessentially German phrase of the responsibility of our history, in which German perpetrators are no longer mentioned at all, but rather history as the actual actor. History therefore guarantees that Jews can live freely and safely in Germany, that they will never again have to be afraid to openly show their religion, their culture. Such a promise made to those in need of protection always contains the threat to the Jews in this country to be grateful. For this reason alone, the fearful Jew, who only has to never be afraid again thanks to German caring, is the favorite child of German historical responsibility, as a protective Jew after Auschwitz, so to speak. When Habeck, like many other zealous German patron saints, talks about Jews being able to live their religion and culture, then the proximity of such desired Jewish life to the unspeakable colonial ethnology that was popular in Germany at the turn of the 19th and 20th centuries is much greater than anyone in this country will ever understand. At the same time, this thinking associated with zoology stands for a failure to grasp the ideological core of antisemitism, which has nothing to do with Jews not being able to live their religion and their culture or being prevented from doing so. Not wanting to acknowledge that the anti-Semite sees the Jew as the representative of the opposite people is an expression of collective repression, which, because one does not want to know how much anti-Semitism under National Socialism welded together uniformed party members and civilian-dressed Volksgenossen and drove them to extermination, logically also conceals the anti-Semitic national community spirit of the Palestinians. Nikolai Klemeniuk has summed up what is meant by a fearless Schutzstudent in this country, who no longer has to be an individual first and foremost, but is supposed to embody the personification of Jewish life to the delight of the Germans. When Der Spiegel ran the headline "We are afraid" at the end of October, thus reflecting the mood of all Jews living in Germany, Klemeniuk wrote to the Germans, "They want us to be afraid. They need frightened Jews who can be generously protected rhetorically so that they can then patronize them with a clear conscience. They need impotent Jews writhing with rage, who can be looked down upon with a mixture of pity and disgust and taught good manners in the process. What they can't stand are self-confident and even more defensive Jews who really hurt their tormentors." Faz, 3 de novembro de 2023. Because, contrary to all evidence, the first things that come to mind for concerned and responsible Germans when they think of anti-Semitism are right-wing extremism, structural and secondary anti-Semitism, or the conspiracy theories and yellow stars of corona deniers, it did stand out that Habeck at least mentioned the heirs of the anti-imperialist left of 1968 in his speech, who, as young advocates of anti-colonialism, should not fall prey to anti-Semitism. However, in view of the anti-colonial henchmen of Hamas, who follow the surahs of the Quran and not the party program of the AfD or the statements of Bjorn Höcke, a particularly ingenious volte-face had to be found to invoke the unifying bond of civil society and state mandate, the commitment against racism, right-wing extremism, and the AfD. According to Habeck, the only reason why no Nazis or right-wing extremists took to the streets against Israel and the Jews after October 7 was that they were holding back from articulating their hatred of Jews for tactical reasons, in order to be able to incite against Muslims. The Vice-Chancellor did not reveal where the public demonstrations against Islam and its Hamas executors, with or without right-wing extremists, were supposed to have taken place after the massacre in Israel. Instead, the swastika graffiti on Jewish cemeteries, right-wing extremist slogans such as "Israel is our misfortune," and public bomb Holocaust comparisons of Gaza with Dresden show that right-wing extremists, whether with a Schnurroda or Boris-Front background, do not hold back at all and are hardly inferior to their brethren with Ramallah and Gaza backgrounds in their madness. However, because these right-wing extremist Jew haters are fighters of marginalized small groups such as Die Recht or 3. Weg, Habeck had to pull the now well-worn Fleischbeck Golan out of the mothbox as a running gag, regardless of what the grandees of the AfD have to say about Israel, out of sheer embarrassment at not being able to present the Jew-hating AfD member. He would have had good reason to refer to Maximilian Krah, the AfD's lead candidate for the European elections. At a conference of the Schnurroda Institute for State Politics, Krah had explained in a thoroughly coherent manner that Israel is just as friendly as world Islam, which only means that Israel's path must be blocked when it sets out to break the will of innocent people, ironically referred to as the evil civilian population, as the Allies did in Dresden and are doing today in Gaza. It is not known whether Habeck's further comments were influenced by the results of an Allensbach survey. The survey conducted at the end of November on what Germans think about the war against Hamas revealed that the vast majority have always been convinced that Germany's relationship with Israel is and must be a special one. However, only a minority of 34% derived a special responsibility for the fate of Israel from this. FAZ, November 23, 2023. Whatever factual knowledge Robert Habeck may have drawn on, he obviously had a feel for the state of mind of the Germans when he continued in a paternalistic manner in his speech. Together with our American friends, we repeatedly make it clear to Israel that the protection of the civilian population is central. Before finally swinging the moral cudgel against the problem Jew, life in Gaza is life in a lack of prospects and poverty. Yes, the settler movement in the West Bank is stirring up discord and depriving Palestinians of hope and rights, and increasingly also of life. In their speeches, both Scholz and Habeck expressed their outrage at the marches by Palestinians on German streets. However, just as the sanctions against the Jew haters from the Orient failed to materialize, the action against the Jew haters with an Oriental background acting in this way also turned out to be hot air. Although one or two demonstrations were initially banned, the long-overdue ban on the terrorist organization Samadown, which sees itself as left-wing, was imposed, and the crackdown on the Iran-affiliated Blue Mosque in Hamburg was finally stepped up. However, there will be no conceivable stop to immigration from Arab countries, nor will the rioting, cheering Palestinians have to fear any real consequences such as deportation or mass investigations for incitement of the people, wearing unconstitutional signs, or breach of the peace. While the outraged speeches of the Chancellor and his Vice-Chancellor remained without consequences, since October 7 the wind has been blowing even stronger from the official side of the state, which, in view of the transformation of entire streets into Islamist marching areas, considers criticism of Islam to be more urgent than ever. It was left to the federal president to receive Gaza residents with German passports who had traveled abroad with full honors at Bellevue Palace. Among the Germans who were able to leave Gaza were doctors from the Al-Shifa hospital. Tobias Hutch explained the role of the hospital in Hamas propaganda and the responsibility of the doctors working there in a video. Frank-Walter Steinmeier was obviously particularly keen to make it clear after October 7 that a lack of criticism of Islam is the counterpart to the claim that Israel's security is the raison d'etre of the German state. He took the opportunity 3 times to present himself as a shaken representative of Germany. In a speech to family members of German-Israeli citizens deported to Gaza on October 22, 2023, he still managed without referring to Muslims. However, in his speech at the Berlin rally in front of the Brandenburg Gate on the same day, in the presence of the family members and the Israeli ambassador, he informed the thousands of citizens gathered in Israel that they lived in a diverse and cosmopolitan country. When we talk about a country that is open to the world, we are of course talking about its most narrow-minded and unteachable inhabitants, who, together with their bad religion, belong to Germany. Less than 2 weeks after the attack on Israel by Islamic hordes, the president announced that here in Germany we can live together peacefully with people with Jewish, Christian, Muslim and Arab roots, and we want to do so. Finally, on November 11, Steinmeier spoke at a round table on the topic of war in the Middle East, for peaceful coexistence in Germany that he himself had initiated. Immediately after stating that the fear for the hostages continued, he lamented a new war that Hamas is also waging against its own population, which has itself become a hostage. Thousands of innocent people have already fallen victim to it. The suffering of the people touches us to the core. It is not known whether Steinmeier's aim was to degrade the Israeli hostages of Hamas to Gaza residents or, conversely, to whitewash the population of Gaza by equating them with Israeli citizens. What is known is how Steinmeier's speech continued: "The Germany of today is a cosmopolitan, diverse country. We are a country with a migrant background." What a migrant background is supposed to mean in relation to a country remains his secret, but to underline what cosmopolitan, diverse, and migrant means, the president immediately presented a Palestinian dialogist named Dr. Yazid Shammout at his round table, who has been in dialogue with representatives of the Jewish community in Hanover for years, but otherwise makes no secret of what he expects from a country with a migrant background. This Dr. Shammout never tires of publicly deploring the Israeli policy of aggression and the ongoing occupation, forced displacement, and disregard for the holy sites of the Palestinians, and calling on German politicians to stop accepting the continuation of Israel's policy of aggression idly and silently. By the time the professional Palestinian Shammout was invited, it was clear why the round table was not entitled War Against Israel, What Now?, but War in the Middle East, for Peaceful Coexistence in Germany. What followed was what had to follow. Steinmeier addressed the Palestinian community in our country with unctuous words. "You should all have space to show your pain and despair over the civilian victims in Gaza, to share it with others." The fact that Steinmeier did not ask his Palestinian guest to raise his voice against the anti-Semitic rule in the country from which he once fled, as befits a representative of an exile organization, reinforces the suspicion that the federal president not only wants to be a friend of the Palestinian Volksgemeinschaft but, as a historically aware German, at least secretly holds Israel responsible for the suffering of the people in Gaza. The sad climax of the whole production was the decree of a Germany-wide ban on criticism, which he formulated as follows: "There must be no anti-Muslim racism and no general suspicion of Muslims." By which he probably meant that Hamas has as little to do with Islam as Islam has to do with Hamas, and that shouts of Allahu Akbar on German streets only testify to cosmopolitanism and colorful diversity. In their speeches, Scholz, Habeck, and Steinmeier, the 3 highest representatives of the Federal Republic of Germany, repeated like a prayer wheel that Palestine is not Hamas and Hamas is not Palestine. Thus, they do not even realize that the majority of immigrants and their descendants, who consider themselves Palestinians or their allied brothers and sisters, think similarly to their Volksgenossen in the West Bank and Gaza. If one were serious about reasons of state, then such a population group should have long since been considered a problem for public order in Germany and therefore not only urgently become a suspected case for the Office for the Protection of the Constitution, but it should also be seriously considered whether at least large parts of this group should be declared what was once called an enemy alien in the USA and Great Britain. If a government's maxim of standing by Israel in its hour of need proves to be mainly standardized chatter, the question arises as to which part of civil society is pro-Israel. One might expect them to put pressure on the government and stand by the threatened Jewish nation not only with words but also with deeds. After a few days of shock, rallies were organized in many German cities to express shock and disgust at the atrocity of the massacres and to underline solidarity with Israel. The manifestations, some of which were very well attended and featured statements by numerous speakers from politics and society, did indeed represent a new quality of commitment to the Jewish state. In Berlin, a broad alliance called for a rally on October 22 under the title Against Terror and Antisemitism, Solidarity with Israel, which was attended by over 10,000 people. There had never been a public rally of this size in Germany before. The alliance comprised the following organizations, parties, and associations: German-Israeli Society, Alhambra Society e.V., BDA Employers, Federation of German Industries, Alliance 90/The Greens, CDU, CSU, FDP, SPD, and the Left, Camp Act Association, German Bishops' Conference, DGB, German Cultural Council, German Nature Conservation Ring, Protestant Church in Germany, Paritatischer Gesamtverband, and Central Council of Jews. If it suffices to say that anti-Zionism is as much a part of the attitude of the parties Die Linke, Die Grünen, the SPD, and the churches as xenophobia among AfD supporters, who of course were not allowed to participate in the alliance, it is worth taking a look at the participating groups Camp Act and Alhambra. Camp Act is an NGO dedicated to the hot topics of progressive activism in Germany. Protests against nuclear energy, Stuttgart 21, against TTIP, for Edward Snowden, against genetically modified maize, AFD, and climate change, and so on. Unsurprisingly, under such circumstances, close contacts are also maintained with the Israel-based NGO Zazim, which is co-financed by Camp Act funds and is regarded as Camp Act's sister organization in Israel. The NGO Monitor, which has set itself the task of monitoring NGOs operating in Israel, has learned that Zazim is a leading participant in campaigns accusing Israel of human rights violations and inappropriate use of force. Information on the political orientation of Zazim can be found on the Camp Act homepage, where an open letter to Chancellor Scholz is documented, which was written by Zazim Managing Director Raluca Gania after October 7 and is supposed to be a call for help to rescue the hostages from the clutches of Hamas. After Gania introduces herself in the letter as a peace activist from Israel, the letter continues, the extreme right wing in the Israeli government is pushing for massive airstrikes against Gaza, and this would endanger the lives of the Israeli hostages even further and lead to even more bloodshed and even more suffering for civilians, on both sides of the border. The German government must therefore be persuaded to take on the urgently needed role of mediator in this deadly conflict. One learns from Zazim, anyone who calls for airstrikes against Gaza after October 7 is extremely right-wing. The war against Israel is not a war started by Hamas, but a deadly conflict to the detriment of civilians, which is why Germany should better act as an honest broker in favor of the Palestinian cause rather than on the side of Israel. About the self-image of the Alhambra Society Association, we learn that it is an association of Muslims that has set itself the task of fighting from a strong European Muslim self-confidence not for a somehow imagined change of Islam, but to promote the acceptance and development of inter-Islamic diversity. Because it is precisely the differences that make us strong and successful in Europe, not a constructed ideal of homogeneity and superiority. Islam rightly insists on its unquestionable identity. Diversity means that the majority society is required to allow its followers to do as they please if they want to avoid being accused of being colonial crusaders. In the case of the Alhambra Society, it sounds like this. A problem-fixated discourse dominates, which describes Islam and, above all, practicing Muslims as the cause of social tensions and undesirable developments. The blogger Sigrid Hermann can hardly be wrong in her assessment of the association when she attests that it does not act in competition with, but rather in addition to the unspeakable Islamic associations. Despite these nasty co-callers, there was hope that the Berlin rally on October 22 could go beyond the usual thought-provoking admonition and warning. The design of the call encouraged this. It was adorned with the Magen David against a blue background together with the postulate solidarity with Israel, something remarkable for a national rally. But the teaser of the announcement already revealed which way the wind was really blowing. With many thousands, we are showing solidarity with the people of Israel, and also expressing sympathy with the Palestinian civilian population. The brazen joining of the Palestinians was intended from the outset to prevent too close a solidarity with the Jewish state, which is why the phrase people in Israel was used rather than making common cause with the Jewish state. After dutifully describing the Hamas attack as barbaric, the appeal continues as if no paper should fit between state leadership and civil society. The terrorists are not acting in the interests of the Palestinian people. The Palestinian population in the Gaza Strip has been suffering for decades, including under their own regime. As if any state in the world would have to resort to international law in order to be allowed to defend itself in the event of an attack, these words are followed by the statement that was constantly heard in similar terms from the Chancellor, his Vice-Chancellor, the President, and not least from Foreign Minister Baerbock after October 7. International law gives Israel the right to self-defense of its existence. Anyone who suspects noble magnanimity behind such legal fetishism not only fails to realize that international law is only ever invoked, and even then only half-heartedly, in cases of self-defense for Israel. When it comes to dealing with the Palestinian Authority and the administration in Gaza, or the Temple Mount, or the border fence to the autonomous territories, international law is reliably and unilaterally the instrument of world public opinion and its organizations against Israel. This has been the case in Germany for decades and was of course known to the organizations at the rally on October 22, which are truly in solidarity with Israel. But what can you do to get everyone under the same roof? The appeal made particularly strong statements about the situation in Germany. Anyone who supports terror in our country or even helps to finance it must be sanctioned and punished. Anti-Semitic ideas are becoming more and more widespread and more open. We will not leave our society to anti-Semites and Islamists. And not the streets either. After October 7, the supporters of the Palestinian ethnic struggle throughout Europe were unimpressed by such threats. They knew that no state power would stand in their way and that there was no defensive anti-Islamic civil society anywhere in Europe. Of course, opposing their frighteningly well-attended marches is not part of the repertoire of those whose practice is more reminiscent of a return of the candlelight anti-fascism of the 1990s than of the militant anti-fascism of the Black Bloc or even the Iron Front and Red Front fighters of the early 1930s, as the quoted statement suggests. It goes without saying that it is not the task of citizens in solidarity with Israel to seek out street fights with the anti-Semitic mob, but instead of the loudmouthed declaration not to leave the streets to the Islamists, a clear demand to the state to stop these gatherings would be expected. It is also noticeable that, unlike with Nazi marches, it is evidently avoided to organize counter-rallies against the many and numerically far better attended green-white-red ethnic fighters with Ramallah or Mecca backgrounds. Looking back at the events on German streets after October 7, the German state and its police cannot be spared the accusation that they exercised too much restraint towards the marches of the jubilant Palestinians and their non-Islamic fans. The selective reprimands and arrests of those who did not adhere to the tolerated level of criticism of Israel made little impression on those who claimed to despise life and love martyrdom. Legion are the pictures of young women and men grinning as they were taken away by the police. Of course, the standard phrase of every anti-racist rally, "Together we stand up for an open and tolerant society, for human rights, democracy, and the rule of law." Democracy and the rule of law. In the call for October 22. The fact that this formula also stands for opposing the Netanyahu government, which is particularly unpopular with Germans, is demonstrated by the sentences that had to be added to the standard sentence. We are doing this in particular in solidarity with the people of Israel, who share these views. We do not accept extremist and radical fundamentalist ideas, nor do we accept blanket Islamophobic criticism. End of quote. Where would we end up if we were to show solidarity with all Jews after the greatest massacre of Jews since the Holocaust? Since it is almost a consensus in Germany to see extremist and radical fundamentalist forces at work in the Israeli government, it is reasonable to assume that the statements in the appeal mean nothing other than that one wants to have as little to do with this government and its supporters as with Hamas. In other words, they want nothing in common with half of Israeli society, but once again want to hold their protective, cosmopolitan, and tolerant hands over the religion of Hamas. Only one person could be the star speaker for such a request and, of course, Federal President Steinmeier gladly accepted the invitation. The fact that he was speaking in the wrong place can be categorically ruled out. Israel's ambassador Ron Prozor, on the other hand, seemed almost out of place on the stage, although he gave the speech that attracted the most attention from visitors to the rally. He was the only one to speak clearly about German society and to name such seemingly marginal phenomena as the anti-Israeli activities of the Rosa Luxemburg Foundation and the silence of the Berlin club scene regarding the massacre of visitors to an open-air festival. Prozor ended with the words, "I urge you all to clearly side with Israel." This made sense to the Jews and the anti-German participants, and perhaps even those who were undecided on the issue of Israel until October 7, 2023 have become thoughtful. The fact that nothing of Prozor's speech stuck was due to the majority of the other contributions and the disastrous line of a preparatory alliance, whose success was guaranteed by the participation of the questionable federal president. If, under these conditions, a few more people than before take to the streets with white and blue flags and a few more commentators than usual in the so-called mainstream media call for solidarity with Israel, we should not be fooled by this. Such solidarity is practiced because it seems opportune in view of the obvious bestiality. As soon as the social constellation changes, it will be up for discussion again. Even now, people are complaining more loudly about Israel's military superiority, which should actually be praised, than about the barbarity of its opponents. Civilized behavior in Germany, more so than in the rest of the West, has always been at best the result of sensible practical calculation and efficient civic training, and only very rarely a habitus, second nature, the result of successful social mediation. Anyone in this country who encourages Israel to engage in dialogue is either longing for the end of the Jewish state under the alibi of discourse theoretical reconciliation efforts, or is blinded by history to the idea that murderous anti-Semites can be dealt with through priesthood and socio-educational communication skills. And those who recommend peace to a beleaguered Israel are in fact referring to the cemetery peace that would come after Israel's defeat. Israel's enemies will only be at peace once Israel has been wiped out. On closer inspection, the majority of official criticism of anti-Semitism proves incapable of consistency, even where it does not pay lip service. The confessions, which are fed by, quite genuine, consternation, are couched in tried and tested phrases. Instead of naming the specific, anti-Semitic collective character of the global Islamic pogrom community, the duty of solidarity with bestially executed Jews is simply added to the general spectacle of moral goodness. Of course, you don't have to expect ideology-critical treatises from politicians, nor do you have to expect a show of strength, for which the situation is too serious anyway. The right symbolic politics can sometimes help people who show little enthusiasm for thinking. However, the administrative technocratic post-politics, whose protagonists are professional euphemists for the continuation of capital accumulation, makes the necessary political task of gaining an understanding of the dimension of anti-Semitic violence in order to act accordingly more difficult. This is evidenced by the surprise demonstrated each time, but also by the effort to distinguish the gangs of murderers from their environment and the refusal to go into more detail as to why the battle cry of the killer squads is Allahu Akbar. Those who maraud in the Islamized regions in the name of liberating Palestine are to be understood as an anti-Semitic murderous sect. Their anti-Semitism of redemption is to be understood as a barbaric counteroffensive to the idea of emancipation from domination in general. Like their promoters in Iran, they are obsessed with the hallucination that the world order is controlled by the Jews, which is why they must be eliminated everywhere. They behave like beasts and promise themselves salvation. Until then, they can count on encouragement from home. Still standing in the blood of his victims, a member of the Palestinian task force reported back to his parents and proudly announced the execution. The murderers and their claqueurs stage themselves as heralds of a new age, their apocalyptic mission, in which the terror they spread is always intended as a message to the effeminate unbelievers, is explicitly opposed to any policy of balancing interests. Neither diplomacy nor pedagogy can help against them. They must be rendered harmless, starting with their front fighters, Hamas. This also applies to education about Islamic anti-Semitism in Germany, which has long been trivialized as misguided criticism from hotheads who, despite everything, are conceded to adhere to a diffuse idea of justice. The assumption anchored in the national political education mandate that enlightenment is essentially a compensation for knowledge deficits is a widespread misunderstanding, to which the enthusiasm for facts and science, which has recently been used to tackle political deformations of all kinds, is probably also owed. The lack of success hardly seems to irritate anyone, as evidenced by the fact that there have never been so many institutions that educate and socially manage for more peace, democracy, and de-radicalization, while the reality is becoming ever darker. If we were really serious about this, we would have to change a lot of things instead of expanding tolerance education prevention programs, in terms of school policy, integration policy, and foreign policy. As expected, the Fighting Israel is attracting a majority of relativizers, anti-Semitists, and sympathizing agitators. They always insist on balance and differentiation when the only thing left to do is to confidently confront the anti-Semites in order to eliminate them. On October 18, Zeit Online reported on the rumor spread by Hamas propaganda that Israel had bombed a hospital in Gaza. After the tragedy at Ali Hospital, there is no collective outcry. The same standards no longer apply to the area as they do to the rest of the world. Hamas had claimed that Israel had killed over 500 people in an airstrike on a hospital. There was no evidence either of an Israeli attack or of the number of victims. Nevertheless, Hamas was parroted on public television. The incident testifies to how quickly and shamelessly the media, which are geared towards political correctness, degenerate into anti-Israeli propaganda organs. They no longer say, "the bad Jews," but mourn the victims on both sides. The flight into general humanity, accompanied by the unspeakable talk of conflict, which expresses that we are dealing with two equal opponents, necessarily presupposes the splitting off of the annihilationist anti-Semitic character of the Palestinian cause. Furthermore, any complaint about civilian casualties is propaganda if it ignores the fact that civilian life in the fully militarized Gaza Strip is first and foremost a thorn in the side of Hamas and the Palestinian majority that supports it. Hamas itself blurs the line between civilians and combatants, raises even children as martyrs, abuses them as human shields, and then feigns grief over their deaths. None of this bothers the pity propagandists any more than the fact that the Israeli army does everything it can to avoid unarmed victims. The brutally equidistant reporting, which strives for maximum sentimentality and does not even shy away from using Hamas as a source, fuels the delusions of those who adhere to the traditional historical revisionist hallucination of an Israeli war of extermination against the Palestinians. Not only do they run riot on German streets, they also have little to fear as celebrities excited by the pogrom, such as in the case of FC Bayern player Nusser Mazraoui, or, formed into a hate mob, often gain discourse sovereignty in the commentary columns when it comes to Israel. There is already a problem with the definition of the enemy, which is expressed in the slogan against all anti-Semitism. Where a Hubert Aiwanger calls more anti-Semitism critics onto the scene than Hamas, one should not hope for the practical effectiveness of institutionalized anti-Semitism criticism. When Steinmeier called on all citizens to ensure the safety of Jews in Germany shortly after October 7, it was nothing other than a declaration of the state's bankruptcy. It implies that the state no longer has anything under control. And this is not due to conspiracy-mad Reich citizens, but to the politicizing Muslims, whose numbers are growing. Henrik M. Broder revealed in a TV interview that he has become modest in his demands. He welcomes the government statements. However, he also noted that those who back Israel do not admit that they have done almost everything wrong in recent years. From aid for Palestinians to integration policy and the stabilization of Iran. People shy away from necessary insights for good reasons, because they have failed with the morally intoxicated and embarrassingly self-centered edification program, not only as far as Israel is concerned, but also in integration policy. There were enough warnings that it would become unpleasant if masses of people were taken in from countries where anti-Semitism as an everyday practice ensures the maintenance of the prevailing misery. The anti-Semitic brutalization that is already part of everyday life in many big city schools testifies to the complete failure of German European integration policy. The strategy of relying on the support of Islamic communities and family associations in terms of integration and regulatory policy has enabled them to expand their sphere of influence. The fact that the courting of Islamic rackets, which are supposed to take over what the state is no longer able to provide, is at the expense of European Jews is the real taboo that no one is allowed to touch to this day. Anyone who names or even criticizes the appeasement towards Islam, which is also dominant in German integration policy, has been publicly criticized for years. Meanwhile, the closed Islamic communities develop a specific dynamic for their members, which should come to the fore when one turns to the phenomenon of Islamic anti-Semitism, but this rarely happens because the Guild of Authoritarianism researchers prefers to put so-called organic Germans on the couch. Anti-Semitism is socialized from an early age in Orthodox everyday Islam, with the sacredly ordered Palestinians acting as a projection screen for the losers rebelling against any minimal freedom, whose revenge and appropriation trip compensates for the misery without prospects. Hence the force of the marches. They have also had the experience of being covered up, by left-wing teachers and social workers, by thoughtful politicians, by the numerous academic campaigners against anti-Muslim racism, the protection program for all those who are on the move as persecuting innocents. The same is true of the progressive Shikhlet, who until recently were busy claiming the abolition of democracy in Israel. One day after George Russell had announced at a higher level of Palestine solidarity that those applauding the pogroms were not doing the Palestinian cause even the slightest favor, he was already back to deflecting attention from the Hamas murderers. We rightly criticize the growing anti-Semitism with regard to Israel, and at the same time, with the AfD, a party is being courted whose folkish nationalist ideology is anti-Semitic at its core. On all channels yesterday. This is what he claims, without showing it in the program. There is no doubt that the AfD does not adhere to Adorno's categorical imperative, has a tendency to whine, and has no serious problems with Germany, but anyone who compares the votes for the AfD with the sadistic murders has completely lost their ability to judge. The more vague the term anti-Semitism becomes, the more frequently and arbitrarily it can be used. In this vagueness, anti-Semitism becomes comparable to everything that academically educated Germans have learned to subsume under the term group-focused misanthropy. Even more than the focus on secondary anti-Semitism, structural anti-Semitism, which is generally attributed to dissenters, government critics, climate deniers, etc., is trivialized. Texts are searched for signal words such as elite, globalism, or international class, and, if successful, anti-Semitism is shouted, only to end up diagnosing a delegitimization of the state whose favor is being vied for. The AfD leader Tino Kruppala, whose anti-American need for rapprochement with the Russian despotism speaks from the soul of a section of the population, can be accused of using the jargon of equidistance to deny Israel the right of defense with his peace-moving chatter, thereby affirming the party's foreign policy course, in whose idea of a multipolar world order chaos is fueled precisely by the fact that no distinction is to be made between late capitalist deformation and civilization hostile tyranny. The #Hamas attack on #Israel is to be condemned. I mourn for all the war dead. Now the states in the region must focus on de-escalation in order to avert a conflagration. Diplomacy is the order of the day. A viable solution for all sides must be the goal. For some people who expected the AfD to take more effective action against Islamic mass migration, such statements may have been disappointing. In fact, they only confirm what one could have guessed beforehand. Unlike in Denmark, in many Eastern European states, or even the UK, there is no party in Germany that is conservative in a substantive sense and that would defend the progressive moments of bourgeois republicanism, liberalism, and a cogent concept of the welfare state against their enemies. Rather, the extensive convergence of the AfD's positions with those of what it calls the old parties in terms of solidarity with Israel shows what many who consider Germany to be a spearhead of the West are unwilling to admit, that Germany's positioning, often misleadingly referred to as the Third Way, vis-a-vis what could cogently be described as the West, consists mainly of incarnating the self-destructive tendencies that the bourgeois societies of the West bring forth of themselves and taking them to extremes rather than containing them. That is why it is as hypocritical as it is helpless when reborn or newborn right-wingers, who live out their right-wingness against the opportunism of the left, understand the death threat against Israel and the Islamic danger in Western Europe that manifested itself on October 7 solely as an imported danger that could be dealt with by exporting the perpetrators. It was the West itself, and first and foremost Germany as the anti-West within the West, that opened up the possibilities of globalizing their hatred to those of whom even the Chancellor now seems to be credibly afraid. Only through self-reflection on this aporia of the West, which is more than a correctable mistake, could the West regain its resilience. Such reflection should begin with the insight that, due to Israel's history, what is happening in Israel genuinely affects civilization itself and the concept of the West. Israel's military superiority, its strength and supposed relentlessness in defending itself against its enemies, which is lamented by senile peace pensioners and aggressive recognition activists, is an index of the fact that people cannot do without courage, strength, and relentlessness if the concept of humanity is still to mean anything. Softness, kindness, and tenderness, cooperativeness and accommodation are not all human natural traits that need only be properly nurtured in order to develop and that are threatened by the coldness, selfishness, and arrogance of civilization. Rather, they are something very late that cannot be achieved without the coldness of civilization, without the determination to stand up for what is recognized as right, and without resistance to barbarism. Israel will have to wage this battle in the coming months against a strengthened enemy. How lonely the Jewish state will be in this depends on how many take Hamas's attacks personally, as an attack not only on Israel and not on the we of a chimerical community of values, but as an attack on everyone who still expects something from the world and recognizes in anti-Semitism the most powerful force opposing the idea of humanity.